Back, nigga. Nah, I ain't never went nowhere though. Bear on the shit. Fuck it. Y'all nigga know what it do. Still a big dog, cute. Still a make a nigga big chew. Yeah, still that dude. Everything still everything. Ain't shit changed but the change. And you know the squad the same. Bear on the shit, gang. When a nigga talk about lit, duck, goose, we eat. Nah, I ain't bragging about shit. Big face coming to you, that's it. How this thing smoking in the city? Fuck nigga hate to admit it. If about money, we with it. Nigga talk about money, we get it. Tripping in, where did I go? Did I get it from the mall? No. I ain't mind shit out the store. Told you everything coming to the door. Stepping out the crib looking like a chick. Stepping out the crib, no I'm finna flex. Up now, nigga, fuck being next. Tell me why I got the fuck nigga print. Bring that, pressure. Bring that, stretch. Who say don't get money no more? Tell them I don't get money no less. Like I said, boy, still that nigga. And you still can't do shit with him. Y'all think Mr. LV hard? Hey, wait till you meet Godzilla. I know, you know, why I, hey, 4 quarter, clutch shit, big man, you a big truck, you a pickup, let's stamp in your lane, let's be, order, mafia, gang, still a big truck, you a pickup, let's stamp in your lane, let's be, order, mafia,
gang. Fuck a pickup, I'm a big truck. These niggas better stay in they lane. Catch me with the same game. Ain't shit niggas untamed. Still with the shit ain't changed. Fuck around here, click then bang. Scratch a nigga off the press. I'm the rap Muhammad, I'm the best. You still got a few sitting on meal. Shit, I'm about to get up in the chest. My respect, I'ma die about that. Off the hip with the 5 out there. These niggas ain't the same no more. These niggas don't ride like that. Gang shit ain't no stopping us. ABI, we the mafia. Disrespect, they gon' order coffins up. Shit, they gon' have to come chalk them up. From the bill with the shit, no cap. Y'all niggas in the way with this rap. Couldn't ride this wave on the route. Take the nigga heads off the cap. You know, I know, they know about me. I don't go like no hoe. They say rap, what's real? Stay on go in beast mode. I been off in that field. AB, order, mafia, for real.
I know, you know, why I, hey, 4 quarter, clutch shit, big man, you a big truck, you a pickup, let's stamp in your lane, let's be, order, mafia, gang, you a big truck, you a pickup, let's stamp in your lane, let's be, order, mafia, gang.
Big racks in my pocket, band runner shit, that's how the game do. R. Kelly plus Usher, I fuck your bitch, now we got the same boo. I was down on my ass, that came up, now I'm acting brand new. Did this, did that, now tell me something that a young nigga can't do. 421 walk in with a bag, like in the front of a glass. Big choppers got a whole lot of mag, yeah, like I'm be lad. Big drip got the fuck nigga mad, yeah, I'm get to a sad. Hit my side bit with that like a money bag. No brakes, all gas, I'ma do it like the dad. Give it to me like I'm Stoudemire, throw it back like she Nash. Bankroll spinning Audemars, fuck it, I'ma get it bad. Bankroll spinning Audemars, fuck it, I'ma get it bad. Barrel. Yeah, you know when it's me, nigga. Fuck you and them niggas that be with you. Those some shots I pull off of my vehicle. Don't think I won't do it on feet, nigga. Paint you up like you 3 in the key, nigga. Ain't no gang when you talking about we, nigga. Barrel the gang, we deep, nigga. Hey.
I know, you know, why I, hey, 4 quarter, clutch shit, big man, you a big truck, you a pickup, let's stamp in your lane, let's be, order, mafia, gang, you a big truck, you a pickup, let's stamp in your lane, let's be, order, mafia, gang.
Peace, peace, peace. Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Hey, we're having a little technical difficulties, y'all. Hey, we're going to put another song on real fast, and we'll be right back at y'all, man, in a minute, man. That was A-State Band Runners, gang. I am your Sahab Chief Holiday. Hey, and I come in peace, man. We got a little house cleaning to do tonight, y'all, man. So we'll be right back at y'all, man. We're going to get another joint up in here real fast, man. Peace to the tribe. Peace to all the good, great ones tuned in, man. Let's go.
Yeah, I come from them rad. 4-1 getting them a bag. Like I'm Big P with them rad. Like a line bag. I'm going straight for the sad. I don't think them niggas like that. Fuck on that left. Now I got that little hoe mad. She trying to get to a tag. Bear on the shit. Fuck her and give her the boot. I feel like I'm Cam Nag. Hey, fuck how you feeling? I just might roll me a feeling. Trying to take away the feeling. Back to the ceiling. Feel like I'm playing Fortnite. LaFredra pulled up a minute. Yeah, I might turn up, get the tripping. Yeah, she wanna fuck off the image. Yeah, kick her ass out when I'm finished. Yeah, now she can stand the rain like Mystic. Yeah, I know niggas heard of me. All in your bit like I'm doing surgery. I'm still on Confederate Street. Nigga mad at the kid fucking let it be. I ain't gon' get the best of me. Your nigga dripping, hey, for what's your recipe? And when I'm here a little bit from the back, only time somebody ahead of me. Ooh, he's fresh in the party with a white chick. Yeah, I think I'm Marley. Don't get me started. Big chop, make you step back like Harden. With the gang when you see me. Niggas so scared, he don't speak no English. I'm feeling like E.T. Yeah, I'm a whole nother species. And now I don't fuck with no lane. That part of the game, young folk to my main. And yeah, I feel like a big homie with my young nigga like I'm Major Pain. Don't play me like one of these little nigga bitch that got static like a Fredo Bang. No trouble when I blaze you, I'm dang. 31 shots in the heat like I'm Shane. Nigga.
What you just want me to do? Fuck it. Man, get on there. Big yeah, yo, I'm blend like I'm sneeze. This sauce got plenty of seeds. My waist of 40, just caught me a 40. Bitch, nigga, give me your freeze. These young nigga shooters on go. I was raised on confetti, no hope. Hey, all of my bros on parole. And they don't go see that P.O. Yeah, fuck all these hoes, no care. They ain't go fuck on their friends. Hey, might fuck on no bitch and no mama. And now I do it again. Hey, trust me, this fat nigga pressure. Hey, I got the juices, ain't good luck. Hey, was down on my ass for a minute. Now young nigga eat, pile up. Big drip, I need a bucket. Just counting some racks in the bucket. I catch up this bitch that left out. Hey, she want some dick and some nuggets. Hey, the food stamp baby from nothing. Hey, I really lived it, you bitch. Hey, get on the mic and drop 60. I'm really the beat in this bitch. I'm a bum and a tick on the scale. I'm a brick, nigga. Big and be cured. Before he be clay. I'm Dre running this bitch, nigga. I'm a yay money, the switch, nigga. I'm on this bitch, nigga, popping my shit. I hop on Snapchat, just take me a pic. Hey, might slide up on your bitch. Bite the bait, then I got me a fish fillet with dick. We brought them hoes out. The banner on the show, they was sold out. Lil' hoe get like 600 likes. Man, fuck all them likes in the hood. That bitch hold out. Hey, bigger the belly, bigger the bag, nigga. Hey, I'm here to brag, nigga. We bought the sauce. Y'all some swag, niggas. Yeah, I'm here to brag, nigga. Yay.
Let's go. I ain't trying to fall in no love. Want what's in your panties? You just an unwanted nut. More like a plan B. Macho, savage. I should be ready for the goodness she wanna be down. Oh, now you think you ready, man? Please, hop on that beat though. Ain't nothing new. Hop with the truth. I come out the boot with a heat stroke. Put me in the jungle with more nigga crumble. I come out that bitch with a pico. I got nigga pissed. Now get off my dick since you taking shots like it's depot. You can miss me like Shaq at the free throw. Two motherfucking players. To be worried about you, you a square. If I fuck on your hoe, she won't tell. She your angel, but I give her hell. Oh, I swim in that pussy, no scale. I got dick in this killer, no well. She got hair like she studied at Yale. She gon' catch it, ain't talking no damn. It never fail. I got that iron on me, and I got it tucked. 100 at Louis V. I got that 9 on me, and I ain't no saint, but I call it Drew Brees. Some boy, he ride with me, and he got that double Jordan 223. Don't make him slide with me, cause she get the top and kicking like it Bruce Lee. We who they emphasize. You other little niggas, they don't give a shit about. We who you can't deny. We more like the plug, and they like the middle guys. They ask how I feel inside. I ain't been the same ever since my nigga died. Like P.O. say, nigga try. I'm with all that bullshit like I'm from the shop.
Beautiful, beautiful. My money is gorgeous, gorgeous. My honey is enticing.
Beautiful. Free game for sale.
Yes.
Hey, hey, hey. Love it, my life is so beautiful, beautiful. All of this ice is so beautiful, beautiful. All of my rights is so beautiful. Everything is so nice, it's so beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey, love how I live it so beautiful, beautiful. Love how I spit it so beautiful, beautiful. All of my kids is so beautiful. Look at my skin, it's so dark, it's so beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey, I spit the game in with beautiful look. I whipped the cane in with beautiful look. I hit the Notre Dame when I was young, cause they saw that thing, it was beautiful, beautiful. Bitch, I'm so DEA, beautiful look. My bitch so DEA, beautiful look. I had a curry and chicken, I promise you, she did the DEA, beautiful look. White girl, irrefusable look. Reputation, irrefutable look. Lifestyle, very suitable look. Street cred, very provable, beautiful. Honest sergeant, I'm recruitable. OG Gina, you can Google them. Drop the top, it's so removable. Ain't no budget, ain't no moving them. It ain't nothing you can do with them. Beautiful bitch and a bootiful. Watch how many tricks are bootiful. Titty nipples looking trueable. Heads turning, looking screwable. Selling coochie in a can, counting caddy corner in my cubicle. Ain't no telling what I do to you. Know that I do to do round and round and round and round like a hula hoop. Tryna done banging on beats, ain't no fruity little bitch. Love it, my life is so beautiful, beautiful. All of this ice is so beautiful, beautiful. All of my rights is so beautiful. Everything is so nice, it's so beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey, love how I live it so beautiful, beautiful. Love how I spit it so beautiful, beautiful. All of my kids is so beautiful, beautiful. My skin is so dark, it's so beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey. Get on the track and watch me catch a body like they throwing people. Them 10,000 Cooklands in Colorado, then we growing this legal. Sewing up the street like a needle, stacking chips and Pringles, Cheeto, Fritos, in them Doritos. We gon' go the opposite way, the police go, she gon' throw on my Vega, that my little freako. But peep though, watch out the story get deep though. Yes, I'm connected with Chico, and that's me amigo, but we do nothing illegal. But ain't nothing free but a free throw, a full black Latino, a pico de gallo burrito, a glad and not no poquito, but that's how I eat though. My pockets on Danny DeVito, my new chick, she from Puerto Rico, Canadian chick from Toledo. She get all that medicine Frito, she sell it and give it to me though. That Frito, that Frito, I touch down and light up the street though. I'm selling this game by the kilo, I'm balling like I just got chemo. Just holler my name if you Nemo. I keep people peeping through people. Got A1 for silver for Cheeto. A king of the ghetto like Zero. A neighborhood hero. Love it, my life is so beautiful, beautiful. All of this ice is so beautiful, beautiful. All of my rights is so beautiful. Everything is so nice, it's so beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey, love how I live it so beautiful, beautiful. Love how I spit it so beautiful, beautiful. All of my kids is so beautiful, beautiful. My skin is so dark, it's so beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey.
Yeah. Purple Panther. Yeah. My OG. Beautiful nigga. What it do? Hey, man. Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Thank you guys for hanging in there, man, through all the technical difficulties we've been having. Peace to everybody, man. Hey, just real quick, y'all, like I said, man, I know you you guys are tired of a lot of the little back and forth that's going on. But I think it's very important. I think it's necessary because there's a lot of confusion going on. So the dialogue is definitely needed. You know what I'm saying? So peace to everybody, man. I'm gonna shout y'all out real fast in the chat room. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Shout out to all the great ones tuned in. We got Rachel first in the building. Truth Searcher 111, Bronze Flat Power King, the original Copper Empress Holbert, Dominic Rucker, Major Keys, South Wind, Takeoff Tyson, Nonetheless, Dion, Julia, Mr. Dark Five Brother, No More, Jay Freeway, Miss Lita, Camp Powhatan, Black Wolf, Copper Aboriginal, Miss Lyrical Neville. I don't want to miss nobody, y'all. We got Seeker of Truth, Zoe Hustle. Oh yeah. Make sure I got everybody. Hey, man, peace to the guys, man. Definitely appreciate you guys tuning in. Hey, I see Mama Bear up in there. Shout out to Mama Bear. Peace to all the great ones tuned in, man. We definitely appreciate you guys tuning in. I see Huey P's in the building. Peace to the God. Shout out to Dominique, man. Miss Raina Leona is in the building. Peace, Empress. Hey, shout out to everybody, man. Hey, look, man, I don't want to waste too much time. Y'all know a lot of you guys have seen this video. If you haven't seen this video, I just want to get into it, man, because like I said, we got a lot to talk about. But I think that there's a lot of bullshit that's going on. We're talking about craniology. There's a lot of disingenuous conversations, and people don't ever show any of their work. So we're gonna show some stuff or whatever. We're gonna let them debate with these experts or whatever. But here, your brothers and sisters, we're here to decipher some of the bullshit that they're putting out. You know what I'm saying? So you got to always know that. So even when you're reading articles, you got to read between the lines, read between the bullshit, because a lot of times they like to put these words in certain places for their social, political, economic gain. So that's just what it is, y'all, man. We are the first Americans, aka Aborigines, to this land. That's America. We are the first Americans. We're the only Americans. Everybody else is immigrants, y'all. So yeah, man, we're gonna get into this video, y'all. First Americans are Black Aborigines. You know what I'm saying? This is a BBC documentary, just a little clip of that. So we're gonna get into this science of that, y'all. A lot of y'all seen this before. If you haven't seen this before, y'all gonna be able to check this out. So shout out to y'all. Hold on a second. Hey, y'all know this. Fuck fair use. Let's get it.
In the heart of the Brazilian wilderness lies a prehistoric rock shelter, decorated with thousands of strange paintings. South American archaeologists are finding unusual human remains. The skulls aren't European, but they aren't American Indian either. They belong to none of the prehistoric races known to have set foot in the New World. These skulls are as old as the Ice Age. So who were these first people to discover the Americas? And what became of them? Did they all disappear? Or did some of them survive? This is Serra da Capivara, a rocky outcrop of cliffs and valleys in a remote corner of northeast Brazil. Local farmers have long known about these rock shelters hidden behind the brush. Shelter walls are decorated with scenes from everyday life. A net to catch deer. A stick to collect honey from a beehive. A hand shielding the eyes. Here, 3 people are helping a pregnant woman give birth. Some of the paintings are harder to interpret. These curious-looking figures are thought to be men in disguise, dancing with women. Other images show human figures with decorated bodies. Some wear masks. they hint at some kind of ritual. No one yet has figured out what these scenes mean. But local farmers claim to know who originally painted them.
Os mais velhos, como os pais da gente, avô,
Our elders used to tell us they'd been made by Indians, known locally as the Fierce Ones.
Indians were the obvious candidates. Most of the people who live in northeastern Brazil today are descended from European settlers and African slaves. But these ancestral groups arrived in Brazil just 500 years ago. When the Portuguese first discovered Brazil, they found that Indians were already here. And a few of the local villagers are descendants of mixed marriages between Indians, farmers, and slaves. Indians, in fact, had been in America for thousands of years. Scientists today can tell precisely when they arrived and from where. All native peoples in South and North America belong to a racial type known as Mongoloid. They're descended from the ancient peoples of Siberia. During the Ice Age, 12,000 years ago, there was a land bridge between Siberia and Alaska. Mongoloid peoples were the first to enter the New World, or so experts thought. The Brazilian finds point to a very different story of the discovery of the Americas. The paintings on these rock shelters are much older than the Indians. Here, hunters chased giant armadillos, an animal that flourished during the Ice Age, long before the arrival of the Indians.
Y'all hear that shit?
There's a playful feel to many of the scenes. Here, a group of men are standing on each other's shoulders, just like a circus act. And here, a rare romantic moment.
Aboriginal love. That's how y'all got here.
The scenes conjure up a lost world of innocence. How long ago was this primeval paradise? French archaeologists have just finished digging in Pedra Furada, the largest of the rock shelters. Their aim was to go back in time to a period well before the arrival of American Indians. Every foot they dug took them thousands of years back into prehistory. When they reached layers 40,000 years old, they found these.
What?
Pieces of quartzite that look remarkably like stone tools. The edges on one side of the stones were flaked off. Were these stones shaped into cutting tools by human hands? If so, then the history of the discovery of the Americas would have to be rewritten. But if people had been here before the American Indians, surely there would be other traces of their presence. The archaeologists continued to dig, down to depths 50,000 years old.
That's called geology.
This. Fragments of animal bone and charcoal.
A goddamn barbecue 50,000 years ago.
For Anne-Marie Passy, one of the archaeologists involved in the dig, these fragments were proof of human occupation.
On trouvait des structures de feu.
We found structures shaped like hearths.
Alors, à côté du charbon,
next to
parfois,
the
ça dépend
charcoal,
des périodes,
depending on the
on retrouvait
period,
des
we
restes
sometimes found food leftovers of animals they may have eaten.
d'animaux qui ont peut-être consommé.
The Brazilian finds show that the New World was discovered tens of thousands of years earlier than previously believed, certainly well before the time of the American Indians. But who were these pioneers? A much earlier wave of Mongoloids, or another race altogether? Clues to the identity of the first Americans are emerging in rock shelters in the northeast and southeast of Brazil. Archaeologists there have recently unearthed human remains. Prehistoric skulls were found buried in layers of soil 9,000 to 12,000 years old. They are the oldest skulls in the Americas. And this is the oldest of them all. The skull of a young woman nicknamed Luthia by scientists. Can she tell us who the first Americans were? Walter
Now watch
Neves
this
is a
guy.
physical anthropologist at Sao Paulo University in Brazil. He's been using a standard and reliable archaeological measure, the shape of the skull, to find out what race she belonged to. He fully expected Luthia to be a Mongoloid, an ancestor of the American Indians. But then he fed the measurements into the computer.
When we start running the computer and seeing the results, it was amazing because we realized that the statistics, the quantitative analysis we were doing was not showing just people to be Mongoloid. In fact, the analysis was showing just people was anything except Mongoloid.
He want to say everything except niggas.
So who was Luthia? And where did she come from?
She sprung from the soil, motherfucker.
To find out, the skull was taken to a hospital in Rio de Janeiro to begin the process of reconstructing her face. The first stage was to make a three-dimensional CAT scan of Luthia's skull in order to build a replica. The cast was then given to Richard Neve of the University of Manchester in England, one of the world's leading forensic artists, to recreate her features.
That, to me, is a Negroid face that has all the features you associate with a Negroid face. The proportions of the face, it doesn't say anything about it being a Mongoloid.
Luthia belongs to a race found historically along the rim of the Indian Ocean, in East Africa, in the islands of South Asia, and in Australia and Melanesia. Was this then the face of a first American? Her reconstruction is confirmed by measurements Walter Nevis has taken of all his skulls.
The first reaction was not to believe in it. But as the results, repeated so many times, and the result is exactly the same thing. They are very similar to nowadays Aborigines and Africans, and no similarity at all with Mongoloids in Asia or with American Indians.
But how could Luthia be African and Australian?
No such thing as
Walter
African.
Nevis, there's a very simple explanation. Luthia is a bit of both. The first humans originated in Africa. It's known that around 100,000 years ago, waves of people migrated out of Africa. One such wave went east, and 60,000 years ago, it reached Australia. Luthia, it seems, belonged to a race of humans descended from Africans, a race that eventually became today's Australian Aborigines. But if the first people to enter the New World were the ancestors of present-day Aborigines, how could they possibly have reached the Americas? Australia and Southeast Asia are on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, more than 8,000 miles away from South America. It's true that during the Ice Age, there was a land bridge between Siberia and Alaska. In theory, the ancestors of the Aborigines could have migrated north and crossed over into Alaska. But they wouldn't have made it very far. A permanent mass of ice sat on Canada for thousands of years. That wall of ice would have blocked the way into America to both animals and humans. But could there have been another route to South America?
Il faut considérer toutes les probabilités.
One has to consider all the probabilities.
Traverser
It's much simpler to cross the ocean than to adapt to the cold of the North Pole. After all, you do need to develop a fairly sophisticated technology to survive in the cold.
But did the ancestors of the Aborigines have the technology to cross the Pacific? These are the Tiwi people, an Aborigine clan living on Bathurst Island, just off the northern coast of Australia. As far back as they can remember, their way of life has always revolved around the sea. And in these shallow tropical waters, the old-fashioned spear is still the best tool to catch crabs. But the Tiwis are very much the exception. Most Aborigines live on the mainland and have no seafaring heritage. But what about the Aborigines' very earliest ancestors? Might they have been able to navigate? Curiously, the best clues to the culture of the first Australians are to be found far away from the coasts. This is the Kimberley, a forbidding rock desert on the northern tip of Western Australia. Today, the place is uninhabited. But during the Ice Age, 20 to 50,000 years ago, these were hunting grounds for the first Aborigines. Graham Walsh, an Australian rock art specialist, has devoted his life to finding and recording their earliest traditions. The area is surrounded by rock shelters, many of them decorated with images painted tens of thousands of years ago.
Tens of thousands? So that's at least 20. 30, 40, right?
In one rock shelter, Graham Walsh has discovered a painting that is about to rewrite the history of seafaring. It's the oldest painting of a boat anywhere in the world.
Anywhere, Craig.
People in the boat have got very distinctive headdresses on, and they're associated with a type of figures that we call simple northern figures that are found in this area of the North Kimberley here. They're associated with war scenes, battle scenes where they're not using spear throwers, and so we can date that type of figure by the type of technology that they're depicted with. And it's very ancient because the spear throwers, we've dated paintings with spear throwers on as predating 17,000 years, and that's a minimum figure. I think it will go back much, much older than that, up to 50,000 years ago.
What's remarkable is that the boat seems to have been designed with a very specific purpose in mind.
You can see by the type of watercraft with the high prow on it, it appears by watercraft experts, they tell me it's an ocean-going type craft with this high nose. There's no need for all the sort of high prows and that in still water. So you're looking at some sort of craft that's been used for the open sea.
In this remote rock shelter is the first indication that the ancestors of the Aborigines did indeed have the technology to sail, and perhaps even to navigate the oceans. But why would they have wanted to cross the Pacific? The vastness of the ocean was surely a deterrent. More and more, scientists are convinced that the very first ocean crossings may have happened by accident. It's not such a far-fetched idea.
Je sais, il y a 3 ans,
3 years ago, 5 fishermen, well, only 2 made it out of the original 5, set off in the middle of a storm off Africa. They arrived here in Brazil. They decided to stay. They didn't want to return to Africa. Sure, it was an adventure, an odyssey, but they made it in just 3 weeks. They survived. And if they survived, others could have done so too.
If the ancestors of the Aborigines did reach South America by chance, they would have been the first people to settle the New World. They would have become the American Aborigines. But if this is what happened, where are their descendants? Why are
Here
there
we are.
none of these American Aborigines in North and South America today?
Because y'all reclassified us as African Americans, colored Negroes, all that dumbass
Is
shit,
that for a
nigga.
long time they lived alone in the continent, leading an idyllic life, free from invaders. After all, the land route
When did
from
we build
Asia
the
into
pyramids,
North
nigga?
America remained firmly blocked for thousands of years.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, y'all see it, man. It's a bunch of bullshit. Yo, just off the top, man. You know, when they describe, you know what I'm saying, who the people were, right? They said they were a mixture of, I think he said Africans, farmers, and slaves. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is the Africans, farmers, and slaves, yo? So it's just all in the terminology. I don't, you know, I guess you could kind of see what's, you know what I mean? Like, yo, it's just wild. Like, you know, even when they're telling the truth, they're lying. Even when they talk about the Bering Strait crossing, right? They're like, oh yeah, well, this happened, but then in theory, right? In the same sentence, say this happened, but then turn around and say, oh, but in theory, right? And then say, well, this is a 2-mile high wall that they've been able to cross. Well, here's just the facts, right? So if the ice age was what, 13 to 18,000 years ago, if you have people selling, documented, okay, documented, selling, right, the open seas, before, during, and after that, that doesn't make any sense. But they want to keep trying to fit that square peg in a round hole, right? They want, what they want to do is they say, oh yeah, right. Now, the reason why I'm going to their narrative, right, because we're going to see if their narrative is the same narrative that these guys be pushing, right? Or are they pushing the same agenda, right? We are the American Aborigines, okay? We didn't go anywhere. We're not extinct. You just killed us on paper. It's called paper genocide, okay? This is what this is. We're not gonna go back and forth. I'm not about to play with y'all. Just don't do that, okay? Now, Luzia is not the only, now this is an old video, so more discoveries have happened since Luzia, okay? Naya, for instance, right? We talked about that study, we read that up and down or whatever. They'll go through there and they like to say little stuff just like they do with Luzia. Say, oh, she resembles Australians, South Pacific Islanders, and modern Africans. How did she get here? She must have got here from somewhere else. Guess what? We got more food here. We got more structures here. Guess what? We got the oldest depiction of boats on the fucking wall. Evidence will say, according to them, that navigating the seas started in America, okay? That we hollowed out trees that fit 50 men in there and we could hit the open seas. That's according to them. According to science says that navigating the seas started in America. They're saying 50,000 years ago, but you have oldest depiction of at least 100,000 years old. That debunks that. Shit. Why is it so hard for you fools to believe that we have human beings doing things in America 50,000 years ago if you saying that there's human beings in Africa and other places 300,000 years ago? That's, you sound stupid. Yo, it's just dumb, bro. Like, you guys be saying the dumbest shit ever. It's just disrespectful, for real, for real. Just this fucking respectful. We're gonna learn your ass today, because I like I told you, you know, we come in peace, but when you guys are here pushing this colorism shit, you pushing these people's agenda. It's the same thing that they're doing. They're sitting here. Walter Neves was livid. Why is you mad? Why was you assuming that you're gonna find some Asians here? Everything but Mongoloids. He didn't want to say everything but Negroes. But the other guy, Richard Neves, said, nah, it's a Negro face. We're not going to keep going back and forth with y'all. Why wouldn't it be nothing else on the planet 10,000 BC other than Negroes? So now, since Luzia, you found Naya, right? And there's other skulls. They found the skull with Naya, right, in Mexico, that's supposedly older than her. Naya's supposed to be older, 500 years older than Luzia, right? So she's 5,000 years old, 5, right? Naya's supposed to be 12, right? And the little boy that they stole is supposed to be older than her. But guess what? They found an infant baby in Montana that's older than all of them. And according to them, because they said that baby didn't have a face, but according to his skull, he would have been a 1 to 2 year old little Negro little boy. It's not what I'm saying. This is what they're saying. Now, according to mathematics, if you don't only have Negroes on the planet 13,000 years ago, then that shouldn't even be, you know, like, oh, my bad. You know, that shouldn't be hard for you to fucking understand. Like, it's just dumb. I hate dumb people. Okay. Salute to all the great ones tuned in, but I don't like dummies, right? I don't like dummies always coming on this line trying to tell us who we are and you have no evidence of anything. We have tens of thousands of skeletons that match us right now today. Naya and Luzia match our ancestors, match us right now today. The modern so-called African American, so-called Negroes of America, we are the descendants of these people. Okay? So don't let them tell you some bullshit, Joe. And this is what they're doing. They just keep pushing bullshit on us. Yeah, we're gonna learn you. That's what we're saying. Hey, I want to pull up this Open Mihai video. Like I said, we're gonna, you know, it's for information purpose, you know, for us to get some clarity on what we got going on. But I want to pull this video up. Like I said, we're just gonna get into this thing. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room too, y'all. Y'all want to come on and talk about the video we just seen. But like I said, it's super simple. That's a shortened version of that BBC documentary. Go watch the whole thing. Stop playing with yourself, bro. Like, it's just too dumb right now. Shit is too dumb, and we gotta get this shit straight. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, let's pull this up. Hold on 1 second.
As the videos are concerned, I'm kind of going in another direction here for just a minute. As far as the videos go, I'm going to start kind of focusing a little bit more on the my particular tribal things. I just wanted to do some history type things on it. Maybe patience.
Yesterday, open the I seen the new man. David Taylor came through there.
Genealogy
came through there.
You know, we've seen Wanagi's dropped a few things about genealogy. Kuda Mayo has gone over this quite a bit as well, and myself. Yeah, Radames, put your email in here, and I will send you the link. So yeah,
My
just
bad,
put
I'm
your
back.
email. Oh, you good in there? You good?
Yeah, about genealogy, I just want to say, it may seem hard for some, it may seem impossible, but it is possible actually. There's ways to go around it. There's
That's cool,
some
man.
people may be harder than others, but you never know in your family. Every family is different, and you may be able to go all the way back to the first person that encountered either the Europeans, or if they descend from the so-called Black Europeans or anything like that. You will know. So try it out if you haven't. There's
This
great
guy switched.
genealogical websites that have tools like family trees that you can build yours, and if you put the more info you put, the more accurate it is. It'll start matching records that exist. There are scanned census records, birth, deaths, marriage certificates, military records, land grants, land. When you sell land, or all kinds of records that'll match. You'd be amazed at what's in there and what stories are in there actually too regarding your family. They might be founders of certain towns and cities. You never know. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, and please remember to utilize not just one singular website, but numerous.
Yeah, must cross-reference. That's a must.
Yeah, you're going to have to cross-reference. Generally, if you can't find on one, you'll be able to find on another, and continually cross-referencing back and forth. And once you get to a certain point, there are some websites that'll literally lead you back to the 1600s, 1500s. Just be sure to enjoy and remember, as far as doing genealogy, it's not always the destination, but you got to enjoy the trip.
Yeah, and don't do it trying to find what only you want. Like,
right,
you only want, if you only want to see if your family's an Indian, or if you only want to see if your family's European, or because you might end up finding something whole different about your family that you may not even agree with, but it's your family. It's many lines, not just one. It's every generation doubles, and so yeah, just keep going at it, and go into it with an open mind. That's what I would say.
Absolutely. Relative. So I'm gonna put the link in here. Please come up here respectfully. Don't make me regret this. So I'm going to try. This is my first time doing this, so please, I'm going to put the link in here. So there it is for anybody. I don't know if that went in there or not, but for anybody that wants to come on, go ahead and click that link, and I'll go ahead and bring you in, and you could talk with us. But yeah, with genealogy, like these brothers are saying, we got to be honest with it, with what we find. So again, if it shows up that you got European ancestry, or African ancestry, or whatever it may be, go ahead and embrace it, because all of us have these different people that we descend from. So again, just embrace it. Whatever it is you find. So again, tackle it hard. It's going to be a tough journey with genealogy, but you're going to find something there. So definitely going to find something. All right, we got Rodimus Prince. What's good, Rodimus?
Peace and honors, relatives. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, brother. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm gonna let you go in there.
All right. How's everybody today?
Oh, we're good, brother.
Yeah, doing pretty good.
That's good. That's good to hear. Peace and high morale to the chat. Hope everybody's in the spirits today. Just had to come up here and kick it with the relatives real quick. I was going to be on here a little bit longer with y'all, but my grandmother actually wants me to drop her off somewhere. So I'm probably step off if y'all still on and live. By the time we get back, I'll jump back on. But I definitely had to say peace to all the relatives. I had some questions, but I'm gonna probably hold that. My grandmother, she's gonna need my attention. So I'll probably jump back on if y'all still on. All right.
Yep, no worries, brother.
Oh yeah, hey, you got to take care of the elder first, my friend.
Yep,
most definitely.
Absolutely.
But I'll be in the chat.
All right, brother.
All right.
The genealogy got to do anything with the genie in the bottle.
All right. So again, if anybody else wants to come up, I put the link out there for anyone to click on. If you got any questions for the three of us up here, go ahead and come on in. So again, like I was saying before, I would like to start doing, oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to play something for you guys. So give me just a second here. Kudameo or Anu, if y'all wanted to kind of take over for just a minute.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Yeah,
sure.
Kiowa actually put in the chat, going into genealogy to follow the trail, expectations might leave you disappointed. That's real. Don't ever go into genealogy expecting a specific result. That's what Kudimeo was saying, because sometimes you may find quite contrary to the belief. Understanding and figuring out migration patterns, where these people were, where the tribes were at the time, surnames, people who are incorporated with the tribes, that's phenomenal. But you'll also find out that there are certain names that are actually, they've been changed in order to make them, the names sound more Indian-esque, we'll say. So if you go back through and you'll find one name that turns into another, it's generally because when people came in and moved in, they changed their name to sound more fitting when it got over here. But you'll learn a lot about that. I'm not going to get into that right now, but yeah, you'll find a lot about genealogy.
Yo, peace,
Absolutely.
peace.
We got the brother David Taylor on the panel. What's good, David?
What up with you? How y'all feeling?
We're good, brother. Doing
Got a
well.
quick question. You said you're gonna go more into your specific tribe.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I got a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I noticed in North Carolina, I'm gonna go in specific to where my people are located.
Okay.
In
Absolutely.
North Carolina, there's a place called Warren.
Mm-hmm.
It looks as if, and my grandmother's people's last name is Alston, Alston.
Mm-hmm.
You told me before, you were like, send me your chart, send me your genealogy. I did not send it because I was dealing with my mother's death, but
Gotcha.
she's already gone now. So here's my question.
Sorry
though.
to hear that.
Oh no, it's all of it. It happens. All right, here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
Warren, before it was named Warren, it was called Orange County. Before it's called Orange County, it's actually called Africa County.
Mm-hmm.
I did some research on Africa County. Africa County has nothing to do with Africa.
Mm-hmm.
He said it was because it was so many colored people there. I don't know what that means, but that's what was there. I also looked into something that said White Indians of Warren County.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's my question. My grandparents, my grandmother, her people, they didn't speak English. It looks as if they got, I don't know how it happened. It looks as if they leave from Warren, go to a place called Rocky Mount, end up in Baltimore. There's a people there called the Lumbee in Baltimore. That is where my grandmother's people hung out at. My grandmother's people do not look like me. They are literally a reddish skin tone. Short, too. I dug into the Lumbee in that area. From what I understand, they had 96 blocks of Baltimore specifically for the Lumbee people that were coming from all different regions of the Carolinas, Virginia, and places like that. I'm a little bit lost on the Alston. The reason why is because there's two different variations of the last name Alston. There's Austin, and then there's Aston. Have you been able to decipher what is the difference between them both?
And then
Generally,
I'll let you go
generally,
into that.
yeah. Generally, there is no difference. Spellings. Some people write down an L, some people write down a U. You'll find numerous families that have the exact same name, but different spellings. You'll find families that come from the same area. For instance, one that I always reference is the Abrahams. And a lot of people, there's groups in North and South Carolina, and they have the Abraham last name. But as the family separated, one became Branham and the other became the Abram. And then the third was Abraham. They're all variations of the exact same name. Considering they do come from Fort Christiana back in 1716, when the Saponi and the Catawba started to split off and migrate, that was just one of the spellings, only because at the time some of the people still spoke the Tutelo language. So when they were, transitioning and coming out, then some of the variations, and you'll learn that sometimes the spelling isn't actually the spelling, it's the census taker who was there. The census takers at the time were individuals who were deputized. They didn't have to have the best or the greatest education. They were trying to grab enough people to go around and get everyone's names, what they do on the census. So it wasn't necessarily up to the individual. It was up to the census taker. So if the census taker walked past you and was like, oh, they're really light skinned, we'll just mark them down as white. Or if the census taker didn't know how to spell your name and he wasn't going to ask you, he would literally put down, instead of an AU, he'd be like ALSTON, or you'll find it ALSTIN, AUSTIN. But it's all generally the same name. And some people actually took on the name of what the census taker wrote to make it easier.
Okay.
So I hope that helps just a little bit.
It does. I noticed something else too that was a little bit I didn't really understand it, but same thing with the Austin. They were labeled as mulattoes. 18 in the entire family was labeled as mulattoes. 18 literally from 1830 up until 1930. 1930, when I found them on the census in Baltimore, they were labeled as Negroes. So I actually did speak to someone who's a part of the Lumbee tribe. Her last name was Alston, ALSTON. And I asked her, I said, hey, her name was Amberlina. And I asked her, I was like, hey, how did you connect with the Lumbee tribe with that last name? They don't have that written down on their family of 4 names. So she told me, well, we're adopted. My family was adopted into another family. And they were from Halifax County. So I was like, okay, this is around the same area as Warren. I don't know. It just seems like a big, and then there's a big distinction. Like they're very specific when it comes to the last name, the spelling of the last name. So I was wondering, why is it so specific? Why are they doing it that way? And then there's no reference as to why are these 2 names spelled so different? Why is the same name spelled so differently?
Yeah, that part of genealogy, when you start doing it, if you really do it from the beginning to all the way to your lines, you're going to notice not only the last names but the first names. Like Anu was saying, there's so many different reasons as why there's different variations of it, but it's all the same. Most of the time, it's all the same family. It's just being spelled differently everywhere in the census. Sometimes they would hear it a certain way and they would just write it down. A lot of people didn't write that well, and it's just like putting it down. But it's most of the time it's the same families. It's not like it's different groups. You'll notice that with so many different surnames and so many different first names all over the census. It's a fact that most everybody has this in their genealogy. Just like that, the names would be the same person would have 5 different variations of her name, but it's the same person because you find the same person with the same kids, same location, same husband in the different census.
Okay. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Well, there's a family. There's actually a family that most people are familiar with. It's down in North Carolina, but they're pronounced 7 different ways. Some people call them the Chavez, but they're actually the Chavis, Chavis. But
I've seen them.
Yeah,
I've seen them all over the census, dude. I've seen that particular family, and then I saw a report that said that when the Portuguese came through earlier on, or maybe when the Spanish came through earlier on, it looks like they had something to do with Mexico. I know somebody in Mexico gave the Spanish some type of you can start up a settlement there. They moved up from North Carolina. I'm sorry, they went to North Carolina, started a settlement. And it looks as if the Cherokee destroyed it. And I guess in that area, it was a silver mine. So I don't know, man. I did see that Brave Boy or Brave Boy, a lot of different families, but Chavis or Chavis, that one in specific, I did see that family as a part of a core name of a certain tribe.
Yeah, you also find it written as Shavers and Chavis with the actual SH, like SHAVERS, SHAVIS, CHAVIS, CHAVERS. I mean, it has so many variations. So a person could be a Chavis. That's the way I've been known to pronounce it growing up, Chavis. But you also hear Chavis, and you've also heard people called Chavez. And people are under the influence that the name is of Spanish descent, but sometimes it's just a mispronunciation. Not saying the name Chavez isn't could have some form of Spanish origin, but when you're in the Carolinas, generally it's the Chavis, and it was just spelled wrong. So now they're like, oh, their last name is Chavez, but no, it's still Shavers or Chavis.
Okay.
So sometimes it's just a mispronunciation.
Now, if you got Europeans that are coming in with this similar surname, they didn't just settle in one area. Some of them went over to Mexico, some of them in the south, some of them in the north. So the name, wherever it went, it was adapting also to the local languages and stuff. So that's why you would see. It doesn't mean it originated in Mexico, but it may be related to the same people who settled in North Carolina and everything, and amalgamated and assimilated with the local Aborigines.
Exactly.
Yeah, I did see that as well. As a matter of fact, I found a source that labeled the Austin, AUSTIN. Again, I'm only just repeating what was on what I saw. Something to do with Austin, Texas. It looks like the guy who started Austin, Texas, or started the settlement. He was I don't know. It started with the E, Emperor or something like that, and his family branched out with about 300 other families. So I don't know, man. Again, it's a little bit confusing. I do see that the Austins in North Carolina also had like some slaves that a widow she like set free. They started a colony somewhere from Virginia. They went to North Carolina. Then that settlement got destroyed. So I don't know, man. It's a little bit, for me, North Carolina in specific. Now that I'm looking at it real heavy, it's a little bit weird, dude.
Oh yeah, it is. And you'll get names that people assume that are indigenous names that aren't. Like, for instance, Lightfoot. I've seen people who are like, man, the Lightfoot name. Lightfoot is English. That name actually came from England. Then you have the name Morningstar. Morningstar, it's actually German. It's Morgenster. When they came over, they wanted to get rid of the name because it was Germanic, and they didn't want to be looked at as people who were time with the Holocaust and everything going on. They didn't want to come over and have really heavy German names, so they changed their last name to Morningstar. So there are different variations of names that would be assumed to be indigenous that are actually people who came over, and when they changed the name, and also when they began to be with the indigenous people and the indigenous cultures, the name started to switch and change. So yeah, but the Austin name and the Alston, it's pretty much the same, just different families took it down differently. That's why I use the Abrahams, the Branhams, and the Abrams. It's still the same name, but it kind of divides off. So
have you noticed, a New Breed, have you noticed when you're looking at certain locations, how they leave out the Indian frontiersmen? Have you noticed that? Like, whenever you look into it, like especially for the Alston family, ALSTON in specific, they have they meet up at this place called Cherry Hill Plantation. They meet up at this place, all the Austins, the white and the black ones, they meet up together, and they do this, like, I really don't know what they call it. To me, it just looks like a front to eliminate the possibility that these are American Indians. It just looks a little bit weird. Have you noticed that whenever they talk about a settlement, you only notice like certain groups of people, the American Indian is no longer involved? Have you noticed that, like when it comes to writing, like they don't really mention, especially if you're beyond 1830, I would highly doubt that everybody who was originally from that area, they would just run away to let someone else start a colony. You know what I mean? Like I'm kind of seeing that as well, where when I look at these documents, the American Indian just isn't referenced at all.
Yeah, you'll generally find anything after 1813. That's when the term Indian starts to leave, especially in the East Coast because of the Indian Removal Act. Many people started to declare themselves to be Egyptian, Turkish, Spaniard, Negro. There are many different terms that were used at that time. There's actually a story, I have to get it to reference it, but one Turkish man lived in an Indian county, and it was in North Carolina, and these were whack-a-mole. But because the man was Turkish, his father was Turkish, his mother was indigenous, they called all the people Turkish. So it became a Turkish installation, but that wasn't true. He was the only half Turkish person there. So as it began to happen, during the Indian Removal Act, you had to make a choice. If you claim your indigenous heritage, you were moved. If you did not claim your indigenous heritage and you said you were something else, it was easier to keep your land. So it wasn't a transition from indigenous land to non-indigenous land on some occasions. But there were occasions where people would be like, all right, well, I'm just going to say I'm not Indian. And what happens is if I change my own, if I change what I am, as far as on paperwork, I get to keep my land and my family keeps their land. And if you kept your indigenous heritage and you claimed it, generally you are going to get pushed west of the Mississippi. So that's where you'll learn a lot of people as far as the culture. Sorry for taking so long to answer that.
No, you're good.
As far as the culture, many people gave it up in order to stay where they were at. So giving up their indigenous heritage and claiming something else allowed them to keep family lands, family houses, things like that. So sorry about that.
Oh, no, it's all good, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of they didn't just go away like you're saying. It wasn't always colonization and invasion. They actually amalgamated and married into the indigenous families. And they kept, it was more like a new saying, it was more proper at that time, more convenient to just go by the European surname or declare yourself whatever, like you were saying, an Indian. And then sometimes it was the opposite. It was more convenient to claim you're Indian than European, because even Europeans are coming in as indentured servants. So it depends on your region and your specific family. That's why we can generalize right now, but you have to really actually go into your personal genealogy to see the story, to see the background of everybody.
Definitely, man. Hey, you guys answered my questions, man. Thank you all.
All right,
Oh, no
David,
problem.
appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, thanks for stepping up, man, and wonderful questions. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Absolutely. Hey, Anu or Kuda Mayo, G West wanted to know, do either one of you know anything about the name Spotted Horse as a, I think, indigenous surname, maybe?
Not me personally. I would have to do the research.
Spotted Horse?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's a name that's been passed down. You'll find that name generally in Oklahoma. You're going to find it in actually everywhere west of the Mississippi. Spotted Horse was an individual. I'm not going to say it was a surname. Spotted Horse was a famous Indian revolutionary. So the name Spotted Horse became one that was more or less engraved in history. And you can find some of these names. As far as looking them up, because a lot of those names, say for instance, a Spotted Horse, Dragon Canoe, different names. There are individuals in history who had those specific names in those specific tribes, but they weren't necessarily
That's not true.
specifically to that tribe. You get what I'm saying? So you could have one from the Siouan Nation whose name is Spotted Horse, one from the Algonquin Nation whose name is Spotted Horse, because when some of the indigenous cultures named their children, they would name it after what they saw in something in nature. Generally, the child was born and it would get a name, something from nature, and then as it grew, the child would get something that it I'm not going to say mimicked, but what it began to act like. So when you were dealing with something, if you were strong, if you were, you know, wise, if you were a individual who dealt with medicine, you might get the name with something having to do with bear. If you were fast, strong, and cunning, you would have something to do with cat. If you were loving and someone who cared, you would get the name and have something to do with deer. So generally, your name when you got older started to imitate the animal or the thing that you were. So once again, that's me rambling.
Oh, you're good, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, she was curious about that. I told her to come up if she wanted to, you know, if she had any more questions for anybody, she'd come on up.
Is we here or is this a tape?
So again, you know, I want to kind of start to move the focus a little bit with, you know, the videos that I'm doing on, you know, the Siouan tribes, Sapani, Tutelo, Catawbas, you know, people, because a lot of the history, as far as these tribes are concerned that, you know, we're a part of, sorry, I'm just trying to see what G West is saying. So, I mean, you know, we haven't really gone into a lot of history on it video wise, but I did want to play something for you guys. It's over the, it's about the Occaneechi Indians that I found on YouTube. Anu, did you want to give a little bit of history on Occaneechi? Just briefly.
Yeah, I can do a quick one. Yeah, many of the Occaneechi, you're talking about the Occaneechi band of the Sapani, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Occaneechi.
Under the Treaty of Fort Christiana, they were back there in 1714. The word Occaneechi is generally described as friend. So, friend of the Sapani, but yeah, strong group, very loyal group. They came, if I remember correctly, they came out of the Carolinas with the Sapani who were moving north back home into the Ohios. So you'll find Occaneechi, you'll find them in Virginia, West Virginia, you'll find them in North Carolina, and you can find them up in Ohio. Some of the Saponi that came up north, they started to move over into the New York area. But yeah, just a general basis, Siouan group, Siouan speaking dialect, Tutelo group of the Saponis. So that's in a nutshell.
Appreciate that, sir. So, again, I wanted to play a quick video. Hopefully this doesn't get flagged. But fair use, this is for educational purposes, YouTube, so please do not flag me. All right, so let me do the share screen real quick. And to the chat. So as you guys see the video here, you know, just kind of take it in of what you're seeing in the history that you're going to hear, the people that you see. So this again is it's called Our People, Occaneechi Band of Sapani Nation. All right, so I'm gonna play this here. You guys let me know if you can or can't hear this.
Hey, this is called Our People, y'all. So P game, Our People.
And then Kudamel, can you hear that?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can hear it just fine.
Listen to the music.
I hear your voices. I feel your presence. I know your pain. I acknowledge your existence. I know you are with me, ever present. You give me strength when I think I have nothing left to give. I will give your struggle a voice. I will make your sacrifices known. I will tell the world our story. Your lives will be validated. Your cries will be heard. Your existence will have not been in vain. I am learning the lesson.
Can you make the screen bigger, please?
Stepping in your footsteps. I am heeding your call. I will revive our songs,
Turn it up just a little.
our ceremonies, our dances. This will be passed on for future generations to share. We will survive. We did survive. I do this. I carry this bundle to honor you.
I want to stop right here for just a second. So this lady right here that my cursor is on, so I've seen her picture quite a bit online. A lot of times when you pull up, if you look up Cherokee, she'll pull up into that. But you'll see her again in this video. She is an Occaneechi of the Sapani, of the band of the Sapani. So she is a Siouan woman, just to let everyone know. And you see the different kinds of people that are here. So just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
I'm Tony Hayes, tribal chairman of the Occaneechi Saponi tribe. We want to welcome you to Occaneechi land. The Occaneechi are located primarily in Alamance, Orange, and Caswell County. We've approximately got a membership base on our tribal rolls of a little over 900. We're pretty excited. We just broke the 900 mark. We've always talked about being the smallest tribe in North Carolina, and I think we're coming close to a couple of the other tribes. The Occaneechi are what I consider a very progressive people and a very aggressive tribe from the standpoint that even though we're small, we feel like that we use our smallness to our advantage. We feel we're very nimble in getting things done. We have embarked on a couple of really exciting projects in the last couple of years. We have relocated our tribal offices to much nicer facilities. We are working on our village project. We're looking to do some other things as far as working with our youth and continuing to try to perpetuate our culture.
Camping out, nigga.
At Anu, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
What is this structure called here that we're looking
Wigwam.
at? A wigwam. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
That's a deluxe TP, nigga. Wigwam. That's an extra wide TP, motherfucker. Hey, what about Billy Bob right here, though? This y'all people too?
River Valley
Huh?
migrating Piedmont area of Virginia and North Carolina.
Y'all some fuck niggas, bro.
They were the
You
ancestors
some people,
of
dog?
people like the Tutelo, the Sispahaw, the Occaneechi, and the Saponi. The ancestors of our community in Alamance County today settled in the Piedmont of Virginia and over the years moved back and forth into what is North Carolina and Virginia. In 1676, they were living around present-day Clarksville, Virginia, on a series of islands in the Roanoke River. During Nathaniel Bacon's rebellion in 1676, the Occaneechi were defeated in battle and subsequently scattered. Some of them moved down into what is now Orange County, North Carolina, settled along the Eno River. In 1701, John Lawson, an English explorer, found them at what he called Occaneechi Town and visited them for a while. After 1701, there were a series of movements by the tribe back up into Virginia, back down into North Carolina, at certain times even staying with the Catawbas down in what is now Rock Hill, South Carolina. But by the mid 1700s, the Occaneechi were back in Southside Virginia and had settled at what was called Fort Christiana, Virginia. This was a trading fort run by the Virginia colony. The idea being that they would have all the Piedmont Indians settle around the fort. They would teach them English, convert them to Christianity, and use them as sort of a buffer between the Virginia colony and the, if you will, the wilder Indians.
They taught them what?
Like
Christianity. Interesting.
The fort was not economically viable and quickly went out of business by about 1750. Now, in the mid to late 1700s, the Occaneechi and their descendants began to assimilate and pick up European lifestyles. They were owning their land like their white neighbors. They were starting to speak English, live in English-style houses, and wear European clothing. In the late 1700s, they began to move back down the old trading path and settle in what is now northeastern Alamance County, in what came to be called the Little Texas community. The earliest families were families like the Jeffrieses, the Whitmores, the Joneses, the Corns, the Haithcocks, and they would later be joined by other families coming down out of Virginia. The people quickly adopted the Baptist faith. Most of the people still are some flavor of Baptist even today. They began farming, founded churches like Martin's Chapel, Jeffrey's Cross. In 1984, the tribe formally organized, and today you have the Occaneechi Band of the Saponi Nation, which is the smallest of the 8 state recognized tribes.
Now, for anyone who's confused, the guy that was just talking, his name is Forrest Hazel. He was giving some history.
Yeah, you're confused.
He's a federal recognition, I believe it said officer, but he is just giving some historical information.
Make who? Greetings. I am Morstar. I am Yes. I am Occaneechi. I say that we hid in plain sight. We assimilated to a degree, and the adoption of Christianity and community churches was one of those measures of survival and hiding in plain sight. And it's where my people could gather in mass during the time that it was unlawful and unwise and dangerous for certain groups of people to gather together in mass. So you could use the church as information dissemination as well as community gatherings. Churches are a viable part. They're still a viable part.
A viable part for them to spy on our community. Shut up.
Together, be it for fish fries, baby showers, worship, and you still get information from the church. So it's still a part of our community. It's a hub.
You still get indoctrination from the church. I just wanted to add that. I just wanted to read through the lines. That's what you get from the church, indoctrination.
The graveyard, because we are people of oral tradition, we didn't write down things. And so the graveyard and the headstones on the graveyard are a record of our people. And it's also where our people are buried. But even in this land is the bones of my ancestors. But being able to look back and have a written record, a documented record, it's about identity, it's about community, you know where you come from. And like I said earlier, it gives you roots, it gives you a foundation. And once you know who you are and where you come from, there's no ceiling on anything that you can do. But churches were important and they still are important.
In Pleasant Grove, this is where we are right now in our community, we have two primary churches. From the early 1900s, we have Martin's Chapel, which this is Martin's Chapel, and we have Jeffrey's Cross, which is approximately 1.5 miles down the road. The membership of both churches has been predominantly American Indian or attended by people from my community and my core families since the early 1900s when these churches were established. At this church, our community cemetery stands, which has been in existence for more than 150 years. The people that are buried in our community cemetery are my ancestors and our core family members. Our Homeland Preservation Project is our most ambitious project to date. Our Homeland Preservation Project is going to incorporate the pre-contact village that we relocated from Hillsborough, North Carolina to our land in Pleasant Grove. The village is complete and is a popular attraction for school children and the general public in the local area. The second phase of the project is to reconstruct a series of farms. The first is a 1840s farm, and the second is a Depression era farm or sharecroppers farm, to show people the example of the evolution of farming throughout the community. The last phase of our project, Homeland Preservation Project, is a series of orchards, including apples, grapes, chestnuts, and pawpaws, which were native to our area before contact. Now, the apples were introduced. However, we're specifically leaning toward planting heirloom apples and apple trees so people can understand that those type of apples really proliferated throughout the communities back from contact era in the 14 and 1500s all the way up to the mid 30s.
This is a portion of the Homeland Project that we have here, and this is a replica of a 16th century village. This is where our school groups will be coming.
Y'all hear this
up
shit?
at the powwow grounds and also across the bridge down here, the wetland. Now, in October, we'll have our school kids out here for school day.
Y'all hear this
all
shit,
over
man?
the place. At school day, we have about we have 5 or 6 stations. They'll come in and the schools will split up. We have a station for dance and drum. We have a station of hunting skills, cooking, and they go into the village, and we have history there. So the school kids, the school children are able to come in and find out that Indians are still here. They're in the school systems, they're in the banks, they're everywhere. And this gives the children an idea that Indians are not just out west and in Cherokee, and that we are here in Alamance County and have been here since day one. And so this gives us an opportunity, even for our our children, to have pride in what we are doing. And the children now in the tribe are coming out. I've noticed in the last 2 or 3 years, our children are coming out. They're wanting to get in there and learn. They want to learn about primitive skills and weapons, and what I do, and also about dance. And they're learning the language. And there, at our museum and the cultural center where we get it built, we'll be teaching classes there. We started powwows in '84, and then we up in Mebane and out in what we call the Red Land. And then we moved them into Hillsboro. We were able to grow there. We grew pretty nice there. Then that was not our land. And so Hillsboro is changing. Hillsboro is changing, progress. And so then we moved into our homeland and we're doing powwows there now.
That was not our land. Keywords. That was not our land.
You heard that too?
Keywords.
Right. We ain't got no land. Where you come from, sir?
The tribal logo features a red-tailed hawk, which is common to our area, and an Indian in the water in a canoe, which represents our people on the Eno River. Our tribal logo has been.
Hey, look at the logo. Hold on. Look at that logo.
All of our official documents, and we're very proud to have had that donated to us by Mr. Joe Lyles. The official mosaic tile of the tribal logo is now housed in the Orange County Government Center in Hillsboro, North Carolina, not only for representation of our former village in Hillsboro,
Man, these niggas stupid.
but
Hey, Chief, you didn't notice that they didn't move the motherfucking the comments up when you and
All right, Joe, we
Grizzly
back.
was going
We
at him,
back.
right?
So that was a little bit of history on the Occaneechi band of the Sapani Indians. So that's why I played that. Again, you know, the purpose of me playing that video was to show some history of the people. So, you know, again, this is my channel. You know, if you don't like what you're seeing on here, sorry. So, I mean, these are people who are tied to the tribes that we're a part of. And, you know, I want to again play their history.
Hold the line.
The new Akuta Mayo, did you have anything you want to add?
Hold the line. Like, you don't have to apologize for the truth.
Hey, well, the history of the individual, you know, and the history of the group, it's something they know and that they're learning. You know, it's kind of a thing that
Like,
they
you don't have to
learn
apologize for the truth,
gradually,
brother. Like,
and something that's passed down. So, you know, to each their
okay,
own.
pass
Really.
down, that don't make it accurate, though.
Absolutely. So, we've been going for a little while. I think we can go ahead and shut her down. I'll let Akuta Mayo and Anu get their final words.
Brother, they just said they didn't have a land. Like, what?
Yeah,
what
just remember, with everything coming up, study, learn how to survive, learn how to hunt, fish. Be sure to get out there,
we
get your
got
seeds,
that already. Like, wait a minute.
get to camping, and get on survival. Because not a lot of people know what.
That's it, right?
So that's the thing. I'm gonna keep pressing. Get on survival. Start to get everything together. Your bug out bag, your bug in bag, whatever goes on. We don't know how long this economy is gonna last. So you know that's my big thing is survival. If you already ready, you don't got to get ready. So keep an eye out and just look out for the signs. And that's all I really got to say. Enjoy.
Appreciate you, brother. Akuta Mayo.
Yeah. Whatever.
Thanks for having me, Opie.
Yeah, I swear,
Yeah, no
man.
worries, my brother.
Billy
Thanks for
was
being here.
running like a
All
wild
right,
mountain.
relatives. So we're gonna go ahead and shut her down. And peace to everyone out in the chat.
Chief Billy was over there in their chat tearing their ass up. That's why they shut it down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was trying to get on the panel. They was like, nah.
Hey, on some real though, hey, Chief, I was in the back. You and Grizzly was tearing them niggas up, man. I just stayed in the back.
I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing no more. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna be quiet.
Smoking like a Steezo pack around here, or Cootie Mayo pack. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all better stop playing.
That shit was so
That
goddamn funny.
motherfucker just said it. They don't have no land. Like
Yeah,
what?
something
Like
like
wait a
that.
minute.
Yo, it's
Hold
so
up.
much. It's so.
Hey Dominic, hey listen though, you should have
Hold
been
on,
in the bill.
I want
Hold
Amani
on,
to
hold on,
come
hold on,
on
hold on,
though.
hold on, hold on. You should have been over there in the bill when the bill was going on. I was in the back just watching because I seen Grizzly and Goat back there. You know, Billy was just going at him, and I'm like, good,
Right.
I don't have to step in. But them two niggas, boy, they fucked the
Right.
whole shit up to where they had to shut down. They wouldn't let
Damn.
AP get on the. They wouldn't let AP get on the channel. He kept asking, "Why ain't y'all block? Why y'all blocking me?" They was getting mad. He was there tearing their ass up, bro. That shit was hella funny. I ain't even got to get in that shit. I was like, they got him.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. Like I'm not the smartest nigga in the world, but I ain't the dumbest nigga either. You understand?
You
like damn.
Nah,
Like,
I gotta
Hey,
hear.
that's
I gotta
like
hear.
that's like a
Hold
flagrant
on.
foul, man. That was a
Hold on.
flagrant
Hold on.
foul.
Hold on. So I was kind of confused. Amani said that these guys was idiots, right? And then he said,
Right.
then he shouted out Cootie Mayo, Noble. I didn't hear nothing from him. He was quiet as church mouse the whole time right there. So I
That
don't
part.
know. Yeah. He don't have nothing to teach, by the way. Just wanted to say that. Teach us on the Southern tribes in Costa Rica or something. I'd rather hear that, and I want to hear about that. But then once again, we know who the Aborigines of Costa Rica are. Y'all see how this
Right.
works? I don't want to
Right.
go back and forth with y'all. We
Right.
know that people came here. We know that. So don't try to start putting these people back in time periods, skating across ice rinks and shit. Fuck all that, man. I don't have time to play with y'all. I'm going to embarrass you. Keep playing these little games y'all playing. Y'all gonna get embarrassed. So I'm gonna tell y'all, stop playing around. Stop telling us, oh, the Negroes are this, but now you trying to push us off to Africa, push us off to embrace your African.
No, hold on. They were showing pictures from. They're showing pictures from the 1900 of motherfuckers in teepees, bro. That's
Hey,
what was killing me.
hey, can I is it okay, Chief, if I give the Bible a little bit of credit? Like the Bible say a tree is planted by the waters, right? Right.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
so like we should not be moved. Like that holds some precedence. Like no, like zero tolerance for that shit. Like we was planted by the waters, right? So my nigga, like no, like that's ignorance. That's
Hey,
subliminal.
man,
That's
you ain't no lie, man. Dude was lying. Remember how dude was trying to explain why he's replanting apple trees so they can. He didn't even know the time period. He didn't even say that the indigenous apple or none of this shit. He was talking about
righteous,
reconstruction. Yeah,
righteous,
reconstruction. Yep.
righteous. Like god damn, man.
That was man. That's why I said if anybody in back chat was in that bill when it was going on, my neck was so hot, but I kept slapping my forehead because I'm crying, laughing, watching Billy and motherfucking Grizzly just go crazy, going at these niggas about it. I'm like, I didn't even want to get in it. I'm gonna let these niggas disrupt the shit and kill it. They need to kill that bill. That bill should have been shut down. That's buffoonery, man. That's fuckery. We all know that the motherfucking mestizo mongoloid motherfuckers is not the same people. I don't know why they trying to adapt these motherfucking European ass goddamn Switzerland tribes into the motherfucking American Indians. Bro.
I know why they getting paid for
Switzerland
this shit.
tribes.
They getting paid.
I mean, for real,
Yeah,
Germany and
Switzerland
Switzerland
tribes.
tribes, you know, these motherfuckers from Sweden and shit. You know what I'm saying? USSR tribes and shit. Motherfuckers
Hey,
come with swastikas on their arms.
Sal was showing earlier. Straight, oh man, straight village people, man. This shit crazy as fuck, yo. I
Yeah,
don't
Hey,
know.
man.
y'all was talking about how
Hey,
plants. I think brother said something about how the plants was planted by the water or something.
Right.
Right.
Sure
So
enough.
cool. I want to elaborate on that for a second, if I may.
do your thing.
Always,
Huey P, what to do, bro?
your thing.
Greatness to the great ones. What's up, Chief? What's up, Zoe? What up, family? Everybody to the chat and and on the panel, man.
Peace to the God.
I was thinking about plants. Y'all know I hear words and I hear.
Right.
So plants dealing with the planet, right?
Get it then.
Huh?
Get it. Go in. Go.
Oh, cool. So planet
Yeah.
was a plant. The tree, right? Was like the center. Some people said, you know how they be, I don't know if y'all flat earthers, but they be saying that the true north was like a tree, was a center, right?
Right.
And you was making an allegory about the Bible, and they was saying sinners, but the sinner to me sound like the sinner when we was in our mommy tummy, which was the motherland, the land that we landed in, right? She had her feet planted on solid ground, so she wouldn't move. She was still like water. Her
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So she didn't want to be moved. What? So we was planted. We was part of what you said, this tree. We was branches. This is why they have corporations and branches and different branches of, you know what I mean? Cool. Right. So, but it all came
aftermath.
It's about this tree that we talking about. So this tree and this water, right? It sounded to me like allegory when you talk about Atlantis, and I'm in Atlanta, right?
Right. Come on.
It's a fish dish, a bowl, right? Inside of this fish dish, it's a hole, right? A fish, right? Inside of there is many eggs, right? You know how the fish can have plenty eggs. It's almost like we was inside of the
tadpoles.
Hear me, Lord.
Tadpoles. That's what a sperm cell is, a tadpole.
A tadpole from the sperm cell like nature. So where we came from was like Atlantis or the Sumerian tabs, where the Sumerians, where they was like Moors, Maurines, or some Sumerers, Royines.
Right.
So when they was talking about the ones who traveled, and Moors was the one who anchored their boat with the ships, the anchored the ship down. So the ankles were the ankles. Our ankles was our anklets.
Okay. Feel right.
And so we standing deep in the ocean, we're knee deep in this bitch. From the waist down, we had fins, which is our fenders. The fins when we splash, you know, the fender benders.
That part.
The fender benders. You know how you get into a fender bender and then it might wreck because you bumped into somebody. It was like a bumper.
Hey, hold on. Stop right there real quick.
Yes, sir.
I got something to add to the fender. Now, a lot of American Indians have a structural build within their cardio, like within their what they call the middle of your chest area from your stomach to your shoulders.
Shit. Sternum.
Sternum, yeah.
Yeah, sternum. Okay. So within sternum, you got the engine, the motor, you got the water pump, you got the fenders. The fenders are actually when you are able, like when you're in shape and stuff, you can spread your chest and your fenders come up under your arm. They call them wings.
Okay.
And then the fenders. Hold on, Huey. Hold on. And then while you spreading them, you got 3 to 4 more muscles on top of your ribs. Those are the fender, the wing and the fender. So when you see the Testarossa kid on the Ferrari, they got the fender. They got them gaps on the side by the door that sucks in air. That's what you got right up under your ribs right there. It's a muscle set right there.
Show enough. Right.
Bruce Lee had a
I swear to God on my life, I was just gonna say, Bruce Lee, he used to do the thing where he put his fingers right behind his back and he used to do the flex and he used to show his wings. And they look like
trapezoid.
Yes, exactly. The dragon wings.
Yep.
So, all right. I was saying those things to say, right? Mm-hmm. You know how we say that we didn't everything is what we call an allegory because that al is all, which is al. That other al, which is all, goes
the el, the electricity, that's the all.
Right.
So all a glory. We are all a glory. So when we was glorious, right? Glorious, right? This is what and a mall. And in a mall, what you know that you was in a mall. Or in a mall, this is where our animal natures or the zoos came from.
Right, like a bear mauls you, right?
Or the zodiac. The zodiac.
Right. Okay.
The way we act is the zodiac. So we
Right.
act around our houses.
I like that.
You learn
like
your
that, man.
nature, which is
I
your
like
nature.
that a little bit.
The way that you're
I like the
supposed to
zone.
be, your natural nature, your bestiality, the thought, your senses, because your animals, the animal senses go off when you can hear an echo, when you can see it, when you can see in infrared, when you are being the bird and you got the bird's eye vision, when you can see in infrared and form.
Hawkeyes.
You know what I mean?
That's it.
Yeah, man. So like,
well, hey, yeah, man. Shout out to Huey P, man. Hey, we got Mr. Meticulous is in the building.
Right,
Peace to the guy, man. What's up, brother?
Hey, peace to everybody. What's up? What's up? What's up, Mr.
What's good, Mr. Meticulous?
Hey,
Hey,
y'all. I just want y'all to know, right? I'm gonna let you take the floor real fast. I just want y'all to know, right? Like, this is not hate. This is full disclosure. This is not hate. We are loving people. Y'all know this. Because if it wasn't, y'all wouldn't even know about Mayo. Okay, let's be clear. Shout out to Con Drop. You know what I'm saying, niggas? If we was haters, we would not have allowed nobody outside of our community into our community. So let's be clear on that. And y'all know we are loving people to a fault. Okay,
right.
So we are speaking our truth. Let's be clear. When we speaking our truth, I'm just the only problem I got is what? Why? What are you mad about? Because see, when you play that video, I can specifically tell you Billy Bob Thornton is why I'm mad about these people have usurped our culture, usurped our land. Then you're gonna show us some fucking wigwams, nigga. That right there is disrespectful, and I don't understand how you don't understand that.
Get him, Chief.
Open me out. I don't understand how you don't understand this. Then you on there with emotions, man. What the fuck is going on? Say what'd you say, brother? Y'all gotta come see us. The link's in the chat room. Y'all gotta come talk to us. I'm gonna every time y'all make a video talking about our business, lying, talking about what's going on, I'm gonna bang on your ass. This is the problem that y'all having now, bro. Like, we should be able to have this conversation in the public. Stop running.
Hey, come here, let's talk.
Oh God, stop running. Shit, what y'all doing? You niggas is cowards. You coward with a K, okay? You niggas don't want to come face men. You're not men then.
Yeah,
that's how I feel about it. So I'm just
the truth has no feelings and emotions, and people you can't attach feelings and emotions to truth. It's I mean, we all get straightened. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody's perfect, and don't nobody know everything. We are sharing information, and a lot of times we end up getting new information that supersede the old information. We can't be mad at each other about getting new information, but we do not tolerate the plagiarism and all of the fraud of trying to paint a new picture. That's whitewashing, man.
Yeah, how you can't see that right there is like that though? Like, how can you not see how that's not usurping the culture? And then you telling us we showing pyramids, right? And you showing a wigwam. Like, come on, bro. We ain't the same people, bro. Like, y'all got to slow down. We showing math and science. You showing us niggas dancing off beats somewhere. Come on, bro. We show you real American culture, real food. I bet y'all niggas ain't never ate no Native American food. I bet you don't even know what the fuck a Native American food is. See how this work? Have anybody ever ate some Native American food in here? I have. Sir. I was going to Walmart a couple years back, right? And they had this like Native American van outside the thing. It had some flatbread, like some tacos and shit. But it was basically that. You know what I'm saying? Right. Yeah, get you a pita bread.
So pretty much Spanish food then.
Exactly.
Made out so that's not our culture. That's not American culture. Apple pie, nigga. Hey, you got an apple orchard for apple pie. That's American. That's our culture, my nigga.
Grind it out of beans.
Embrace your African culture, Mayo.
And grind it down.
Embrace your African culture.
That's soul food, man. It's our food. Soul food.
Hey, sir.
You can take corn. You can take corn and grind that shit down.
I don't even know what to say. Hey, shout out to Chicken Hominy Roots.
Cornmeal, batter up that fish.
Sheesh. Right? Hey man, I'm gonna need y'all, man. Support the deal, man. Go hit somebody's link, man. Do some shopping for holiday seasons, man. Hit us up at weare2am.com. Original Tribal Wear, AboriginalShoes.com. Anything, anybody that look like you, man. Love on you, man. Love on us back, man. Support the real, y'all. Y'all already know, man. What you just about to say, brother?
No, soul food is soul food, man.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with Mr. Dominic Rucker.
Yes, sir.
I feel you, brother. I'll just say that, and then I'm gonna leave it alone. And then I'm gonna say, I just want to see if anybody see the video like I see it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go research all this information. I haven't. I run I talk to my people around here in my space. So
right.
Boom.
Right.
So I talked to this one European lady, and she said that she was Indian, and she said, "Oh, you gotta go." Let me finish. Watch this, brother. So she said she was Indian, right? And so I'm like, that's not my understanding. We go back and forth on some things, but I'm asking a question to engage her. And what she says was how they have to go through a lot of documents and find all of these things, right? So they sit you down and they have all of these papers and they say you got to go through all of these names and stuff. She said it was a strenuous process for her to find it, but she found it after a couple years. So boom, this is what I heard him doing. I don't know if everybody see it. I don't know none of y'all. I'm just saying how I see it, and I think that some people just see things alike, right? So boom,
speak your piece, right?
What I just heard was him explaining how they could come and find ancestors over here. Now, how the people here got here, I don't know, but they going back 150 years or something like that. I heard in the video, however long. But so they coming over here to find ancestors that were that made it this way by some kind of name. Now he's telling them, okay, now you might find some different stuff because they stealing names and stuff.
Hey, can I respond to you real quick?
So they telling you how to wiggle around all of these issues that you might find when you get there. So I always say it like I always consider myself a real dude. So I say I'm a real dude, but it got a lot of fake people doing what real people do. So I'm saying, okay, on the real side, my real people telling me, okay, go check out your genealogy. You're gonna run into these speed bumps. That was the same talking points
when you say the people, you say the people that you went to and they told you to check out these people, right? Did you go to the Aboriginal people?
No, so what I'm saying is my people. When I say my people, I'm talking about y'all. So y'all telling me to go through my genealogy and go.
I'm just trying to catch up. My bad.
Yeah, and what speed bumps or what halts was gonna get in my way as I get there, what walls I'm running to.
Right.
Y'all tell me these things. So that's what I heard him telling his people is the things that they're gonna run into on their way to find what they're
on
gonna
their journey. Right.
That's what I seen him explaining, brother. That's what I heard.
Hey, Dominic, I want to respond to him real quick. Now, I don't know if anybody in that video caught the motherfucking hybrid or the mestizo dude, you know what I'm saying, the gray-eyed dude. I don't know if anybody caught his lie about the graveyard, right? He said this church was here, you know, this church has been here for almost 100 years. And then he go out there to the gravesite and say, yeah, because they've been here over 150 years.
150 years, yep.
You see, this is the contradiction in their lives because there's no true history of them being here at all.
Hey, bro, I don't mean to cut you. Hey, what video are you talking about, bro?
The one he just played, brother.
Oh yeah,
the one Chief just played before a week.
Hey, you know we call it in the military, we call it stolen valor.
Peace to the God, motherfucking 111 proof and shit.
Man, salute, man. Salute to the guys on the stage, man. Y'all holding it down and shit, man. What's good?
Yeah,
with
but
it?
Peace to the guys.
Hold on one sec, Truth. But yeah, so everybody got to peep how my man kept contradicting himself, even when he was talking about the replanting of apples on their land. See, then the hillbilly dude, when Chief Billy wanted to punch in the face, he was in there. Yeah, well, you know, they came down the river and then moved back up the river, and then they just lived along the river. You know, so we got to pay attention to even what he was talking about. Like, y'all tried. That's when y'all got here. Y'all didn't know where else to go but live along the river where fish is at, because y'all didn't know how to build nothing to survive.
That part.
That part.
That part.
Man, all I know is, man, all these motherfuckers claiming to be this and that and these tribes.
They
But when you ask,
hijackers, bro.
but this the thing, when you ask them, you be like, oh, so where you from? Oh, Oklahoma. Okay, but where you from? Oh,
Right.
Oklahoma. Like, these tribes was put here in Oklahoma. Do you got family in Mississippi or Alabama, motherfucker, is what I'm asking you.
Right.
Oh, no,
Right.
no, I don't. I know you don't, nigga. Because we never seen no motherfuckers like you down there, bro.
Right.
Like,
Hey,
Where
true.
your granny stay.
Hey, truth. Also, if you was to ask them, right, they came and they came from another state where they hopped from. If you could trace their family, they'll say, well, my mom and them, or they was from within 20 years, they was from a state somewhere else. So then you got to ask about their grandfather, and then, oh, you about to jump to Ireland and Germany, ain't you? They start shaking their head and looking down at the ground. Okay,
Hey,
all
hold
right,
on, y'all.
I'll
Peace
pass
to the
now.
motherfucking God at motherfucking goddamn Amaru Kiel, aka motherfucking A1, the motherfucking A1 sauce. What's up? What's up, God?
A1.
Hey,
Peace,
shalom,
peace.
shalom. Peace and blessing to the God.
Peace to the God, man.
Islam, fam.
Islam, my brother.
Man, we was going over this video, man, that was like a lot of plagiarized shit was being said and promoted. And they was even showing little trade schools where they teaching the little, blonde hair, blue-eyed
Righteous,
motherfuckers
righteous.
to practice being Indians and wear costumes and shit. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's funny about them videos?
Run it.
Where I live in the hood.
Hey, I'm waiting there. Like, throw that A1 sauce on it, B.
Hey, look, where I live at, now listen, we know us, we come in different complexions, right?
Oh, always.
Some of us might be light skinned, some of us might be dark skinned, but however it is, we know who he is, right? Why every fucking time you don't see none of the people who look like you? And if it is, it's one person. Now we know it's not. If we are them people, bro, it's not realistic. If we them people,
that's the volunteers.
We got all these black people living amongst each other.
I'm feeling your vibration. Go ahead.
Right. And the thing is, like Chief was just saying, bro, this is the thing, my nigga. Like with Corey, when Corey May was first coming out, that's cool. I have no issue with the brother, other than the fact when he started bringing this mongoloid coloring book and started painting these niggas black and brown. Like, man, you can't do that because it's like this, bro. we know that a lot of our people was assimilated into certain shit by half-breed motherfuckers. Then we had Martin Luther King who did it, and at the end he realized what he did and apologized. And now here go another half-breed motherfucker trying to do the same thing. It's like, fam, like what you on, bro? Like
it's a
you
cycle to them.
Yeah, like don't do that, bro. Like niggas was rocking with hey, niggas was rocking with you, bro. But when you did that, you crossed the line, my nigga. Like, look, bro, them ain't our fucking peoples. They not mixed. None of that shit, bro. They don't belong here, nigga. And we weren't even tripping about the fact they here. But you put this shit on the forefront, and now you mad because niggas speaking the truth. Like, nah, bro, that shit bullshit. Yeah, bro.
Their hair don't even fucking hold the braid. Their hair don't even hold the braid. So how you gonna say they are people if you can't even braid their hair? Like that's fucked up.
That shit'll fall out soon as they roll one time in the bed. They wake up, that shit everywhere, bro.
Right.
Real talk, man.
Right, and I got a little something to add to the panel too. Doing a little extensive research, i.e., I know my people is Aboriginal. I know my people is from the land. You understand me? We know how to get down with the land, and the land know how to get down with us, right? But this is where I'm getting a problem with this so-called ideology or religion or whatnot, right? We got people on one side speaking some Hebrew Israelite type shit, right? And then we got people like myself and my family. We understand that we just straight Hebrew. We ain't no Israelite. Don't put that shit on us. Don't put no black in front of it. Don't put no Jewish in front of it. Don't put no extras in front of it. That's just what it is, right? So this my question.
Pretty much like the Ebers. Then you pretty much y'all are like the blood Ebers,
right?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
But check it though. Check it. There is 11 Bibles that was predated before the King James version of the Bible. And every time they line up their precepts, right? It's coming based off the King James version of the Bible. There was 11 of these motherfuckers, right? Right? That translate from Europe to Media Asia, Persia, goddamn me, the Russians, right, and Great Britain. And I don't know for the life of me why, like, man, I said I got a blessing. I got a blessing for the fam. I wanted to play it, but my phone, you know what I'm saying, it's
Hey,
connected.
you know what though, Dominic? What you've just named was a lot of locations that's attached to our indigenous copper cutter royal empires that ruled from here going out, bro. And that's why I be
Right.
trying to explain slowly to people, because we got to supersede the tribe talk and be the nation and the empire people that we are. We're the gods. We're the supreme intellectual people. You know,
Right.
and see, we got to stand on that, because it's getting to the point where you're going to either dumb down or you're going to go up and become God. And a lot of people are fearing to stand on their God being. Like, it works
But
so
they
easy.
rocking this Christ shit though.
Yeah,
Like this
but
Christ,
see,
this Jesus Christ shit, they
listen,
rocking it. Like,
have you ever, you know how they say the word Illuminati?
right.
Which really is us, right? Because we can actually illuminate. That is the
Right.
Christ secretion in your body that turns on when your chi and chakra is in tune with all of your aura inside of the reach from one right hand to the left hand, the tips of your fingers. That's your world. Once you enlighten your chi and chakras and turn your Christ
Hey,
secretion
Zo.
on in your body, that shit goes
Hey,
good.
Zo. I don't mean to cut you off, bro. I just want to throw something out there, man. Like I say, man, the whole confusion with the Bible gets switched up when niggas try to place that shit over in the Middle East, man. That's an American
Oh,
story.
totally.
And you
Okay.
know, and hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
Speak
on,
on
hold on,
it.
hold on,
Speak
hold
on
on,
it.
hold on,
Let him
hold on,
finish. Let him
hold
go
on,
ahead.
hold on. I just want to throw this out there. The story of the Jesus Christ story, the Yahweh
Right.
Shai, you feel me?
Right.
That's the story of Montezuma, bro.
Yeah, that's extra. Yeah,
Mm.
extra. Yeah, totally. I agree
Wait,
with
say
you.
that name again. One more
Montezuma.
time. What you said it was?
Montezuma.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shit, A1 did
Okay.
a dope ass build on Montezuma, man. Like, last year or some shit, 2 years ago. Like,
Righteous.
niggas need,
Righteous.
it's a lot of
Righteous.
catching up, but at the same time, the shit is available for people that is coming into this, because that's the thing. We sharing information. It's not about who got the most information to share. If it's new
Right.
information, we all bring it to the table. We share a piece, chop the pie up, and eat
Fact.
it all together, because this is soul
Fact.
food for
Fact.
the inner gods. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, Lord. What are stories though, y'all? What are stories? Stories are floors or levels in the building.
Facts. That's facts.
Real shit, Huey.
So like, right?
I'm
And
starting to see this shit as like a corporation type shit though.
that's what I was just trying to tell you. A corporation is also a corpse. The corpse, right?
Right. The people that fall. Right.
Or the
Showing
dead,
up.
decayed. While you deal with dead presidents, and they rule over they the currency that's ruling over the dead, which is the
Right.
dead president. The dead president's ruling over the death. See,
Right.
right. You know what I'm saying? So like, if we knew that it was all about what we was calling energy, right? Energy is something that it was called the flow of what they would call currency.
Right. The current that runs through the water.
Right. Exactly. So the currency is the way that shit flows, which is a sea, like the ocean is like but it's in that channel is the flow, the way the electricity flows. It's like
Showing up.
the way that it sparks. So we know if
Right.
we came from that. Remember, I was talking about the tadpole state. We came from the tadpole, so we had to
Right.
go to the flow, the way that it was flushing, the way that you was flushed in. Like the way that
Torres Island. Torres.
Turtle Island, or
Yeah.
Atlantis.
Right. Atlanta. Right.
Right, Atlanta on the 33rd ley line. Right.
Man, I love y'all brothers, man. I really do. I really do. Man, look. Hey, if y'all ever need a hit man, hit me up. Hit my line. Real talk.
All of them go there. Listen, you can't have a hit without it in it. You can't have a hit without it in it. So like everybody know that the hit is coming. It's a hit that's coming because we was gonna get struck. You know, when you get struck, it's being struck by the lightning, which is enlightening.
Right.
You know how they tell us to jump out the water before the lightning strike, the lightning bolt.
Right.
So we jumped out, we see the lights, and we said, shit, lightning finna strike because we know they finna try to catch
Motherfucker told me that the Aboriginal people have to repent. And this is live today, right? And then when I'm hitting them with the news, the same feedback that I'm getting from my brothers and sisters, right? And I hit them with the ooh-wop, right? Motherfucker come tell me that we gotta repent. No, nigga, we always been standing on our square. Why we gotta repent? Repent for what?
It's repent.
We ain't gotta repent for a motherfucking thing.
Repent is repenting.
We ain't even pent yet. We ain't even pent first. So how we gonna repent when we ain't pent first? But hey, I want to say,
I think the only people that we owe a repentance to is our community and ourselves for not doing other stuff. That's the only people we owe.
Hey, I wanted to say something though real quick. On that,
hold on, I want to add this too. Motherfucker could talk about the first stick and the second stick, right? Right, the first stick and the second stick. Woo wop, woo wop, woo wop. This, right? I said the first stick was that we broke the covenant because we was loving these motherfuckers, right? And we let these motherfuckers infiltrate. The second stick is that we got to go back into a new covenant that say off with their motherfucking head, just like they said off with our motherfucking head, right? Right. And when I dropped that knowledge on him, right, the nigga fled. The nigga hit the back door and jumped over the fence. Hit the roof and shit. I was like, look, check this out. And I'm not talking just from one platform, right? I'm talking I hit at least today because in the Hebrew world, this is called Shabbat Shalom, right? The day of rest, right? The 7th day, right? So I hit like 6 platforms today. And look, I'm grinding, y'all. Like I'm seriously grinding. Like I'm seriously,
soul food, man. That's that soul food. Cause like I was telling people, I always tell people, even people here in my city, man. Cause I be having meetings a lot of times. Like I be leaving on my little, bike, and I be riding the 4-wheeler through the hood. So I be having my backpack with, books and information in it. Cause I be on missions, bro. Like it be like a mission to me. Like I be speeding through the hood looking for the niggas that I be knowing that's going from being a prince to a king, from a king to a god. And that's, we need to start building on that, like bringing our people up to a higher realm and a higher frequency.
That part.
But the reason I had said I wanted to say something about the word hit, because the H in the it is a dynamic. The H is the frame and the it is the being. So when you say it, you know what I'm saying? Like when you see the H,
hear me out.
Think of every structural building. They're framed up by the H frame. All of the rafters, all of those are H frame. You feel me? So guess what? They duplicated the H frame off of you.
Literally.
The Y. The Y chromosome.
It's the Y.
No. It's not the chromosome, it's the frame. See, the chromosome is the energy fluids and system that works inside of the frame. Because
like the gasoline, the oil.
Put it like this: you can't pour gas into anything and it'll hold it.
Right.
And that's just like the power of our liquid body, our body liquid inside of us. It can't just be in anything and be contained or be active. So it's inside of an H frame, which is your body. So when you look at your body, your front chest and your back chest, the front and the back, and then you got the spine. But then you still got the hip, which connects as an H.
Right. Okay. A little H though.
Because you got 2 arms, you got 2 legs, and you still got a hip.
Right.
And
check this out. This is why we
I like that.
This is why we are what you call A. When we see somebody, it's A, because H is really a chi. which is the chi, the ching in you, which is the inner chi, right?
Okay,
So
okay.
people have
Fill me
chi.
up. Fill me up.
It's about the channel, a channeling, which is the way that the energy flows, the channel through the channeling. And this is why we had to change channels and you get the static. And the channels is where the signals, the frequencies is at. But you got to find the right channel. This is why we are on channels right now.
Right,
channels.
right. And even Elder last night, he spoke on that. Elder Smith, I believe his name was. I'm not good with names. Faces, I'm good with, but names is not my thing. But yeah, he spoke on that last night. Damn, I forget the name that he said. He said we on a certain type of not chakra, but I don't know if Chief or Black Hawk can help me with regurgitating what he said exactly, because I don't want to fuck up his doctrine or his information to you understand.
Well, it's like this then. It's chi, right? Chi. We're gonna check this like this.
Okay.
Our chin, right? You know how you say a chin? When we would say a chin, we would think that we were talking about the Chinese, right? Right. But we got a chin on our face. Right. Then we got knees, right? Some people had knees, but you got knees, and your knees is what you stand on. Your knees, right?
Exacto.
Yes, it's your two L's. It's where your L break down at. You feel me? Your
right,
knees.
them joints, them sockets,
Those joints, exactly, is where you join it. Your joint. So now, if we would look at the world in the sections, right, it's the same thing. We can even look at it. We can just do America, or you can look at this when I was talking about the plants or the planet.
Right.
Hey, little brother, I got something for you after you done. Woo! Man, keep going.
You know how we got.
Who is that? Who said that?
That was Zoe.
This Zoe Hustles, this big bro, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
That's
what's up, Zoe?
right there,
What's
man.
up? What's
That's
up,
why
man?
people be thinking me and Huey be the same people, because we got the same energy and same voice and shit.
Right. Right. I'm just checking in. That's it. But yeah, come with it too. Come with it too.
You got the far east, or what you would say was the east part, and then they said, they said that Africa was the center, and we were far west. You feel what I'm saying? We was the west. So it was the same. But if we can bunch that, we're gonna smash this down. We're gonna pull it down to the Americas, and we're gonna use that same formula, and we're gonna go East Coast, Midwest, and West Coast. Now we're gonna have the center, just like they said that, like Truth said, all of this, everything came from here. Egypt and all of that shit over there was here, because as far as our eyes, as far as our eyes can see, which is the sea, which is the ocean. This is why we are all.
I tried to break that down.
We
my nigga.
We came from seamen, so we are all seamen, and we was docked in the ocean.
Right. In the waters.
In the waters. With maritime law.
Hey, Huey. And stay right there. Keep that maritime law, and we're gonna get back to that. I want to compliment on that knee part. See, right? When you was talking about how the joint and the knee and all of that connects, right? Watch how this breaks down into reality with the use in word semantics. Then you got the law, Yah, which is the LAWYAH, and then you got the a turn knee. So he turns his knee to go a different direction, which would be straight. You see what I'm saying? So you got a turn knee.
Hey, I like that. Can I bite that?
So,
can I eat off that? Or
let me go ahead and finish real quick, right? So then when you get into the joint, then you got what they call courts now, is the joint where we will all meet at to go and play some hoop. So they go and practice all of this law, which is all law, which, the Muslims place the all law. They practice the all law to go and play in these courts with these word semantics as attorneys. So when you going to take a cut to the hole, you cut him before he. Now you get. That's what I'm saying. The attorney is the one that's really designed to be against you. Right.
That's fine.
Which is the Chinese.
So this Mr. Meticulous. So I would say that everything that y'all just said just told me I bowed at my knee. Attorney took my part. They taken my structure, my foundation. So without your bottom anchor that y'all was talking about earlier, which was your ankles, they bent your knee. Now the attorney got you because you don't got no direction, right?
You don't think so,
So
right?
now
You don't have no weight. Listen, you don't have no
somebody left
weight.
control. I'm almost
No,
finished. I was just saying
You afloat.
somebody.
Listen. You're right, but I'm trying to give you it simpler.
Yes,
You don't
sir.
have no weight to hold you a broad dock, so you float away to sea.
Right.
You see how that word
Right.
dock?
You're a pirate.
And I see that somebody
You're a
could
pirate.
control you. I see the control, like I could control above the knee. I take off everything below the knee. I control above the knee. So I see the control that's coming in all the scenarios y'all was talking about. That's all I wanted to say.
It's pretty much like the U.S. is a whole pirate company.
Mm-hmm.
They taking ships.
Right.
Well, all the vessels. They taking all the vessels.
Right.
So to get back on track as to what we were saying about like the video we just seen, right? I seen the Cormeo video, and when you start saying where he's turning, I think that you got to look at his position that he's taking. He's saying that, light skin, right, came from black skin, cause his homeboy is sitting up there saying that, okay, you got pale face, but you don't just come from pale. They really like albino. So
Right.
then they went and made a race out
Exactly.
of it, right? They went and made a race out of it, but you came from black people. So trace yourself back to these black people, and that's what I'm hearing in that video. That's what I wanted to say.
This is hold on. This is hold on. It's not about light skin coming from black skin, bro. I'm light skin. My mama black as fuck. My grandma is light skinned. My great grandma black as fuck. It's not that, bro. It's when you're painting a specific phenotype to make it seem to us. It's not the color, bro. It's the phenotype. I don't mind the motherfucker painting a light skinned motherfucker and saying that he's light. That's not the issue. We understand that we got mixed brothers and sisters. But that phenotype that he's painting black, bro, that mongoloid phenotype, that is the issue. It has nothing to do with his information. I fuck with it. But when he started doing that color book on the mongoloids, bro, I can't fuck with that, bro. And I gotta speak.
Hey, Truth. I understand. I understand. Let me respond. Hey, Truth. I understand what you're saying, and I was talking about the video that he just showed just a while ago, and I'm putting them all together, like his whole thing. And when I say that, Kyle was addressing the same thing that we talk about right now. It was like that they pushing the same thing, like they was really albino people, and you getting them from a dark skinned people, and that's all I'm really saying. Like I'm not addressing like a light skinned, dark skin, but their narrative.
White people,
they building their narrative, and that's what I'm saying. They really just talking to other people, trying to tell them to attach themselves. That's what I seen in that video. I was talking about what I seen in that video.
That one towards you either, bro. Like, don't take that way.
Yes, sir.
Bro. I'm speaking straight with him, but even on the whole albino premise, bro, scientifically, that has never been proven, because what people fail to realize, every ethnicity has albino in their peoples, even white people. So what, this a whole new type of white people or some shit, nigga? Because they got albinos too, and you see the difference. They not red and pinkish and shit. They ask for like
true.
baby powder walking around.
Can I squeeze in real quick? Because even if you just taking it just solely and premisely from a biblical perspective, right? Enoch was what you would consider a albino, right? Moses is what you would consider to be a albino, right? Because when their parents had him, right, they looked at him and they was like, are they from the gods? Not with the little G, but with some other shit.
But bro, the only time they describe people in the Bible, bro, is being different, bro. I'm talking about on a full descriptive term. It was Esau. They didn't even describe. They didn't even describe what. They didn't even describe what Jacob was, because he came out looking like everybody else. Esau was the only one. It was pinkish red. White people is not white. They ass is pinkish red, bro. So like even albinos is not Esau. It's about it. Did they come from the Esau stock? Because our people have albino. Like my man got a daughter that's albino. That's our people. You feel me?
Right.
And even in the story when he would put your hand in thy bosom and it came out as white as leprosy, put it back and it was back to normal.
That part. Yeah.
So you can't put Enoch. You can't put Enoch and Moses in that discussion as far as skin tone because they never described it, and they do describe skin tone. The prophets has been described skin tone. Yahweh has been described with skin tone, and Esau has been described with skin tone. Yeah, that's just on the book. That's on the book premises. You feel me?
I want to say something real quick, though. I want to say something real quick. Now, the color thing with people, if they really know that they're indigenous to America and they the copper colored blood, they'll know just by lineage. Listen, the reason I'm gonna say this, my mama, the youngest of 13. You know what I'm saying? And I was around when all 13 of her brothers and sisters was alive. My dad is the middle of 7. I'm the middle of 7. So it's numerology in effect of my blood as well. Now, my mama's pale yellow, real light skin, real light skin, really hair like a motherfucker.
Yellow
like,
bone,
real yellow. You know, all of her brothers and sisters are 13 different colors. Pete. Now, all of my mom kids are brown skin to dark skin. Now, my sister, me, my sister, and my brother, out of the 7 kids, have the same father. My dad, he's Blackfeet and Choctaw. You know what I'm saying? He spoke Choctaw language, knew all about it. See, most people don't even know about the five sons and none of this. So when, you know, I look at when people talk color, they need to know that this is the land of the copper colors, the 13 centimeters. You see what I'm saying? So the 2 light-skinned and 2 red-bone parents can have dark-skinned kids. Wow, right?
Oh, all day.
Because listen, the reason is I got uncles and aunts that's both light-skinned and got dark kids, and that's more than 2 or 3 of them. So it's retarded that the Indian blood is so genuine. No matter if you yellow or you dark, your kids
the
can
whole thing, the whole scope.
2 dark parents that's Indian can have a yellow kid.
Right. And you know, like my mama and shit, my mama.
Y'all know how water shapes, right?
Say again. Say that one more again.
Water shapes, the vibration of water with forms. Water.
Okay.
Why it forms nations, or it forms nations, or it's information where the water is the way that the water is flowing, which is the current. So if say mama, right? You got a golden mama.
Right.
You might come out with golden skin because the vibration she got you in, your web was golden. So your light is be golden. Or like he was just talking about the five God, I think he said the 5 gods. I think he said, it's the 5 L's of men, which is the elements.
L strand, right.
So we know we got all of these different elements. You feel what I'm saying? You got platinum, copper, gold. You got your bronzes. You got your you got your different platinums. You got your
right.
All these different elements that make
the elements. Yep, I was just gonna say that, yo, brother. Because look, the word L was before the word God. Now, the word L is also a representation of us with the electricity, the energy, all of the ELs, the electrons. So you got to look at how they use this word God, and they really still doing a descriptive term towards us. But because we don't know it, when I talked to this old head from Fiji, bro, when I was living in Cali, right? An old head, he was driving the Uber. I said, so, you know, I was talking about what they believed in and all of this stuff. And he was like, so do you know who you are? I said, oh, I'm God all day. He said, oh, okay. He said, I could talk to you. And he had that the accent. So he kind of just went off into talking about, what do we feel that the creator's name is? I already told him the YHWH was broken down into this, and he was shocked. So me and him kept talking, but he said, You are one out of every person that I met in America that really know who they are. He said the rest of your
Hey,
people don't know that they're the guys.
hey,
And he from
hey,
Fiji.
hey, hey.
Electric was the tricks of the L, right? So
Yep.
we had to pull. It was a trick. See?
No, not only that though, electricity is one of the base powers to alchemy.
I mean,
Bending gold and bending metal.
or just bending, because when you all of those things that
Fire
you
bending, water bending.
Right. Righteous.
Once you bend, right? When you know that you bend, that means you've been before. That means you bend. It's like in the Matrix. He said, how does the spoon bend? The spoon don't bend, you bend.
You bend, yep.
So when you start bending, which is bending words or bending, when you know that you are able to bend, which is shapes, changing the way that the shapes look or the way that the form was supposed to look, is scrabbling, unscrabbling, which is dicing or breaking down. You know what I'm saying? You had to cut the frog open just to see what was inside that bitch, to see, you know what I mean? You had to dissect it or digest.
What's happening? For sure.
We had to consume it or to eat it up so it can go down in fragments or fractals. It can. This is what fractions about, right? So when we had our vision, shout out to the God died deck, because we learn from each other. You feel what I'm saying? At the end of the day,
You fuck with Auto Didactic?
Yeah.
Oh, I fucked with Auto Didactic, man. AP though. You know what I'm saying? People don't even know, man. He's a brother.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's a brother.
Yes, Lord. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. Well, he got to go into the next verse too. But go ahead.
Yeah, real.
As you were.
But yeah, the application is what I was gonna talk about, right? Because we multiplying it up and we add it, right? But to come to the sum of all of it, right? We got to use the 4 applications, which is multiplying, adding, subtracting, and dividing, right? So dividing is why they try to divide us. This is one of the applications that they was applying to man. So
Okay.
we got to realize that the dividing had to do with our vision, because vision is the vision, which is division. So the vision is what sees it in fractals. This is the reason why we blink. You know, our eyes is blinking. We seen it.
Right. Recheck. Right.
It's a coding. So that's the division. And we coming up with the sum of it, which is subtracting it all. We adding it, subtracting. Look at that, taking that away, giving that. Which is
Is this authentic?
Spitting out.
Right.
Yeah. So we had to add all of these applications to come up with the sum of it, right? So what we are trying to do, right, as a whole, is to bring the big picture together. Because our picture was told out and it went out in fractal ripple effect, like you hear it in codes. You feel what I'm saying? So each one of us got a code or what you would say, a piece of the puzzle.
So now I got a question. Can I pose this question, or you want to? Okay. So my question is, like, over here, right? Any copper color, any person of melanated skin tone, right? They like to call us African American, right? So why the motherfuckers over there in Africa, right? They don't call them American African.
We don't know what they calling them. You feel me? Because we can only hear what they calling us. Like, I can hear a motherfucker say that they calling us this, right? But we the only ones calling us that, right? What is an African? A free can.
A what?
A freak can.
A free can. Okay.
Or a freaking.
A Frankenstein.
You freaking
Sure enough.
So when we knew that we was free, which is I can because I'm free. You ever heard that? You ain't never worked with some Mexicans and they said, bro, don't call me a Mexican because I am Mexican. I can.
Right.
I make a mess. I can make a mess.
Right. Them motherfuckers is connected to so much shit. I'm done with them.
Because we all are connected. Listen, if you connected to
I can't say that though.
if you are connected, if you connected to the source, right?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you connected to all shit?
I can't say that though. I can't say that with the same premise. Like if I'm talking to my brothers and sisters, I'm connected with you, right? And you connected with I, right? That makes a us, right? Right. But when I put that we shit in it, right? That we shit, it comes from a language called France, right?
Yeah.
We means
You're
I,
American. Yep.
right?
Listen.
Right.
So when you gonna
Right.
deal with I and I am, let me ask you this then, right? Because you can't deal with
Right.
me because it's Prince, right? But when you
Right.
deal with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Me, or you who is me, I am me, right?
Mm-hmm.
That M, right, can also be that W, because all you got to do is flip that bitch down and it becomes we. And you can flip that if you make it look like two W's, right? Or a two E. That E can also look like a 3 or a 33. You can flip it that way too and make it look
I
like.
don't know. I ain't claiming them. You know why I'm not claiming them? Because they not claiming us.
You don't know what
I'm not claiming them like that because they not claiming us. Like
you don't know
check it. I've been on this earth for 40 years.
Who ain't
right?
claiming you then?
No. Watch this. Check this out for a second. The African, right, ain't never sent a motherfucking ship, a boat, an email, a text message, a motherfucking air, goddamn me travel or nothing for my people.
Listen,
right, man. And they know what's happening.
Hey, hold on
with my people.
Hold on 1 second. Let me answer something for Eagle Hawk Condor. No, the Franks, the Scots, the Irish, and all of them are indigenous Americans, bro. They're not the Blackamoors. A lot of the Franks were actually from Inca. They were a part of the Roman clan too, but they also had the land, the middle part of America, all the way up into Quebec and top of Canada, above the Midwest. So the real France is really in Canada, and the new France is different. So those people are different, but the Franks are indigenous to America. The Scots are indigenous to America, and the Irish and all those too.
So you saying everything, the whole pie,
No. These are empires I'm speaking of, like the French Empire, the Britain Empire, the English Empire, the Inca. All of those are empires. Those are not tribes.
So what we talking about is we talking about the differential between a certain ideology of a people versus a government of a people, right?
The thing is, when you got empires, right, along a system of empires, when you're dealing with a lot of land with a lot of resources, right, you're moving out in the expansion of all of this information out of the empire, all of this stuff growing. It's kind of expanding, just like cities grow. People start moving in. You got to supply jobs. You got to start building up homes and locations.
Get your numbers up.
Empires expanded, right? It got to points where the import-export trade with other foreign groups going over there taking stuff, then coming back to wanting to buy. So going back in and out, the Star Force situations were starting to be built because we didn't want people to be sneaking in, just like an alarm system. You got the Star Force like an alarm system. So then, all of these empires trading in and out, going into building empires that we built in other places. Guess what? It's going to cost a lot of war. It's going to cost a lot of lives to be lost. So guess what? In the long run, a lot of places our empires that was here went out and conquered. It's called reap what you sow. You know the old book. You reap what you sow. So our ancestors reap a lot of shit with sowings. No. We're it's like the karma thing when you activate it. Everybody individually has karma. Now our ancestors through our blood activated karma on us through the things that they built up that we allowed to slip through our hands pretty much. Our people in the last 130 years.
For sure. Man, I would say it like triggering shit, bro. I be hearing it. And it's only when I be talking to certain folks, but I be just hearing it. And it's like sometimes you say commerce. Right? So we know that the law of the land is dealing with commerce, right? This shit is crazy, right? We are semen, right? Which came from semen. When our dad came or mama come,
They say commerce.
It's CUM really.
It's a commerce. So the merge came, right? And we emerged and we came. We docked our boat. You know when we docked our boat was docked when the umbilical cord was connected to the bottom of the ocean. It was connected to that mama, and they cut our boat. They cut our cord, and we sailed off into the sea
with no captain.
And we was captain.
Okay.
That's how they captured.
In order to claim your ship, you got to go and claim captain of it. So that's another thing, you know what I'm saying? We be trying to, you know, work on with our people too to get the paperwork in control under their foot. You know, that way they can stand on their square because every piece of paper has 4 corners. That's your square. Ooh.
And that's crazy, right? The 4 corners, because that goes back. This is why this shit, like bro just said, he was on a rampage all awakening. And for some reason, my awakening, this shit for the last couple of awakenings has been crazy.
Yeah, for the last 5-10 years. It's growing. It's growing. You right, bro. Huey, where you go?
So what's the
mic on mute.
Oh, my bad.
Huey, your mic on mute.
Oh, my bad. Damn, I was talking to my bad.
I already know.
All right, cool. The 4 corners, right? The 4 corners. I was telling somebody about the 4 corners, right? Brother was talking about the paper or the square that we standing on, which is 4 corners. Bro. Now check this out, y'all. Why do we use 4-letter words, which are called curses, and they got us writing in curse?
Curse of.
Curse of.
Right. It's curse of. So when you say that word together, it's cursive.
Cursive.
Curse of. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's called
curse of the 4-letter word, right? Curse of the 4-letter word, right?
So it's really, listen, it is Pete though. It's a 4-letter word with the 3 after. It's the CURS-OF.
Yes.
So it catches you in the trap when you use that language, even on paper with ink. That's why Moshika or Moshe was saying, stay away from the ink. It wasn't tattoos. It was the paper and ink.
It's the pen that they was telling us is stronger than the sword. Now, you know what's stronger than with the sword? Our sword is our word. You know what's stronger than our word?
Right. You swear that you're going to keep your word, right?
Was in. It's stronger than our words. So that's the thing that break them in. It's the pen, right?
The pen, right.
And it's come from us signing our contract and signing ourselves over and on the dotted line without reading.
You talking about the treaties or with like?
Well,
give me a little bit.
All of it.
Well, all cons, because cons is CONS. You feel me? The cons and the T.
Okay.
Right? When they put the T's in there, the T came in the middle because you got to realize.
See, I told you this is a weaponized fucking language that we speaking today.
Yes.
This
So
is
it's
some
like
bullshit.
What is the best hunters?
Huh?
The best hunters.
The best hunters, farmers?
No, the best hunters ain't no damn farmers. The best hunters are trackers. They're trackers.
Well, it's the same shit.
Hold on.
It's the same
Now,
shit.
the best hunters are trackers. So you got the contractors.
Wow. What are tractors? And then
not tractors.
Okay,
It's trackers.
I'm thinking that what you
They con to attract. So when you got collection agencies on you, guess what they doing? They tracking your ass down.
And which is our they use protractors. They are the protractors, which they are called marks. They find the who's who knows, and they mark you. That's when you became marked. Like right now, my territory is marked. You feel me? My hood, exactly where I'm at, because I be out here speaking that shit. So everybody know exactly where the God gonna be at. You feel what I'm saying? So I was marked. You feel me? What you call marked for death.
Hey, but also I wanted to go back on too, where you was y'all was talking about the curse of and all of that. So guess what? When you are trying to negotiate a deal, they want you to do what?
When you're trying to negotiate a deal, they want you to
when they trying to close a deal with you, they hand you a pen and ask you to do what?
Sign, which is
sign.
S-I.
So hold on, stop right there.
Yep.
Now, the word sign. Now, what we've been warned about, what is the Old Testament, the book of law about? It's history, signs, and law. So that sign, we can stay there. Now we know that these contractors, the ones that's tracking us down with the conning of brainwashing us, right? Now we know that they're really telling you in front of you the whole sign. And it's right in your face, but because it's right in your face, you don't pay attention to that sign, that subliminal.
Hey, brothers, real quick, man. Hey, we're gonna get a little music break in here, man, and we're gonna get back into this lecture, or this build.
Rocket, Chief. Rocket.
Hey, man, salute to y'all, man. Salute to the build, man. Y'all always know y'all got great perspective. Salute to the guys, man. Hey, let's get it, man. This is Mr. LV, A-State Band Runners. It's called The Box. Let's go.
Hey, can I sing you a song, bro? How can I sing you a jam?
ChiefHoliday@gmail.com.
Hey, I got one. I also got one that's for the fam. I'm still working on it. It's still a work in progress. But I got a 49-minute clip that mentions a lot of y'all in the song that I'm gonna send a cue so we can get that ball rolling too.
It's 49-minute song, bro.
49-minute verse. It's just a verse. But it's a work in progress.
49 minutes?
A 50-minute verse, bro?
Yeah, I'm
No,
tripping
a
on
59
that.
second.
Okay.
Okay. All right, man.
I was like, yo, man, we can make a movie behind that joint.
I know what he was at going on, man. I was like,
right.
Hey, long drive out of Texas. Hey, he had them. Hey, I was on it.
Yeah. All right, y'all. So yeah, let's get into this, man, and we'll come back on the other side of this, man. Let's go.
Why?
Real nigga to the right and left of me. Huh? Gang shit, no lane shit. Yeah. Mafia with dig?
You now rocking with a GOAT. I want you to do this shit, but
Billy.
Fuck it.
Bear on the shit off top, knowing it would live for a drop. Cooking like 3 straight drops. Flip it right quick, get it locked. Cause I got a gift, no box.
What you saying, hey?
I got the whole damn field, you know we going crazy. Ain't said if they know what it is, I'm a Chico baby. Trying to book me for a show. Hit my Snapchat. You ain't talking about no dough. This a when I was 16 years old. Let me backtrack. I was out here moving O's out the backpack. That's a flat back, free black cat. Fuck money on books, we do cash out. Real nigga when he need it, I'ma cash out. That's my dog, so I'm spinning like cash now. Hey, flipping on the pedal light, let me smash out. Hey, switch gears, pop me to the whole dash out. Hey, all these rappers on, I'ma spaz out. Hey, I just can't be full, take the trash out. Tired of being asked out. Somebody need to do it for the seat, I got them. Somebody need to look a bell feet, ask about them. And niggas gotta answer up to me, I'm a problem. I wipe a nigga nose on beats, I snot them. La mama almost 10, but I wanna fuck a friend. The seat laid back in the leg, she suck it in. The whole time running through my mind as I bust her in. The pussy ain't shit, but the face I fuck her in. On the shit off top, knowing it would live for a drop. Cooking like 3 straight drops. Whip it right quick, get it locked. Cause I got a gift, no box.
What you saying, hey?
I got the whole damn field, you know we going crazy. Ain't said if they know what it is, I'm a Chico baby. Trying to book me for a show. Hit my Snapchat. You ain't talking about no dough. This a when I was 16 years old. Let me backtrack. I was out here moving O's out the backpack.
Yeah, man, Mr. LV.
Hey, I like that.
Hey,
You like
Chief, did you get that email I just sent you?
Not yet. I haven't looked yet, bro.
It came
I got
CD Carl Duncan at Gmail.
Missed it.
Hey, Chief, I'm in your city, man. If you ever need a hitter, hit me up.
Hey, yo, you got them burnouts, B? You still got the burnouts, yo? You got the hitters, yo? I was just remember those burnouts we used to be able to buy and shit like for $50. You could use it for 3 months without no bill. You know about that?
but y'all be looking at
And that's in real life.
what my man be saying, man. Some things, man. It's hard to smile in the midst of it all sometimes. And that's why I feel you, Mr. Rucker. You know what I'm saying? I know what you be speaking on, and it's hard to keep a sane head when people still banging on you all day, every day. Everybody wants you to calm down. Like, what you mean me calm down? I'm the victim. Why you telling me to calm down?
That part.
I feel you, Mr. Rucker. I really do.
Hey, that's how I feel, man. We're gonna keep applying pressure. That's all I'm gonna tell y'all. We're gonna keep applying pressure, y'all. And I know that people say, well, y'all keep reading Mestizo, because I guess y'all not getting it. So we're gonna stay on the basics until everybody got it. And once you got the basics, then we can go to the next level, okay? Because obviously we going back and forth, niggas is making up shit. No, there's a mixture. The Pale Europeans came here and created a mixed race of people, and it's different mixtures. It's a mixture on top of another mixture on top of another mixture, but it's still called miscegenation in English, mestizo in Spanish. Not gonna keep playing with y'all. I don't know why we got to keep going back and forth. All that other shit is created. They're writing themselves back into the time period that they did not exist. Okay, so it's stupid. So when we go back to that first video, they tried to say that, oh, Africans. Where did you get the Africans from? Africans mixed with farmers and slaves. What?
Facts.
What the hell are we talking about? So the whole concept of Africans and farmers and slaves is stupid, but they'll say stupid shit while they trying to hide the truth right in front of our face.
They also downplayed the title farmer too. That was actually a plantation.
Right. Super facts. All right, man. So we're gonna get back into this right here, y'all. God damn it. This is just so crazy right here, right? So this is from Wikipedia. So I'm just let y'all know where it's come from. And you can go through all this, whatever, right? But this article is about the term used in Spain, Spanish America, and the Philippines. Okay. For the Portuguese term, see mestizo. For the term used in Canada and the United States, see metis. For the American rapper, see mestizo rapper. We're gonna get back to him too, right? For Mexican pop group, see mestizo, right? So let's get to this right here. Okay, we're gonna get to them, but let's get to this right here. We're gonna get to the definition of mestizo, right? Mestizo, Spanish, right? Mestizo is a term historically used in Spain and scroll down a little bit. Hold on,
Chief. Your mic.
My mic's messed up.
Okay, you good.
Okay, so yeah, let's scroll down a little bit. Like a Cuy Mayo. I'll go back to the picture. Go back to the picture real fast. Hold on, keep going. Go back to the picture real fast. I want to read some of the caption. Okay, y'all see this right here? It says a casa, right? A caste system, a casa, right? That baby right there, that's Cuy Mayo, okay? It's Cuy Mayo. He's mixed. See this guy right to the left? He's the Pale European, right? He's Spanish from Spain, and this is a Peruvian Aborigine. She's copper tone. Look like she got a crown on her head, cape on, and stuff like that, right? You see this? See this? What year is this?
Actual.
Hold on, scroll down a little bit. Let's go see the year on this.
This is wisdom because it ain't rapping. And if you napping, you might just really have just adapting. Listen to the walls tap like a choir that can't retire while they still clapping.
Facts. It said the castle painting of a Spanish man and a Peruvian woman with a mestizo child, 1770. Okay. That child is mixed. It's not a mongoloid. He's a mestizo. Okay. There's no such thing as mongoloids. That's bullshit. Okay. That's a mestizo right there. All right. Let's get to the definition of this. Just wanted to let y'all know if they have anything else, then you find it, please, for me. But if not, this is what you are. You're mixed. Okay. And it could be different variations. I call it the Blake Griffin effect. That mestizo baby will be Blake Griffin, right? He will marry and have a baby with another pale skin, and that baby would be even more what's it called? Now you see that Ibero America, right? United States, that's the United States, right? The mestizo in the United States would be the Native Americans. And we'll get back to that because if you don't remember, if you think I'm fucking around, then I'm gonna show you. But it lets you know that's what it is. It tells you right here, predominantly Spanish, Portuguese, English, right? Let you know who all the people are. The regions where they at. United States, Philippines, Mariana Islands, Aruba, right? There's the languages. Related ethnic groups, Amerindian people, European peoples, Pardos, Métis. Remember the Métis? Those are, remember? Those people right there? The mestizos, Métis? Okay. So mestizo, Spanish, right? A term historically used in Spain and Hispanic America, right? Which is a made-up term. Hispanic America that originally refers to a person of combined European, right, and indigenous. Hold on. I'm starting over. It says it right? That this term, mestizo, originally, right? Y'all know what originally means. Originally referred to a person of combined European and indigenous American descent, regardless of where the person was born. The term was used as an ethnic, racial category for mixed race casas, that child, the mestizo, right? That evolved during the Spanish Empire. Although broadly speaking, mestizo means someone of mixed European indigenous heritage. I'm gonna say that again. Although broadly speaking, mestizo means someone of mixed European indigenous heritage. The term did not have a fixed meaning in the colonial period. It was a formal label for individuals and official documentation. I'm gonna say this again, right? It was a formal label for individuals and official documentation, like
And
birth.
Chief read that for the reading and the hearing and impaired.
and comprehension challenge motherfuckers, such as censuses, right? Y'all, census, right? Parish registers, inquisition trials, and other matters. Individuals were labeled by who? Priests and royal officials as mestizos, but the term was also used for self-identification. Of course it is. After somebody calls you something for so long, you start looking in the glass, looking in the mirror, seeing yourself. You understand that, don't you, cower? Sheesh. This is great.
Or the fact that they don't want to associate it with one group and they want to separate so they'll identify with themselves.
All right, we're gonna keep going. Yeah, this gets interesting, y'all. I'm telling you. It says the noun. Hold on, okay. The noun misogyny,
Person,
right,
place, and thing.
derived from the adjective mestizo, okay, is a term for racial mixing that only came into usage in the 20th century. That means 1900, okay? Okay, y'all hear this? Y'all understand? What they're doing is they're writing people back in time periods. Misogyny derived from
I
the
gotta get
adjective
some more fire water.
mestizo is a term for racial mixing that only came into usage in the 20th fucking century. It was not a colonial era term. In the modern era, it is used to denote the positive unity of race mixtures in modern Latin America. Anybody want to take on that a little bit?
Hey, it's pretty much self-explanatory. I mean, just keep on reading it, brother.
Oh, shit. Okay. It is. This ideological stance, right? How you say this ideological, right? Stance is in contrast to the term miscegenation, which usually hold on, go back a little bit. Yeah, you gotta go back just a little bit. Hey, can you scroll back down, up, please? We skipped something. Keep going. No, scroll the other way. No, we skipped something. We got to go back. Oh, okay. This ideological stance is in contrast to the term miscegenation, which usually has negative connotations. Okay. In the modern era, particularly in Hispanic America, we got to scroll down a little bit. In the modern era, particularly in Hispanic America, mestizo has become more of a cultural term, with the term Indian, right, being reserved exclusively for people who have maintained a separate indigenous ethnic identity, language, tribal affiliation, etc. In the late 19th and early 20th century Peru, for instance, miscegenation denoted those peoples with evidence of mixed ethno-racial descent and access, usually monetary access, but not always, to secondary educational institutions. Hear this? You see this? So anything that comes out the mouth of a mestizo that is helping and pushing this system, yeah, this is what we're dealing with. This is why we getting at these guys, because of this bullshit right here. Y'all understand? This is what we're dealing with. Hold on, let's keep going. Can you hear me? Am I good? Yeah, I'm good. Testing.
Check.
Okay, I'm good. All right. All right, hold on. So this conception changed by the 1920s, especially after the national advancement and spiritual economy of indigenismo, okay? To avoid confusion with the original usage of the term mestizo, right? Mixed people started to be referred to collectively as casas. In some Latin American countries, such as Mexico, the concept of mestizo became central to the formation of a new independent identity that was neither wholly Spanish or wholly or I just want to say indigenous, but yeah, let's keep scrolling down. I don't read this shit so many times, y'all. Remember. Oh God damn it. So there. See, it became central to the formation of new independent identity that was neither wholly, right, because you're mixed, Spanish or wholly indigenous. The word, and that you notice they're not having used Aborigine no time in this conversation, right? They're using indigenous like Kiowa with the K was trying to do. So the word mestizo acquired its current meaning being used by the government to refer to all Mexicans who do not speak indigenous languages, including people of complete European or indigenous descent, as well as those of Asian and African ancestry. Y'all got something? Yeah, I'm gonna keep going.
I don't know. I didn't like that last sentence though, but it just told you who they mix with. You know, the Asians mix with the Africans and the Europeans with the indigenous.
But
You know,
everybody's supposed to be African descent, though. See, these are all terminologies and terms. They could say Asian and start throwing motherfuckers off, but they created Asians over here, right? They created Cui Mayo. He's an Asian. He's a mestizo. This is what they did. So during the colonial era of Mexico, mestizo was a category which was used rather flexibly to register births in local parishes, although its use did not follow any pattern of strict genealogy, sirs. Genealogy is the key. With Mexican independence in academic circles created by the miscegenate or the cosmic race ideology, scholars asserted that mestizos are the result of the mixing of all races. Y'all want more? After the Mexican Revolution, the government, in its attempts to create an unified. Okay, let's keep going. Y'all with me?
that's right.
I don't block you, you little boy. I'm gonna finish building, then you can come on and get beat up on, dude. I ain't gonna listen to you. All right, okay. So this is what you're pushing for right here, Kiowa with a K. You're pushing this program right here, sir. This is what you're pushing, right? They say you work with the government, right? The government in its attempts to create an unified Mexican identity, right, with no racial distinctions, adopted and actively promoted the miscegenate ideology. So a lot of times when they talk about Mesoamerica, that's this ideology that America is mixed, okay? But it's not. This is Egypto-America, okay? Get it together. The Portuguese cognate mestizo historically referred to any mixtures of Portuguese and local populations in the Portuguese colonies. In the colonial Brazil, most of the non-enslaved population was initially Mestizo de Indio. Okay, you see that? Right? It says the mixed Portuguese and native Brazilian, right? Mestizo de Indio. Mixed from the Indian. Okay? Mixed with who? The Portuguese, right? There was no descent-based casa system, and children of upper-class Portuguese landlord males and enslaved females enjoyed privileges higher than those given to lower classes, such as formal education. Now, you know how to say, like, that lady that you seen that was married in 1770 to that European, right? She wasn't a fucking slave, but they like to use words like enslaved females. You see how that work? Enslaved, not slave, enslaved. Enslaved, she could have been working, right? Working. Or once you marry somebody, you become property. Do you understand? Your wife would become your property. That would be enslaved. Your children will become your fucking property. Shit. Such cases were not so common, and the children, Such cases were not so common, and the children of enslaved women tended not to be allowed to inherit property. Okay. So this didn't happen as much as they try to make it seem like it happened. You understand? This right of inheritance was generally given to the children of free, right? So if you own land, you're free, right? But if you are your father, your grandfather, whoever's owning this land, you're his property. So if the property's passed down to you, this is what we're saying. They're talking about is give it to somebody free. Slavery's fake. You guys, it's just a bunch of bullshit, right? That's what they're doing. This is a bunch of bullshit. And that's what they did. So this right of inheritance was generally given to children of free women who tended to be legitimate offspring in cases of concubinage. This was a common practice in both Amerindian and African customs. Now, so they want you to act like they done got enslaved. They done brought Africans over here, and then they bringing their wives with them and shit. That's just crazy, yo. He's crazy. Okay, so check this out, right? So in the Philippines, which was a capacity general of Spain, right? Prince Philip, the Philippines, right? Filipinos are named after Philip, okay? It's disrespectful. I don't even like to call them Filipinos, right? The term mestizo was used to refer to a Filipino with any foreign ancestry and usually shortened as tiso. Now, if you know who the Filipinos are, then you would know that they are called negritos first. Okay? The pale European came in and made mestizos. You hear it? You get it? Okay? In Ontario and Western Canada, right? The Métis people, right? Métis people are a distinct ethnic community composed of the descendants, right, of Europeans, usually French or Scottish, sometimes English, involved in the fur trade and right. It came through Canada, came up through the bottom, the Gulf of Mexico, right? I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, you skipped something a little bit. Let's go back just a little bit. Okay. All right. Oh, so they were involved in the fur trade, and the Canadians First Nations people, especially Cree and Anishinaabe, for generations, they developed a separate culture of hunters and trappers and were concentrated in the Red River Valley. Metis does not it went too far. Gotta go back just a little bit. All right, so it says for generations they developed a separate culture for hunters and trappers and were concentrated in the Red River Valley. Metis does not include people of mixed European and Inuit ancestry. As used in Quebec, however, where there was much earlier contact between the French and other European colonists and the First Nation people. The term refers to anyone of mixed ancestry from these two groups. All right, so there's different mixtures of these people in this group, you know what I'm saying? So I don't care what nobody say. Yeah, let's just keep going because this, like I said, it's more interesting stuff. But they're gonna get to the Native Americans. They're working their way down, right? Because I don't think people understand who these people are. So, all right, so into the etymology of it, it said the Spanish word for mestizo from Latin mixtus. You see, mix, meaning mixed. The usage was documented as early as 1275 to refer to the offspring of an Egyptian Afro-Hamite and a Semite Afro-Asiatic. This term was first documented in English in 1582. So this term was documented in English in 1582, yeah, okay? We'll get to the modern day use of it. In the United States, Canada, and other English-speaking countries and cultures, mestizo as a loan word from Spanish is used to mean a person of mixed European and American Indian descent exclusively. I'm gonna say this again, okay? All right, y'all ready for this? Mestizo as a loan word from Spanish is used to mean a person of mixed European and American Indian descent exclusively. It is generally associated with persons connected to a Latin American culture or of Latin American descent. Now you see how they're changing it up, right? Based off of the language, right? Based off of, you know, geographical locations, but them carving shit up. So this is more limited. This is a more limited concept than that found in Romance languages, especially Portuguese, which has terms that are not cognate with mestizo for such admixtures. And the concept of mestizo is not particularly associated with Amerindian ancestry at all. Okay, check this out. They said which has terms that are not cognate with mestizo, such as admixture, and the concept of mestizo is not particularly associated with Amerindian ancestry at all. It is related to the particular racial identity of historical Amerindian descendant, Hispanic and Latino American communities in an American context. Y'all hear all this bullshit? Hispanic and Latino Amerindian, American context, right? Just crazy. In English-speaking Canada, Canadian Métis with uppercase as a loan word from French refers to persons of mixed French or European and indigenous ancestry who were part of a particular ethnic group. Okay. French-speaking Canadians, when using the word Métis, are referring to Canadian Métis ethnicity and all persons of mixed Amerindian and European ancestry. Right now, when you hear Amerindian and stuff, you're thinking Cuimayo, you're thinking the mestizo already, right? But I've shown you who are the original people, the copper colored races that they found when they came here. Stop playing with yourself. So they did not find mixed people. Mixed people can't be the original people. So you look like a goddamn fool going to these fucking mixed mestizo ass tribes, and then they telling you you got to get a blood quantum. How can a mixed person be full-blooded? I've always asked that question. If you're mixed, you're a mestizo, how are you full-blooded? Please explain. It doesn't make any sense. In all other French-speaking countries, the term would apply to a broader concept of mixed people in general. Métis with the lowercase, as it does for speakers of Spanish, the usual French term to refer to mixed ethnicity people in general is, what is that? It's like mulatry, right? You're starting to see, right, different terms, which is considered elsewhere pejorative, as it was often used to denigrate enslaved persons. Okay, in the United States, Métis Americans and Mestizo Americans are two distinct racial and ethno-racial identities, as reflected in the use of French and Spanish loanwords, respectively. In the Filipinos, the word mestizo usually refers to a Filipino with combined indigenous and European ancestry, Negrito and European Filipino, right? Occasionally, it is used for a Filipino with apparent Chinese ancestry, who will also be referred to as Chinito. Okay, the latter was officially listed as mestizo de sangre in birth records of the 19th century, right? With sangre referring to the HOKKIENESE word for business, single was that single? In the Portuguese-speaking world, the contemporary sense has been the closest to the historical usage from the Middle Ages. Because of the important linguistics and historical differences, mestizo, mixed ethnicity, miscegenation, etc., is separated, although from pardo, which refers to any kind of brown people. Pardo, which refers to any kind of brown people. And abacublio, right? Brown people originally of European, Amerindian admixture or assimilated Amerindians. Shit. The term mestizo okay. See it. The term mesticos can also refer to fully African or East Indian in their full definition. Thus not brown, only does not, one does not need to be a mestizo to be classified as pardo or cablicubio. You see what I'm saying? So remember, pardo is brown people, so you don't. You see, they just mixing shit up. So just depending on who's saying something, who's calling it, who's talking about the mixture and remember in this CASA system, there's levels in the system based off of color. Okay, there's levels and based off of ideologies. If you have a European ideology, right, you speaking the language, the religion, right, you're honoring them. So you're not honoring your ancestors, which would be the indigenous people. So that's what you guys are doing. You are pushing a European mindset on our people by pushing a CASA system on our people. You understand? Okay. In Brazil specifically, at least in modern times, all non-indigenous people are considered to be a single ethnicity. Okay. It says Os Brasilioso. Lines between ethnic groups are historically fluid. Since the earliest years of the Brazilian colony, the Mestiço, Portuguese pronunciation, right, group has been the most numerous amongst the free people. As explained above, the concept of mestizo should not be confused with mestizo as used in either the Spanish-speaking world or the English-speaking one. It does not relate to being of Amerindian ancestry and is not used interchangeably with pardo, literally brown people. I'll say this again. Pardo, literally, quote, brown people. There are mestizos among all major groups of the country: indigenous, Asian, Pardo, and African, and they likely constitute the majority in the three latter groups. All right, we're gonna keep going just a little bit. In Bartholomew, the term mestizo refers to people of mixed European, usually French, and East Asian ancestry. This reflects a different colonial era when the French recruited East Asians as workers. Now, I know Eagle Hawk was talking about that. I think it was last night, or maybe earlier today. He was talking about it, and we were talking about the Panama Canal when they brought the East Asians in and different people to work. And that's the same thing. They actually brought. Y'all remember the show Kung Fu? Motherfuckers came here to work on the railroad tracks. Where do y'all think? Where did he come in at? Y'all think he came in through Ellis Island? Remember, he came through the west, so he would have came through San Francisco through Angel Island, right? And the Asian people who came in, most of them came in from China, a lot of them came in from Mexico, you know what I'm saying? Different places, but they came through Angel Island, okay? Okay, we're just looking at different CASA systems right here. They're just showing different CASA systems, right? But even with some of these, y'all, they would you would see different ones, they would be lighter. So yeah, I don't think so either. I think you're gonna get it. I don't know. I think they're gonna get it. I don't think motherfuckers this slow. I don't think so. Hope y'all getting it. Don't make any sense to me. Hold on, put the link in the chat. Oh man. Yeah, man. Peace to the tribe, man. Thank you guys for coming through. Give me your time. You could be anywhere else in the world. Share with me. Thank you guys. Definitely appreciate it. Nah. I think it's impossible for me to. Yeah, let's do that. It's impossible for me to jack anybody on YouTube, dude. Especially Ratatouille, nigga. Fuck is wrong with you? Hit that link. I'm gonna embarrass your ass right now. Hit that link, dude. Nigga. I don't know if you was around. Chief Holiday is the realest. He was the first one. Yeah. That's the only real shit I heard that nigga say, nigga. Come here and talk about nothing you don't know nothing about. Hit that link, coward. Shout out to Mr. Brooklyn. Peace of my brother from another mother. Jacking somebody. That's crazy. What up, though?
The champ is here.
Oh, yeah. And hold on, man. I can't hear shit. Testing. Testing. 1 2 1 2.
I can hear you, Chief.
All right, y'all. So we in the building, y'all.
What up? I'm ready to learn.
All right, doing. Hey, so Kawa, what is you coming on here to deny? What is going on? You don't have nothing to say, dude. Absolutely nothing.
Shit.
That means you're gonna be arguing with me, Walter Neves, Richard Neves, and all these skulls and bones that we have over here that you don't have.
There we go.
See what I'm saying? I ain't about to argue about nothing that you don't know nothing about, sir. Okay.
I want you to teach me.
Hey, there's nothing to teach. I just taught you. If you didn't catch it by now, brother, I don't know what you really slow, or you really an agent and you really kissing his crackers ass.
That's why I'm waiting for you to teach me.
You watched that video. You was in the chat when you watched that video, and we watched it again. Is that right and exact to be showing these white people teaching us about our history and talking about some fucking what was that TP? The extra large TP? A wigwam? Does that wigwam that trumps mound technology and all the temples and all the building and the long houses? Come on, dog. What are you talking about? That's not even that's camping. That's camping. They was talking about teaching the kids how to camp. Excuse you?
Oh no, you just said they trumped it? Okay, cool.
I didn't say nothing. I'm saying that's only a part of our history. That's not us.
Oh,
look,
okay.
We'll get some music
right.
real fast though. We're gonna get a little music break in, then we come back on the other side of this. What we got here? K-State band runners. Let's get it. Some of that Arkansas, yeah. Arkansas is in a motherfucking building. It's just high. Let's go.
Step out the crib, look like a chick. I'm a band runner, what you expect? 14 carats and they right around my neck. Looking like licks, I'm about to flex. I be feeling like the man of the year. My saw gang killed some. I done up put too much drip on. Got your girl like damn who spilled some. Probably even got a hating that nigga all mad in the back all because he slipped on. Off top going 0 to 100. Hell no, ain't stun, yeah, I really go whipped on. Nigga saw gang so damn cold. Made another nigga hold down there, do a flip on. As I walk in, ho, go slip on. I smell like a nigga paid a grip on. Add another 25 to the price of the feed. It smells just like that pipped on. Shit so strong, look stiff on. So damn strong, look ripped on. It caught a stand, nigga, all night long. I can tell you wanna fuck with LV. Nigga love to get hit with the ice on. Fuck to get a bitch brain freeze. Catch me LV. dripping, I can slow. Got your shakes. Hey, on my face. Play a mace. Catch me dripping, I can slow. They right. Side gang with the knife. Lot of these niggas wanna bite. I said lot of these niggas wanna bite. I can slow. They want my place. Hey, ain't no way. But be crazy. Catch me dripping, I can slide. Might need niggas better get they weight up. Catch me dripping, I can slide. They don't know nothing about getting no flavor. Catch me dripping, I can slide.
First thing first, I'm a band runner. So you know I had to drop a band on her. Cute slim waist with that ass on her. Swear I thought about putting a tongue on her. I'm ridiculous. Free for no reason, ridiculous. Put that dick up on her, she ridiculous. Yeah, drip sauce, you can see the shit. Make your bitch snap a bigger Instagram ish. Just a tenfold. Sauce drip so slow. Real dope boy, edit dope bit. Make a fly nigga change clothes. Drip so much sauce, you can bother that. And when they drink up in me, I be on a date. Fuck a good real ready, don't text back. Teach a lame nigga how to tank cat. Money make a maintain that about shit. The sauce did them do the shit caught bit. French and chubby nigga since dope beat. I swear the whole world gon' know me sauce. I'm dripping, baby. Since day one I been A1, baby. Me and Max all try the whole crate. Cause the sauce we be doing this shit, take it great.
I can slow. Got your shakes. Hey, on my face. Play a mace. Catch me dripping, I can slow. They right. Side gang with the knife. Lot of these niggas wanna bite. I said lot of these niggas wanna dripping, I can slow. They want my place. Hey, ain't no way. But be crazy. Catch me dripping, I can slow. Might need niggas better get they weight up. Catch me dripping, I can slow. They don't know nothing about kicking no flavor. Catch me dripping.
And let me get it in, fella. You know the swag gon' kill him. I got him mad and he feeling paralyzed on feeling. My money stacked to the ceiling. I'm hot sizzle with the dribble, got that sauce and it's dripping. You'll never catch me slipping. Cause I'm smooth when I'm tipping, never know what I'm gripping. I know you want me cause I'm tempted, but I'm scattered with the pippin', let's go now. I got so much sauce, it stick on me. Nigga better cuff his bitch on me. Not one, but I'm trying to get rich on me. Cause that's that shit that I'm supposed to do. I'm trying to count this money, get close to you. Make them stand at attention like the soldiers do. And give me head, you can move when the soldiers shoot. Find that kick, but I'm hip too. Sauce squad, baby, you can drip too. Aggravated money, why me flip through? Minute got that nigga sick, I'm talking crib blue. Tell DJ, turn my shit up. My money need a jack just to lift up. I need 2 styrofoam, the big cup, and a big booty bitch to get ripped up. I'm a band runner, milk up.
Got your shakes. Hey, on my face. Play a mace. Catch me dripping, I can slow. They right. Side gang with the knife. Lot of these niggas wanna bite. I said lot of these niggas wanna dripping, I can slow. They want my place. Hey, ain't no way. But be crazy. Catch me dripping, I can slow. Might need niggas better get they weight up. Catch me dripping, I can slow. They don't know nothing about kicking no flavor. Catch me dripping, I can slow.
Yeah, man, get you some of that Arkansas. A-State Band Runners, what it do? Lake Village, Arkansas is in the building. Shout out to Lake Village, y'all. Peace to the guys, man. Shout out to everybody tuned in, man. Hey, man, you know, we're gonna get back to this, get back to this build, y'all. We got Kyle up in here. Yo. So, Kyle, come on, bro. Like, what more we need to do, man? Like, I'm feeling like at some point, right? You're just gonna be disagreeable just to be disagreeable, and at some point we're gonna have, like you. I don't even see what would be the point. Why would you be fighting so hard? What's your point? Can you help me with that, sir? I can't hear.
I can't hear him either, Chief. You haven't said anything.
Okay. You might have to go back out and come back in, man, because you're unmuted. So.
You know, Chief, I like to stay, you know what I'm saying, out of mess, and I like to stay neutral and ask specific questions, you know what I'm saying, and wonder why people try to be so divisive and start to stir up division. And if you had a point, you know, bring it up with what you're gonna use with your sources to back up your claims, and then just bring it to the people. You don't have to be contentious with it at all. And I don't know. I'm just asking. You know what I'm saying? Like I already know how I feel about it, and I'm not gonna address it. Like it's just I think that this is pretty much for everybody to see and make up their mind how they feel about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So as far as me, I know. Go ahead.
We going with right, wrong is wrong. Right is right, wrong is wrong. So we know that these people have usurped and created a buffer class of people. We could trace it in so many different ways, you know what I'm saying? Not only from reclassifications, but actual breeding out of the Indian out of the people. And so these are the same people that talk about Indians, but then to show you literally a pale motherfucking Indian, bro. Like, I think that's disrespectful. I really do. I think that's a part of the agenda. And I just want to know if Kyle if he knows he's a part of it willingly. You know what I'm saying? Did you run? Did you run, sir? Are you running? Where is Chewy Mayo? Are you running? Are you running, sir? Are you hiding, sir?
Well, Chief, look, see one thing that we all stand on, and I listen to everybody talk, each one of them gentlemen, you know, they we all grown men. So I don't care what I've accepted for 40 years. I have to apologize for it and realize what I did wrong or didn't do, and change it or whatever, and see what I could do for my community. And they, you know, so if you did choose the wrong, if I was choosing the wrong thing, I thought I was doing the right thing. That's what I'm saying. So it didn't cause division, whatever I was doing.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying though, bro. If something is not, these guys are not even man enough to come in and say they wrong about something. You know what I'm saying?
Or just to, like I said, if you have it all, like don't tell somebody else to bring up your sources for you. Like look it up, do some research, and bring it to the family and let us know what's going on. Like this is why y'all should look at this like this. This is how they trying to get in. This is what they using. This is what they doing, and this is what I think. But that's not how he's bringing it. He's bringing it and just throwing some information up there. And some people, this is what I want to say too about the video. Some people are such good talkers. See, I'm not a good talker because I'm country and I don't want to use correct English. My words are like positioned different according to their English system. So when I come and I start talking, don't nobody want to listen to me. But when some people could talk with and they sound so appealing, you know, like preacherists, like they sound like they sound more genuine and they sound more educated, and people tend to follow that more, and people bite off of that. Either they have a loud mouth or they have a soothing mouth, and people tend to go after both of those.
I mean, that could be true. Can you hear me good? Am I good? Yeah, put some new headphones in. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Cool. Hey, we got Kyle with a K back in the building, y'all. We're gonna try to see if we can bring this brother on home, man. Give it up, brother. We're not gonna make this hard. So you should, nobody.
What's going on? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So I wanted you to teach me.
I'm gonna talk to you. I don't know if y'all like watching the show. I don't know how long you've been in the chat for some years now, so you have information, but you act like you haven't watched anything that we've been teaching on the show. What are you doing? What's going on? What's going on?
I can barely understand you. I don't know if it's my end or your end.
But I'm saying that you were pushing just based off this past month, which the agenda that you're pushing, right? Yeah,
I heard something about this past month, something.
Hey, Chief, you got low, Chief. You still low. You coming better now. Try it again. Not good still. It sounds like you are far away from your device.
Yeah. How about that? How that sound?
All right, that's better.
Cool. All right, I'm saying that. Okay, so let me ask you a question: Is there a racial caste Darwinist agenda at foot, at least for past 100 years? Kyle.
I guess so. Yeah.
Wait. You guess or you? Because if you don't know, then we might can talk about it. But is there a racial color system called a caste system, sir? That's prevalent in America, sir?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Wait. So wouldn't the Native Americans be a part of that, sir?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, I've already spoke. Would a Native American be a mestizo? Yes or no?
I don't know. You tell me.
I've already told you. I'm asking you, so I'm going to make sure you're getting. I'm quizzing you. You're going to get this right. Is Curie Mayo a mestizo, sir?
I'm not here to talk about Cody Mayo. I know his name.
You are here to talk about. What are you here to talk about then? Because are you a mestizo? Because we're talking about mestizo. And you've been linebacking. You've been blocking like you all American guard around this motherfucker. So I'm gonna need you to explain to me then,
First round draft pick, I guess.
Yeah, you're a great left tackle, sir. So I'm saying,
hey, got protect the blind side.
What's your agenda? What do you? I don't even know what your agenda is. What are you defending? What's going on?
My agenda is truth, no matter how ugly it is.
Right, but you just said that the truth is that there's a color caste system, a racial caste system that puts the pale man. I got you. Puts the pale man who came to our country. Puts the pale man on top, correct? And they use buffer class of people, aka the mestizos. You have been caping for this system, sir. So I want to know if you know there's a system at foot. Yeah, that's what you've been doing for the past month. You've been caping for the system, sir.
Have I?
So
have I been doing that?
Yes. What you try to do is you try to say that you were doing it to get people back to the information, but y'all ain't never been on information. So you need to get to some information.
I mean, just
y'all do. You don't have no information, bro. Like, bro, you shot yourself in the foot with that bullshit you put out, bro. That was the worst scholarship.
How to do that? Break that down for me.
I don't have to break it down. I've already broke it down. I've already broke it down on craniology. I've already broke it down on racial science. Hold on, listen. You've already admitted. We don't have no debate. I can teach you some stuff, but we're not debating.
That's what I want to know. Teach. Come on.
I know. So we're going back to what you're doing. If you're working for their agenda, sir, right? They're pushing the race. Curie Mayo and Opiaya and Anu Breed pushed that video. That was pushing the racial caste system, sir.
Oh, did you show
was
that
in
video?
the chat room, ass kissing. You was an ass. Sir, I played video.
I know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
I played the video. So you agree with that video?
Yeah. With all those Negroes and all that up in there? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I didn't see nan Negro in there, sir. I didn't see one Negro.
Go to an hour and 16 minutes.
I didn't see any Negroes in that video that we just played.
Oh, no. Go to an hour and 16 minutes in Opie's video. You'll see.
Oh, okay. Well, no. We just played. Oh, we're gonna.
Oh, okay.
Hey, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question, y'all?
What you got, bro?
Like, okay, so Kyle, look. So I'm just saying, like, you go to this community, right? And they being peaceful and they building, right? Like you could tell them to get to the information, but get to what information are you defending when you didn't put up any? And if they over in their community putting up information, what do they need to be defending about yours, and why you defending in their territory? Like, what are you trying to get? Like, because it's a disruption, kind of sound like to me. That's what I'm asking. That's not what it is.
So you call information playing other people's videos, playing emotionalism and drama? That's information?
What is drama? Drama is when other people come on the channel. I don't see drama when other people.
Oh, you didn't see all that drama that's been going on for almost a year? Damn.
Yeah,
My bad.
I did, but see, so I get it. So I think that you are a part of it right now. So I'm seeing like,
No, I
what is
definitely
are you
think it.
trying to play into it or what? Because you are right now. You actually like listen. They not even talking about the people they was drumming with then. They talking about you.
I know. I did a good job. At least they started. At least they started
Hold
getting back
on.
the information,
So
though,
at
right?
first you said that you
You did
wanted
a
to get
terrible
back to
job.
the information, but they just got on another person, which
Yeah.
was you that called disruption, sir. I don't see you coming with information and trying
Hold
to
on a second.
build.
All right.
Like, hold on, you're not trying to build. You're only causing a disruption because you're not. You know what I'm saying? It's not. You're not trying to mend anything. You're just talking at it like, hey, do this. Hey, do this. Teach me. Hey, you know what I'm saying? When people be on something, you'll come on. You'll start shooting little slide shots in the chat, and it'll throw people frequency off. So that's the only reason I say that you are doing the same thing other people doing, because you're not contributing. You actually taking away from
Okay.
whatever they was
Yeah.
doing before you got there.
Yeah, because what was going on before I got there, that was nothing but drama and going at other people with no information whatsoever, outside of playing emotionalism, Umar Johnson, and all that other bullshit. But yeah, you know,
But who are you to come say that it's time to?
No, I'm getting to you.
Okay.
But now the focus turned on me, right? Because see what happened was, right? What happened? I came up there, I put out a challenge. Let's get back to the info. So me and A1, we went at it, had a little info, got to the info on that, whatever. And we started getting back to that. I challenged AP, and he ran until whatever. And then we got a little bit back into the info. Everybody said my shit was trash. My info was trash, but I'm still waiting. But yeah, we're back to that, and I'm trying to figure out what I need to learn now.
Can I say? Okay, so I'm trying to understand, right? So you saying that the information was trash, but
no, I'm not saying that. That's what they said.
Okay, so I told you what I thought about it. I thought your presentation of it was trash, and if you could present it, listen, if you could present it where I could probably, you know what I'm saying, with more points, also with more points and sources, then I could possibly see what you're talking about and might could steer your way. But you threw one thing up there and want somebody to debunk something that's not, you know what I'm saying, relevant. You know what I mean? And I kind of see what you're trying to do. But if you wanted to input,
what you think I'm trying to do?
Hold on. Watch this.
I mean, what do you see that I'm trying to do?
I kind of talked to you about it the other day, and you
What's happening to
agreed.
my sound? I don't know if you're talking.
I don't know
Hold on
what
a second.
that's why I'm asking. What's your agenda?
Yes,
I kind of had.
We're the copper colored people,
hear me?
aka brown
Can't
people,
hear
are
any
the original
goddamn
people
body.
of this
What's
land.
going on?
And we got the bones in the ground to prove it. Right?
Hold your
So
thought,
I'm
bro.
trying to ask you,
I'm
what
gonna
are you
check
trying to
right back
do?
in.
I got you.
God damn it,
Sir. Can you
can't
hear?
Chief. No, sir.
All
He
right,
said
you
he's
need
gonna
to go
drop
out
out
and
and come
come
back
back
in. Yeah.
I just want to know what's the agenda. Like his agenda can't be to push his
Hey,
talking
that's what I'm
point.
trying to find out, Chief. Like,
That
cause
can't be his
see,
agenda.
one thing is y'all kind of personal. Like, I'm not personal, so I'm just asking because if I'm here looking for information, I'm sure other people in the chat room is too. I'm just trying to look and see what is he all about, because you know what I'm saying. Like if he can't answer these small questions from just a natural man, then I don't know how he could answer your questions while you
He can't.
throwing science and everything in his face. So before I'm just talking to him, trying to see what's up. That's it. You know what I mean? Like it ain't you know what I'm saying? It ain't that personal. I'm just wondering. I'm just asking some questions.
All right, I'm back. My bad. I missed half of what you said. I don't know. My sound
Okay.
is like cutting out on me and all that other good stuff. So go ahead for it, bro.
Okay, so I was just saying that that if you was trying to make everyone stop arguing, right? You became what the person you replaced the person that they was arguing with, for one. And if it was about the information, I thought that you should have presented the information and backed up your information where it's not a refute, but you pushing it on, and you didn't even give me enough information to look at. And that's what I'm saying. You
Okay.
didn't give me enough sources, enough reliable information to look at. Hold on, to see that I need to debunk you, or I need to look your information up and see that it's valid. You know what I mean? So I
All
mean,
right.
go ahead with that.
So now, all right, I'm gonna show you the difference, right? See, they was arguing about people and personal stuff. They're coming at me now about what? My information. It's the number one difference right there. We're on the information, right? My number one objective to get back to the
Are you
information.
crying? Are you crying?
Hold on, Chief. Hold on, Chief.
What are you doing?
Hold on,
Don't
Chief.
cry.
I ain't you. I ain't gonna
I'm
cry.
coming off
Hold
the
on,
top turnbuckle. You should know this by now, sir. Your information sucks, bro. Like we could listen. You said craniology.
Hold on, no. See, look,
You
you
said
cut me off. Let me
craniology pseudo,
finish
right?
answering the brother. Let me
I
finish
just played
answering
a
him first.
video
Yeah,
with
because
two
you're gonna
doctors.
take him off.
Answering
You're
him
gonna
first.
take him.
I just play. You have no source. Give me a source with a
See what
PhD,
you're
sir.
doing? See what you're doing?
I
You're
just want a
getting away.
source. I just need
See
a
what you're
source
doing?
from what you're talking about, sir.
Hold on.
Because
See what you're
I'm
doing right
charging
now?
you,
I'm trying to
sir.
answer
I'm
him, and
charging
you're
you
trying to
with.
take over.
Listen up. Hear me out, though.
Let me finish.
You
Can I
already
finish answering him?
blew trial
Can
already,
I
sir.
finish
You already
answering
blew
him?
trial. Oh, I'm gonna let you
Can I
have it, but I
finish
just need you to
answering?
understand this.
No. I'm
Understand
answering
what I'm
him, not
saying
you
is,
right now. I'll deal with you in a second.
whose agenda are you
I'll
pushing,
deal
though?
with you in a second. No. I'm talking to
Okay,
Mr.
go ahead.
Meticulous. Let me and him finish building, then I'll deal with you in a second. Okay, runner man? All right, now, Mr. Meticulous, you see the difference already, right? We're going from personal bullshit to they're taking shots at my information. So that's the number one difference, right? Hello?
To you taking the victim standpoint.
No. No victim standpoint whatsoever. I'm showing you the difference. The difference was prior to me coming out and doing what I did, it was all going back and forth with personal shit between them and whoever else. I came in and now they're taking at my information, right?
So you're saying that they pretty much replaced you with the person that they was doing it with. So this is just
No.
a way.
That's not
Hold
what I
on.
said.
It's just a way.
That's not what I said.
I'm trying to understand it in the layman terms. Are they so you saying they're getting had a certain way that they was acting with somebody and they replaced that other somebody with you, and it's just the action that they do?
No. What I'm saying is the other somebody that they was dealing with had nothing
Okay.
to do with information whatsoever outside of personal information. It was nothing
Okay.
but personal shit that was being drug outside of there. I stepped in and I came out with some shit, and now they're coming at the information that I presented. Not me.
Okay.
Well,
Okay. So
me too, but
let's
they're
stop
coming
right
at
there.
my information, right?
Okay, so let's
So
say something about
that's
it.
different.
Do you believe in the information that you presented, or was you just trying to get attention grab and then push along?
Well, let me see here. As far as believing in it, I don't know if I can really go full hard and say I believe in it, but I can only go with the information that I found and state that it is what it is.
Okay, so you brought this information to the community, and everybody is going at the information, not really you. And then it's the fact that
There we go.
hold on, and then it's the fact that you are using this information even when you just told me it was bullshit. And that's why I said you
I didn't say that.
contradicted yourself in the
I didn't say that.
hold on, brother. That's why I said that you contradicted yourself and you gave his sources credence in y'all's debate. And if you don't rock with it,
Whose
how
sources?
can I take what you're saying with full authority when you just said I don't believe in it? I just came out there, I had initiative to get back to the information. Now they won't get back to the
You're
information, they getting
mischaracterizing what I
on
said.
me.
I
They
didn't say
getting
that.
on me. I mean, come on. Yeah, that's
I
what you
didn't say
kind of
that.
said. Okay,
No,
go ahead. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm sorry.
what I directly said was that I'm not gonna say I believe in it, and that the information that I found, it is what it is. So
Means
therefore, when I
pseudo,
put that
sir.
information out
Pseudo.
there,
All
I
right.
was expecting somebody to come back and refute that information with actual information, not conjecture. See what I'm saying? That's the difference.
I see. I get what you're saying, but I think they're giving you both because I seen that what you was asking for had been debunked before you put it up. So and then when he addressed it in
Fact.
the he addressed it in his bill.
No,
He addressed the white, the
what
Europeans and the Asians being indigenous to America. And then you said that you don't believe.
no, I never said
Hold on.
Europeans are indigenous. I
Okay,
never said
well,
Europeans are indigenous.
he just proved it. He wasn't. I guess that was just an additive because right before the
No, that's
debate,
what everybody twisted it into. I never
the,
said Europeans are indigenous.
they had white tribes here or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Y'all took white tribes as Europeans. That's what everybody else did. I never said that.
Okay, so um um why don't you make it more clear as to what you're saying? Because if you disrupting, like, okay, so you come over here, you already know what it's about. So then when you start putting up these things and saying, okay, white tribes are from here, you ain't say they was indigenous or aboriginal, that white tribes from here. What do you mean when you say from here? Ab mean from.
I
So
said
when
there
we
were
saying,
white.
okay, so
He's
That
not
there
saying
are
they're
white.
aboriginal.
I
He's
said there
not
were
saying they're
white.
aborigines, bro. He's playing word semantics by saying crying foul and saying we playing word semantics. He
Don't
shouldn't
answer
have
for me.
never.
Don't answer for me.
I am
I
answering for
didn't
you
say
because you're
that.
not saying.
No,
Are you
you're
saying?
not,
Are you
because you're
saying that
not me.
those? Are you
Don't
saying
answer
that pale
for me.
people are aborigines, sir?
Again,
You know
there
he's
are.
not saying that.
hold
Though.
on, Chief. Hold on.
Go ahead,
Hold
man.
on, Chief. So if we say that ab mean from, and you said white people from here, aren't you saying that they're aboriginal or what?
Yep. Until it's
Because
proven
the way that
otherwise,
you
yes,
put
they
it, you
are.
said that white people are from here, right? That's
Oh,
what
now
you
you
said,
saying white
right?
people.
No. That's not what
Okay,
I
so
said.
you saying that
That's not what I
they're
said.
aboriginal then, right?
That's not what I said. I clearly showed and stated that I
But
will
see,
show that they are.
that's where.
Hold on. I clearly stated multiple
Listen,
times
go ahead.
that I will show that there are white indigenous tribes here. That there are white indigenous tribes. I showed four
Okay.
out of the
Okay.
thousands. Okay. 4 out of
Okay.
thousands. Okay.
Okay.
So
So
that's not saying white
so
Europeans are
And
from here.
so the
Nothing
white
else,
so the
nothing
pale
more.
man didn't come here, Kawa. So the pale man didn't come here and start breeding out the Indian brother. Yes or no? Start making the
That has
Indians
nothing
white.
to do with what I'm talking about.
I'm just asking the question though. If it happened, did it
That
happen
question is not relevant.
before or during or
That
after
question is
that
not
picture?
relevant.
Sir,
That
you say
question
that's
is not
not
relevant.
relevant.
See,
You say that's not relevant.
you know why I'm the
No, this
goat, sir.
question
You
is
know why I'm the goat. You know why I'm the goat because I sniff out bullshit,
because you're
dude.
a Pan-African. That's
And
why.
I smash, no, nigga, I smash
Because you're
everybody
a
that gets in
Pan-African. That's
front of
why.
me, sir. That you know that there's no motherfucker on this planet that can fuck with me. You know this, sir. And you
Yeah, I know.
definitely
That's
can
why you've
fuck
been
with me.
running from me.
Hey, sir, you right here right now.
I know,
I just
man.
did my presentation. I don't got to talk to you, sir. You got
I
to go
ain't see
talk
the
to Walter
presentation.
Neves, sir. You got to go talk to Walter Neves.
Okay.
Don't talk
All
to
right.
me,
So,
right? And
all right,
you
Mr.
got to.
Ridiculous.
Okay, so listen, I'm gonna embarrass you again about craniology. Okay, so listen and listen closely. Okay,
All
sir.
right. Make sure
Listen,
you
listen
pull up
closely.
your fact on
They have a thing
craniology.
called geology. They have a thing called geology. I let you talk. Okay. They have a thing called geology. Do you know what geology is, sir? Yes, you do. You should know.
Pseudoscience.
You should know that it's going levels. The further down you go down, the older stuff gets. So
Pseudoscience, yeah.
if you find a goddamn human down that's 50,000 years old, sir, activity of human beings or whatever, are you saying that those are white people, sir? Is this what you're saying? Or those are white tribes?
No, what I'm saying, that's also pseudoscience too.
What is, okay, no, it's not because you know what they're doing. You know how they're proving that this is the most reliable way, sir. That is not pseudo, right? It's because they find
Sound like somebody capping for the white man.
modern skulls, sir. No, you need to listen. You need to listen. They find modern skulls, right? And they say, okay, we measure these skulls. These Caucasian skulls are this measurement. These Asian skulls are this measurement. These Negro skulls are this measurement, sir. And according to these measurements that we keep coming back and back, and the measurements, right? Actual measurements, not whatever you're talking about. Actual measurements, like measure the size of the skull, right? Measure certain things, and these people, these measurements match these people, which are not mestizos, because mestizos have to be created by pale people, sir. That's a new thing. So what you're talking about, you're pushing this agenda, sir, and this is what we're going to prove.
That's
We
not
already
the problem
proved
he
that
have.
you're pushing this agenda.
Chief, that's not the problem he have with hypothesis.
You're
Hold on, let me
pushing the
say
cracker
something.
agenda.
Hold on, watch
am
this.
I?
Kyle
All right, so let's get to the root. Hold on, Mr. Meticulous. Hold on, bro. Hold on a second. Hold on. I gotta
Let me say
respond.
one thing. Please, let me say one thing. Hold on, let me say one thing.
Hold on a
Let me
second.
say one thing.
Hold on. Let me respond. So
Yes,
he's
sir.
saying I'm pushing this agenda, right? So now we're gonna get to the root of craniology. What is the root of craniology?
Oh my God.
Okay,
Something you don't know
so
about.
I answer your question. What you want to find out is why does it start off with saying it start with an hypothesis? Now you okay, here we go. So if you continue with the definition and the rest of it is to be tested. And in order for it to happen, there's a process. And it starts with a hypothesis that need strict and strategic testing after that. So
Okay.
you not being genuine with what happened
Just
after
like
the
out of Africa,
hypothesis. It just
which is
said that it
craniology is
start.
based on.
Hold
Go ahead.
on. It said that it starts with an
Right.
hypothesis that needs to be proven. So you taking it that just because it
Fucking
said
sound.
hypothesis
God
in
damn it.
there,
I don't know if you're
just
talking or
because it
not,
said
but my son done cut the fuck out on me again, motherfucker.
that, hey, but everybody else hear me. That's his problem.
You can you hear me?
And
Yeah,
he
we
was
can.
to
You might
hear.
have to go out and
Watch
come
this.
back in here, man.
Yes, I can hear you.
I'll be right back.
Can you hear me?
God damn it.
Man, you suck, bro. I'm just saying, man. I'm not. That's terrible.
Hey, but that was his problem, and I could see it, so I wanted to ask him about his problem. Like, and if you know what I'm saying, like if you're not gonna read, like, when Zoe read the definition earlier,
Right.
definition earlier, and it clearly says
Right.
it starts with a hypothesis, but nobody gets to the rest of the thing before he jumps out. See, hypothesis, but there's a lot that comes after that. And he's not being cool with the information that, you know what I'm saying, that this is a tested hypothesis that comes to be the fact.
Yeah. Yeah. Like when what they're doing is, right. What he's doing is saying, okay, well, you guys are using science. Science is pseudo, right? That's what he's saying, essentially. Let's throw that out the window because it's not it's not saying what the Darwin guys wanted to say, right? It's not saying what QE Mayo wants to say because we played with the agenda that they're pushing, that they want you to find one or two Africans or Europeans in your bloodline and be proud about the shit, right? That's what they want you to do.
I'm gonna speak up for our people just like I should. You know, it comes
Can you hear
from
me?
this. Hold
Yeah,
on
we
one
hear you.
second though. Hold on one second
Cool.
though. It comes from this though. You know, science is pseudo because it's not being tracked all the time. Back in the day, we tracked everything. We tracked and took care and made sure everything we followed and understood things to a science. And they destroyed it and come up with their hypothesis on what might have happened when we used to take notes. So that's what it is, why science could be proven as pseudo. But then you start coming up with, okay, well, back in the day, how did we start our science? We start looking at stuff, we observe, we document, and we keep on going. And when we look back on our information, we come up with a collective that we could come and say, okay, here is what we found. This happened 80% of the time or such and such and such and such. So it's pseudo because it haven't been done over a long period of time. Science, that is.
Well, and see that's what we're going back to craniology or craniometry, right? And we're talking about just measuring, right? I could, you know how like you could do
Now let's go
experiment,
to the
right?
root of craniometry.
Hold on, hold on. We go.
Hold up
You
the
can
definition of craniometry.
Hey, listen. The thing that
What is
makes this a law and makes this the most reliable way how they identify people. That's how Walter Neves and them did what they did, and Richard Neves them.
Okay,
You don't have
your white
anything to
buddy. I
refute
know.
that.
I get
Sir,
that. I get that.
you don't have
But go
anything,
back.
sir.
What's the
You
definition?
have nothing to
Let's break down
refute what I
craniometry.
put out already, sir. You don't have
Can we break
nothing.
down craniometry?
I want you to break it down. You should break it down. What you should do is just go pull up the definition of it and read
I
it right
already
now.
did.
Because you
I already
apparently, well, do it again. Because I didn't
I
hear
already
you.
showed
Do
it.
it again, sir. So, sir, I'm talking about measuring the
Based off,
skulls,
it's
right? So
based
I
off a
can. So here's what I
hypothesis,
can do.
right?
Here's
Just like
what I can do. I can take modern skulls, sir. I can take modern skulls
So
and
which one do you
measure
want?
them and compare
Which one do
them.
you want?
I can
Which
compare, sir.
hypothesis do you like better, out of
I
Africa or
can
craniometry?
compare. I'm not pushing out of Africa. You pushing out of Africa, sir. You
Craniometry
pushing.
is pushing out of Africa.
No, it's not. You
Oh, it is.
pushing
It's
out of
based on
Africa,
it.
sir.
No, it's
Sir,
based
once
on
again,
it.
if
Craniometry is
this
based
was,
on that's
sir,
where out
if
of
they was
Africa comes
using this
from.
before out
Craniometry.
of Africa, sir,
Hey,
if
hey,
they
hey,
was
calm
using
down,
this
buddy.
before
Calm down, buddy.
Darwinism, sir,
Calm down,
then
buddy.
why are you talking?
Hey, buddy.
Why you
calm
talking?
Down. Calm down.
If this
Calm
came
down.
before, sir,
Okay,
this
so
came
again,
before. I'm just talking
craniometry
about measuring skulls,
and how
sir.
the
I'm
Africans
trying to
go hand in
explain,
hand.
sir. I'm trying to explain to you that I can
teach,
take
teach,
a
teach.
modern, I can take a modern cadaver, I can take a modern skull, and then measure that skull. Can I not? Yes, I can. And then I said, hey, guess what? I can compare this to ancient skulls that we found 10,000 BC, sir. And they're not finding pale people or what you're calling mestizos nowhere on this planet 10,000 BC, sir. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't want to go back and forth with you, dude. So talk about something else, because
so
you
what-
lost
what-
this. This is
what
not even,
hypothesis
sir,
do
this
you
ain't
like
even up
better?
for debate no more.
I
You
only
can
got
talk
one
about what you want
hypothesis
to talk
do you
about.
like
I'm
better?
not talking to you no more about this. Bro,
Hey,
matter of
What
fact, I'm gonna talk
hypothesis do
sports.
you like better?
Hey, did Alabama win today? Dude, I'm not talking
Nah,
to you
my
no more
Tar
about
Heels
this.
won
So,
though. I'm good with that. But which
Eagle Hawk,
hypothesis
what
do
it
you
do?
like better?
I don't like no hypothesis. I don't
So
use
why do you like
hypothesis.
craniometry? Is based on hypothesis.
I like measuring skulls and measuring femurs and hip bones and
I
stuff,
know it's
sir.
all based on hypothesis,
Our
just like
hip
they use
bones,
with
our hip
African.
bones are different than Asian hip bones or pale hip
Hey, how
bones.
did Darwin
And
come up
so,
with his theory?
sir, I'm not sir. I'm not
How
pushing
did Darwin
Darwin.
come up with his theory? He based it on
You
craniometry, right?
tell everybody how you know that these people were white here. Oh, you looked at a Kodak film.
No, you're
Kodak
getting away.
picture. That's
You're getting
it.
away from
Sir,
it. You're
sir,
getting away.
sir.
Stop
What
moving the goalposts.
science?
Let's get back.
What
Let's get back.
science?
I know
What
Darwin
science are you using? Because I'm using
Darwin science.
I'm using colonization and I'm using grafting out people, sir. What are you using? What are you? If you can agree that happened to our people here on this land, then
how did Darwin?
Hold, sir. You already agreed that this happening on our land. You've already agreed that this is happening, sir. You've already agreed.
You're moving the
You
goalposts.
already agreed, sir.
Play ain't even started yet. You're already running. That's a false start.
Sir, you've already agreed that they're breeding out people here on this land.
False
You've
start.
already agreed this. Excuse me?
Flag on the play. False start.
No, it's not a flag. You're not listening. You
No, it
keep
is,
cutting me
'cause we're
off.
talking about something else. False
Sir,
start.
I'm not talking about what you're talking about. I'm not talking about what you're talking about. So you suck, right? I don't know what else to say. It's nothing that you can talk about. If you can show me where that's a hypothesis, then keep going. Go ahead, show me where's that.
Say that again. Because I'm still trying
How
to
is it
figure
a
out exactly.
hypothesis, sir? How is it a hypothesis?
That's it. Just like in out of Africa.
How is
That's
it
the
a
exact
hypothesis
definition.
when Richard Neves and them came up with the measurement? Show me the hypotheses, because they had to do the measurements, right? You seen the measurements. Oh, sir, I know you don't. I know you do not care about the measurements. You don't care about math and science. I do. And because of the other schools, sir, everything kept coming back. Other thing but mongoloids, sir. Negroes. Okay, they kept coming back. This is a Negro face. You're never going to get around this, sir. Sir, you're never going to get around what you're doing, sir. Okay? And what you just keep digging the hole deep.
You just keep digging around the whole goddamn thing, and you keep running. Don't start.
Listen, Kawa, you are the worst.
Back another 5.
Kawa,
So,
you the
again,
worst scholar I've ever seen in my life.
Yes, you are. I'm glad you admit that. Yes, you are. Thank you.
God.
But anyway,
this is the
let's get
God
back to
goat
this.
over here, dude. Hey, listen. You suck.
So
Hey,
again,
it's
where
nothing
does
to
the
get back to.
hypothesis
Listen,
start?
sir. Listen. How are you identifying these people? And I'm done. How do you identify those people
What
being
is the
indigenous?
root of craniology?
Sir,
you
sir,
keep
I'm
running.
asking you, how are
Stop
you?
running.
How are you, sir?
Stop running. No. We're still dealing with the craniometry.
What science
So
are
stop
you
running.
using, sir? No.
Stop running.
We're done with that. I'm asking you what science are you
dealing
using?
with
'Cause I'm
craniology.
using
So
craniology
stop
and
running.
geology. I'm using craniology, geology, archaeology, and a whole bunch of other
And
ologies.
we're still
Sir,
on craniometry.
I asked you a real simple question. I'm asking you a real
So
simple
did I.
question.
I asked you a real simple question, and all you did was false start.
What
So now you're
study
about to get a
are
personal
you
foul.
using? Sir, which ology are you using?
So again,
I asked you a
we're
simple
talking
question.
about
I asked you a simple
craniometry.
question. That's a simple question. I asked you what ology are you using? Can you tell us?
Again, I asked you a simple question. What is the root of craniology?
Sir, like I told you already, sir.
Yeah,
I asked
see
you a
how you
simple
keep
question.
running away from
What
that.
ology are you using? Then we can get to
Oh, fuck
craniology.
all that.
You
Answer my
supposed to be-
question.
You supposed to be teaching us about craniology. I just showed
No,
a whole
no,
video.
I'm here to learn. That's why I'm asking you
sir,
these questions.
sir. I just
That's why I'm
showed a
asking
whole
you these
video.
questions.
How much money did they spend to tell us that was a Negro face, nigga? How much money you think they spent on that?
That Doesn't answer the question.
Sir, how much money do you think these crackers spent to tell us
I
that,
see why you
that
didn't
our
debate
ancestors was in the
Renee.
ground? Sir, listen to me closely.
See
What
why you didn't
study,
debate Renee.
what science?
Good Lord.
Okay, gotcha. What science are you using, sir?
So again, we're back to
No, I'm
what
asking
is
you a
the
simple
root of
question.
craniology?
What science are you using? What ology,
Chief, he ain't about
what
to answer that,
methodology
Chief.
are you using, sir? That's all I'm
Hey,
asking you.
Chief.
Because we
Chief,
don't have to keep going back and forth because I don't want to hear shit you talking about, dude, until you tell me a science that you using. What science are you using?
So again, like I said,
Nah,
we're back to
I'm not listening to this nigga, y'all. I'm not trying to hear nothing that he's talking
Chief.
about, bro.
Hey,
I'm not
Chief.
trying to hear that, bro.
Chief, see the question.
Yeah.
The question I wanted to ask was like this. This is what I wanted to ask. Like if you use different sciences to figure out who these people are, and craniology is one of them, and they all scratch each other back, or one you use one science and then go put it down, use math and then go put it down, use another science and then you add it all together, and they all should add up to something. So you know what I'm saying? What's wrong with using everything as a tool? Because at one point I use a post hole digger until I need something bigger.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's just a tool.
Hey, I'm
And
asking
if
a
people
simple
not looking at them as tools,
maybe he knows. Maybe he gonna know. But I'm gonna play a song for him first. This is dedicated to Kiowa. Let's go. Y'all see the title.
About me, but what if I don't get a chance to blow up? What you forget about me? Man, I can't stand me a fuck nigga. I be wanna backhand me a fuck nigga. I'm really tired of playing with you fuck niggas. Put that heat up on them, put a tan on you fuck niggas. I wish you was 100 like us, nigga. But you on the other side with them fuck niggas. Man, fella can't touch this. Huh? What the fuck, nigga? I'm a MC with a hammer that can touch nigga. Never been a hoe, that's a no. We don't go, you ain't know, now you know. Oh, for sure. Got some motherfucking niggas on my side who ain't lit, shit slap. We'll fuck this bitch up. I ain't lying one time for my get money niggas. And don't get money bitches, thug niggas, drug dealers, fella, can't stand me a bitch ass nigga or a snitch ass nigga. This my only reason I ain't fucking with us. I was raised around fuck niggas. I ain't never snitch, never switch, never gossip about a nigga like a bitch. I was raised around fuck niggas. Fuck a rat nigga, I don't snitch, that's me. I was raised like this. I was raised around fuck niggas. Me, I like to keep the shit 100. I don't fuck around when it come to money. Cause I was raised around fuck niggas. Real niggas stick to the code, and the code is the only thing I know. Cause I was raised around fuck niggas.
Gangster, my mama was a hustler. My daddy wasn't there, he's a buster. Fuck em, jumped out fresh selling hubbles. Young ass nigga causing all kinds of trouble. I'm gone off the service, white and no jollies. I fuck with nigga that love that X and pop models. We fuck nigga bitches, they lose weight like that. We love to shoot guns and wreck and start riots. Hey, when I say shut the fuck up, I mean quiet. Hey, when I say run up, nigga, I mean try it. I'm about this shit. Like Santa, I'll rap this bitch. It ain't Christmas, bitch, but I keep toys and clips. I got game like a pimp. With all these bars, I sip 100 like the temp. And now I blow so don't tip. And now I take me a trip and get something to flip. You a captain, I'm a pirate. I take over
Cause
your
I was
ship.
raised around fuck niggas. I ain't never snitch, never switch, never gossip about a nigga like a bitch. Cause I was raised around fuck niggas. Fuck a rat nigga, I don't snitch, that's me. I was raised like this. Cause I was raised around fuck niggas. Me, I like to keep the shit 100. I don't fuck around when it come to money. Cause I was raised around fuck niggas. Real niggas stick to the code, and the code is the only thing I know. Cause I was raised around fuck niggas.
bring it back. Paul, keep it real with you. I don't fuck with none of y'all. Got some killers, nigga. Yeah, my niggas all dog. Got some bad bees. And my B stand for brow. Got a problem, nigga. Fuck around and get your ass. Tony backspace. Fuck around, delete your ass. I see you mugging, nigga. But your bitch steady looking, ran out of gas. Trying to go and hit that pussy for my real niggas. Why me work? Got your bitch with me. Why me work? Big watch, nigga. Had that bitch since 010. You a fuck, nigga. Been that shit since back then, nigga. On the cool, I don't trust niggas. This lean got me stuck, nigga. I don't hang around fuck niggas. Bring your girl around me, she got a raised around fuck niggas. I ain't never snitch, never switch, never gossip about a nigga like a bitch. Cause I was raised around fuck niggas. Fuck a rat, nigga, I don't snitch, that's me. I was raised like this. Cause I was raised around fuck niggas. Me, I like to keep the shit 100. I don't fuck around when it come to money. Cause I was raised around fuck niggas. Real niggas stick to the code, and the code is the only thing I know. Cause I was raised around fuck niggas.
Hey, H-State.
Hey,
Fuck
Chief,
niggas.
that sound like what we used to tie the club
Now
up
that
back
we
to
done
back
with
in
that
the
song
day.
about you, can we get back to the root of craniology?
Whatever you want to talk about, brother. You can teach us on how pseudo craniology is, brother.
Okay, so why are you accepting craniology's hypothesis?
See, once again, you if you could pull it up and show me there's a hypothesis, then we go from there. You got that? Or you just gonna say it? You just gonna say it?
You got CEO over there to pull it up. You pulled up a bunch of other stuff. Why don't you pull that up?
That's enough for you, brother. I already know
I know
this.
you're scared. I know
I'm
you're
not about
scared.
to
That's all.
entertain.
You're
You can
scared.
read it. How about this? You
Hey,
should be able to just read it for us, sir. Sir, listen to me. You suck. I'm sorry.
Yes, you do.
I don't know
Yes,
what
you
else
do.
to say. Listen to me, bro. I don't have to have a conversation with you. You shot yourself. Your information is the worst information on YouTube. Okay?
Yes, yours is because you don't have any.
And then look,
Damn.
then that video, I'm on y'all head about the video y'all played yesterday. Okay, that's fuck
Mhm.
me.
Anyway,
Okay,
let's
all
get
right.
back to this craniology thing.
There's
'cause you
no,
keep
there's
running.
no
Stop
conversation.
running.
If you
Stop
don't
running and
have
stand
nothing
on
to
your
say,
square.
I don't
Stop
have nothing
running
to
and
say.
stand on your square for once in your goddamn
Okay,
life.
go ahead. I'm
Stop
gonna let you
running.
talk. Go
Okay,
ahead.
running, man. That's what you. I don't know why you got them shoes because they ain't running shoes, but you just do a lot of running. But anyway, let's go back to craniology and the source of it. Why do you accept craniology's hypothesis? Why is that all of a sudden factual? Why is hypothesis facts now? Why does Darwin use hypothesis of craniology for his theories? Why is Out of Africa based on craniology? Answer those. Come on, teacher. Oh, well, I guess I'm the Lord of Crickets now.
You done? Are you done? I
I
thought
know
you
you're
was
about to
gonna
run
tell
away.
me. I'm not teaching you nothing. I'm not
I
teaching
know,
you
'cause
nothing
you're about to
more than
run.
I've already taught you tonight, sir. Listen to
I
me.
know, because you're going to
What's
run.
up?
Watch how you do it. Here it comes. Let's
Wait,
go.
you know you kept saying conjecture all night.
Here
in the
comes the
chat?
running.
That's what you're doing. I don't know
Here
what you're
comes the
talking about.
running.
I need you to teach us on craniology, sir.
Here comes
That's
the
what-
running. Again, those like we do it out of Africa. It's a
I don't have nothing to
hypothesis,
say,
so we
bro.
got to
I
stop
don't
there.
have nothing. Show. Where do you get this as a hypothesis,
It's a
sir?
hypothesis. It's right there in the definition. Read it.
Where?
Craniology.
It's not a definition of nothing. We read the goddamn definition of craniology from the 1828 definition. 1828. That means it came before Darwin, sir.
Assumption and
When did Darwin come out with the
so now
theory
you're
of
accepting
evolution, sir? Listen to
assumptions
me.
and theories.
Sir, listen and listen closely. You can't have out of Africa hypothesis without
no need
evolution.
to.
Sir, listen to me. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now. Okay. Now
All right, listen,
we
son.
already
Son, I'm gonna
debunked
break this down
what
to
you're
you.
talking
Okay.
about. If they
Listen,
already had
son.
craniology, if they were already
I'm gonna
teaching
break this down to you,
craniology,
son.
sir, they were already
And hypothesis
You're
is
not breaking
based
shit
on
down to me.
assumptions, right?
Break it down.
Okay,
I've been asking you
son.
to break it down instead of
Listen, son.
conjecture. I'm not. I
Listen,
shouldn't even have to
son.
be talking right now. You're supposed to be teaching us on
1828
how
definition
craniology
says
go.
what?
Go ahead, sir.
What does it say, son? I taught you this earlier, son. The 1828 definition states that it's based off of theories and assumptions. So now you're accepting theories and assumptions.
But all sciences,
Hey, Pigeon
all
Stew, what you doing
sciences,
up here? When'd you get here?
all science is based on that, though. So. I mean, you're partially
Well,
right,
there you
but
go.
you're
There you
partially
go,
right, though.
Vulture.
I'm agreeing with you. You're partially right, but that's not all of science, and then it gets into mess.
No, we're dealing with one
You have to
particular
have,
branch of science. So
like I
let's go,
said,
Vulture.
like I,
Hey, look,
like
we've already
can
we already answered that. What science are you using,
Steve,
sir?
can I just have a minute? So
Yeah, but
you're
I need
partially.
him to answer that question though. Do
Can I
you
just
are
have
you
it? Can I
using
just?
science, sir? Are you what are you using?
Hey, what's the first law of science?
Nigga, you
So
ain't using shit. So just say that. You ain't using nothing.
so
What's the
Kiowa,
first law of science?
you're partially
What's
right,
up?
but here's the
What's
thing
the
that I want
first
to.
law of science?
Can I just have a minute, Kiowa? You're
Hold on a second.
partially.
Hold on a
You're,
second. Vulture, hold on a second.
you want to argue? That's what you want to
Running
do,
Man,
because your
what is the first
information's
law of
wrong.
science? Running Man, what is the first law of science?
So what I'm saying to you is that you're partially
Okay,
right,
since Running Man won't
but
answer
you have,
Vulture,
but you have
Vulture,
the
will you
title, but
answer?
you have the
What is the
title
first law
wrong.
of science?
The title that you have wrong is
Hold on, no. What's the
phrenology.
first law of
No,
science?
it's not. Hold on, because you
No, it
you
is.
don't
What's the
control
first law of
anybody. If you
science?
want to have a discussion, then we can have a discussion. So it's
Vulture,
not.
what is the first law of science?
This is not an inquisition. So what you have
Vulture,
wrong is
what
what's
is the
called
first law of science?
phrenology. You are right. Okay.
What is
Do
the
you know
first
that
law of
was the part
science?
of craniology that was
What is the first law of
alpha,
science?
right? That's the
What is
part
the
of
first
measuring the
law of
skull and
science?
then and applying that to
Come
an
on, man.
intelligence,
What
Y'all
is
right?
the
acting
first
childish,
law
bro.
of the
Kai
scientific
was
method?
acting.
Hey, bro, y'all childish, bro.
Kai was acting
I be
because
trying to
I'm
get
just.
over it, man. I be trying to have conversations on the side and like, you know what I'm saying, try to
Well, it's
clear it up. Then
the
we could get back to
I mean,
some
man, he
information
don't want
and
nobody
shit,
to
you know
say
what I'm
nothing, man.
saying?
Hey, man,
Man,
he's an ultimate nut hugger, man. He's an ultimate white nut hugger, bro. Like, you fucking suck, bro. I'm trying not to disrespect you as much as possible, but you acting like a fuck nigga. Like, for real. We give you the opportunity to speak and then let other people talk, bro. You can come in, you can talk this dumb shit you talking. Your people not even in the chat room backing you up, bro, because they some fucking cowards with a K. You niggas is some fucking cowards. They don't even want to come in the chat room. They just want to looky-loo and be wishing, y'all some fucking hoes, bro. That's what I'm gonna call you, some hoes, okay? You some hoes, all right? So I don't listen to hoes. I don't listen to niggas that don't have nothing to say, bro. So if you don't have no information, bro, just get off the panel, bro. Like, for real. And if you can't have discipline, we're muting, letting you talk,
I
bro.
asked you a
Let this
simple
man talk,
question
then
that
you
you
can come.
refused to
Bro,
answer.
ain't nobody answering your motherfucking question about science, nigga. You just seen us do motherfucking build on science and showed your
No, I
goofy
didn't.
ass what fucking science is. Dog, get
No,
to
I
the
didn't.
fucking information, dude. Get to the information.
That's
That's
what
all
I'm
you
trying
gotta
to do,
do.
but
Don't come
you
out here
don't
and
answer
filibuster. Don't come
questions.
out here to this bullshit, dude. Get these
You
white
don't
nuts out
answer a
your
simple
mouth, dog.
question.
hey, bro,
Dog,
I'm
but you,
asking you a
get these
simple
white
hey,
question.
people nuts out your mouth, dude. The fuck is
I'm
wrong with
asking
you?
you a simple
Nigga,
question.
hey nigga, I just proved to you that you said that there's white shit going on, that they are whitewashing shit. What the fuck? What part of it that you don't understand?
Yeah.
Hold on, my nigga. What part of white people whitewashing history, whitewashing people, grafting people out, writing themselves into history that you don't understand, my nigga? What part
What's
that
that
you
have
don't
to do with
understand?
craniometry?
No, my nigga, fuck your craniology, nigga. I talked about fucking
We're
measurements of
talking
fucking
about
skulls.
craniometry.
You bitch ass nigga. Hey, my nigga, don't say
We're
nothing
talking
else
about
about fucking
craniometry.
craniology, my nigga. Don't say nothing else, bro. I'm
We're
ready to
talking
fucking
about
fight at this point
no.
right now, bitch. Because the
That's what we're
shit you
talking
talking
about.
about, bro,
Well,
the
we can
shit
meet
you
up in
talking about.
Sermon.
Hey, bro,
We can
I
meet up
asked
in
you to.
Ohio if you
I asked
want.
you a simple fucking question. What fucking science are you fucking using?
Observation.
You can't even, all you saying is talking about debate, debunking something, nigga. What fucking science are you using?
Observation.
Observation is not a science.
Nigga,
It's a
that's
method.
okay. So we all can do that.
First
So you took a
law
picture,
in the
nigga. You showed a
scientific
fucking
method.
picture, bro. You
That's the
showed a
first part of
picture, bro.
scientific
Listen to me,
method.
bro. You showed a fucking
No.
picture, bro.
No.
You showed a picture of different
No.
Rainbow Coalition people, bro. When you said you should know. Hold on, sir. You should know that they whitewashing history, they whitewashing children and breeding people out. You should know that.
Yeah, you know what's
Why
funny,
would you
too?
push that agenda, sir?
You know what's funny? You even said yourself that their phenotype would be shown as Negro if they use craniology on their skulls.
Bro, the people that you showed
Those albinos.
were mixed.
Interesting.
Brother, listen to me, bro. I don't know what you plan. I don't know what you're talking about. But you don't have no scientific study to back up your mouth.
Okay.
No, just on
Hey,
the
is
science.
that
I'll
an
ask you.
objection?
I'll ask you a simple question, bro. Hey, look, because we
I
can
asked you
build
a
on
simple
we can
question.
build on this
You.
because you're not building on what you're doing. You obstructing.
I'm
You're
trying to
not
get an
building
answer
shit,
to a question.
dude. Listen to me. Listen to me. You're
I'm
not
trying to
building
get an answer
anything
to
over
a
here.
question.
All right,
This
listen,
nigga
man.
disrupting.
If you can
I
answer
was
the
gonna block
question,
you
we can
today.
move
I was gonna
forward.
block you. I'm still
No,
gonna
just
block
let
you.
him go.
Listen to me, bro.
I know you
You're
are
not
because you're
bringing
scared.
nothing. You're not adding anything to this build. You're taking away. I asked you a simple
No, I'm
question. Are
trying
you
to get
with?
you to
Listen to me.
answer a
Listen to me.
simple
Are you
question.
with the whitewashing of our history? And you obviously are.
No.
Cause you was in the chat room when OpenMeIM played that fucking video of them white fucking Indians, nigga. Are you with
Nope.
that? Yes, you're
Again,
not. You're not with that.
I forgot you missed all the niggas that was in there. But anyway, you're
No,
getting
I'm
away
not
from the
talking.
topic.
All I seen was Billy Bob Thornton.
We're trying to take
I
this
seen
one
Billy
minute
Bob Thornton, sir.
one topic
I
at a
seen Billy
time.
Bob Thornton. I'm saying, okay, sir.
Can we
So
do
You
when
one
you
are
talk
topic
about
at a
the
they
time?
Negroes,
whitewashing
Okay,
history.
let's not
They
argue.
whitewashing our people. How are you walking away from that? What are we talking about?
All right, Mr. Meticulous, since you seem to have no sense to actually have a conversation.
You don't
can
have
we
no
talk-
sense, bro. I'm gonna mute once again. But if you're not talking about what we talking about, I'm gonna kick you out the panel, bro. Because
I know,
you're
you're scared,
fucking
that's
up the
why.
build, bro.
You're scared,
You
I
fucking
know.
up the build. I want you to talk about Walter Neves. I want you to talk about
We're
what the
getting to
fuck
that.
you just seen. If you don't have
We're
anything
getting
to
to that.
debunk that, bro, you don't have anything to debunk that.
We're
What are you
getting
talking
to
about?
that. The root
Okay,
of it. We're getting to the root of it.
okay, okay,
Mr. Meticulous.
I'm here to speak to you. So,
Thank you.
okay, so I was asking before you got off the panel, right? I was asking you, is not craniology used with other maths and sciences to make proofs and acknowledge hypotheses and theories and make them true, factual, or disprove them? Because it's not like it's just a tool being used, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct? Because you turning
Correct.
a big old thing and saying
No.
craniology, y'all using craniology. When hold on, if I was in a lab, I would use 10 different sciences to prove this craniology, and then I have to keep on proving it a million times to make my point true, facts, or whatever, or see where the problem is. Is that not true?
Hey, Walter Neves was doing that.
Hold
You know
on,
what
fuck,
it's
he was
called?
on mute.
He said, hold on. Walter
on.
Neves was doing what is called experimentation. He kept measuring and he kept putting the numbers in. They kept coming back to the numbers of Negroes.
So my point
Are
of
you gonna
saying
address
that
that,
is
sir? You gonna address
craniology and other sciences and other mathematics was used in figuring these things. And if you just want to take one thing out and say, okay, well, he used craniology and not use all the other stuff that prove all of this stuff also, I don't think that's being fair with science. And you have to be trying to break something apart if you're not putting it in the whole scope. That's what I'm asking you, brother.
So what you just asked me, right? That's the exact thing that they do with out of Africa, is it not?
All the testing.
Yeah, based on craniology.
Okay,
That's what they base it off of, right?
I'm
Wait,
gonna answer
right?
your question. Hold on, I'm gonna answer your question and then I'm gonna say something.
Out of Africa, it's based on a theory. It's not based on experiments. It's based on a theory. It's not based on field experiments.
No, they backed it up with field experiments.
No, they don't, because it's debunked
Yes,
by
they
law
do.
in 200 countries. You can't teach race-based science like that, and it's not even called chronology. It's called phrenology. PHREN.
craniometry.
No, it's not. You're wrong, because craniology has never been tied to race. It's phrenology, and it was outlawed in 1860. For 120 years, it was taught in school next to craniology. That's why before I said you're halfway right, but you're also halfway wrong. Was it taught in science? Yes. That's why it's outlawed. It's been outlawed for 180 years. It's not recent. It's not recent. It hasn't been taught since 1860. Outlawed by the people who made the science themselves. Right. So I was trying to explain that to you. You're partially right, but you're partially wrong. Phrenology was taught next to craniology, right? Craniology is still an accepted science worldwide. Phrenology is outlawed. That was the measurement of skulls attached to intelligence and cultural traits. That's the part that's outlawed. Phrenology and chronology are not the same thing. They were taught side by side, but they're not even the same science. That's why they have different names, right?
Okay, let me ask you this.
That's the part that you were confusing. Phrenology was outlawed in the United States, 1860, and in all other countries. That's the race-based science, right? Darwinism was based on a theory because there was no ability to prove intelligence by skull. Right. That's why it was pseudo.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's why Darwin had no actual proof of it, because it was
did see AP's build the other day, right?
because it was a pseudo theory. All science
did
has
see AP's build the other day, right?
starts with theory, just like you said, right? But it goes through a
Hold on.
testing,
Hold
right?
on,
Just
hold
like
on,
the
bro.
other brother said, where there's different methodology
Vulture, hold on a
that you
second.
use to compare the first theory, right?
Vulture,
so
hold on a
when
second.
you deal with, that's not even my name, so get it right. So in craniology and in archaeology, you have comparative anatomy, where you compare the skull.
Vulture, same thing.
You compare the skull to the tooth as well, based in enamel, right? There's enamel in the skull and there's enamel in the tooth. This is what's called comparative anatomy, right?
That's cool.
So where does, it's not bull. You have to bring me a source of science to counter that. You can't just say something and have it be fact. All 200 countries use chronology in forensics, in archaeology, in comparative medicine, in comparative anatomy. So again, the brother said, what science are you using?
So you saw AP's build the other day, right?
Because the science that you're talking about is an actual science, but it's outlawed. It's called phrenology. Chronology's never been tied to race ever. It goes back to Greece and Imhotep in Egypt. 3,000 years back.
You saw AP's build the other day, right?
Science that started
Hold on.
France.
Address what he's talking about right now, bro. You
Do you
got
even
this.
understand the history?
build, right?
Do you even understand the history of race and skulls? That started in France in the 1600s when they made the Black Codes. It's in the book, The Black Codes, which came to America. It's a pseudoscience, and it didn't even start in America. It started in France, right?
Okay.
It's called phrenology.
Hey, why
Started
your
in
people
France.
in the chat room like
so again? Why
you
you saw AP's build the other day, right?
They think you garbage too, brother.
So AP's build, right? He showed that where they were talking about how it's still used and the theories of neuroscience. So we're still dealing with
Neuroscience is
theories.
used the world over. Like I said, all science starts from a theory. Are you stupid or
Mhm.
something? Are you seriously
Hey,
retarded?
dog, we just
Mhm.
said this. What are
Are you
you talking about?
that dumb that you can't go past step one,
Oh,
which
no,
is
no,
theory,
no,
and
no.
understand
We're
that
going
there are
over
20
Holiday's
more
teaching
steps
from the
in
past.
scientific critical
Theories and
method?
hypotheses we
You're
don't
right,
deal
but go
with,
to
remember?
stage 2 and then get to the other 18
they
steps.
have better technology now, as you
Theories
just
and
There's 20 steps in the
hypotheses
critical
we don't
method
deal with,
theory.
right?
There's 20 universal steps in the critical method theory, and you're naming
Hey,
one
excuse me,
and leaving
Eagle
out
Hawk.
19.
Excuse me, Eagle Hawk. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I don't think that's helping at this point. So it was like, if we let's try to move past it, because if we can't, then I think that, you know what I'm saying, like, I can't keep having the same conversation. So I would like to ask, like, you know, so look, so I got a question for you, right quick, Kyle. I got a question. My question is, if you know this is doing disruption, can we build on this on the backside and then let positivity flow in front of the people? Because when you do this, it's a disruption, like I was saying earlier, and clearly you really, like, you might be trying to come up with an answer, but I think it's a lot of argumentative points that you try to make, and you're really trying to be argumentative instead of the other way around. And sometimes this could be a good bill. I understand what you might be trying to have a good bill, but when, like, it's turning into like just disruption. And if you okay
I know,
with
because
that,
I'm trying to
then
get a
you know
simple
what I'm
answer
saying.
to
Like,
my question, but I'm the only one who's supposed to be answering questions. Apparently, I guess I don't know how
I
that's
asked you a
supposed to
question,
work.
brother.
hey, me and you talking. Hey, but me and you talking. But
You asked me
saying
whether or
is,
not what science, brother. We know it's observation, brother. We understand this observation. We teach on this. So
Okay,
that's,
so what are the first
once
observations
again,
that they seen of
you're
us
doing
when
this
they
like what
got
you're
here?
saying. How are we going to build on what you're talking about? Because basically what
Hold
you're saying
on,
is that, hold on.
I'm
Basically
doing
what
that
you're
right
saying is
now.
that,
Hold
I
on a
got you.
second.
Basically what you're saying is that the color caste system, the eugenic system, the Darwinist system that they're pushing, you're saying that we should stop teaching against that and we should all fall in line with that,
Nope,
brother.
I didn't say that. Never said that once.
What's your point?
My point is, like I said multiple times over, we don't need to use pseudocraniology when we have the first law of scientific methodology of observation. So now I ask you, what are the observations when they got here? What were the observations that they gave us? They look like Ethiopians, right? or they look like Hottentots, or they look like this,
Observation
right?
is not a science.
What are you
That's
talking about?
That's not what they
Ethiopia,
said.
right?
Hey,
Even
listen to him.
even in
Listen to
Greece,
him.
No, I'm not talking to you.
Bro,
I'm
he
talking
sucked,
to
bro.
Holiday.
Like the shit he talking about, bro. Like, dog, it's like talking to somebody stupid, bro. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? They observations. Are you talking about in the 15, 16, 1700s, dude?
He talking
We're
about whoever came over here first when they first
Howard,
came over
we're
here.
past
This what
that,
he
bro.
said.
We're past that, fam. We way past that.
Hold on.
What you're
Mr.
doing
Meticulous,
is,
I think you got it.
sir,
Mr. Meticulous,
you're
I think you got
pushing
it.
Hey,
a
bro,
color
you had
past.
said it. Like we all heard it. You said it already several. I
God
heard it
damn,
3
bro, you
times. So I
suck.
know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're
So,
saying.
so what did they say when they got here, right? They saw Negro-like people, right?
They saw copper colored people, right?
Okay. And then
So
so my point is, we already have that. So we don't need to use this pseudoscience of craniology, phrenology, and whatever else they got that comes from that, because that ties right back into out of Africa.
okay, so this is what I want to say, Kyle. So since we all have our job, right? I don't get on here and say I got information, but what I got is common sense, you know. And so me over here, I'm gonna be building what I'm supposed to be building over here. And when you come to me and ask me something of my expertise, I'm gonna give it. So if you want that to be your expertise in the community, why don't you bring it to the table? Because we don't understand it like that. And then let it be a positive thing that keep on flowing in the community, because it's kind of being disruptive when it's not done right. And that's all I'm gonna say. That's what
I
I'm
can
trying to
agree
get
with
to
that,
the whole night. That's all I'm trying
but
to get to the whole night.
I'm with you right there, bro.
Y'all
But
saying y'all
my
got
thing
all
is,
these other phone numbers, back chats and shit. I never been in neither one of them. You know, go build
yeah,
in the
be careful on
background.
them
Go
back
talk.
chats. Crazy shit happens.
Look, I don't even care about being in them, bro. I ain't never been to one.
Not,
So what I'm
not
telling
but
you is, if you got these people digits right, you go back there, hit them up, talk about it, build on what you're trying to build on, and not be a disruption in front of the community and make us look like some assholes, bro.
No, he the
We look
only
stupid
asshole right
sometimes.
now, bro.
We look
He went over
we
there.
look stupid arguing
Bro, this shit is
with
garbage.
assholes. What they make me look like if I'm arguing with one.
Look, you can't even debate Pan Africans with this bullshit, because you niggas,
certainly can.
we just played the
You
video.
could beat
Y'all
them up
trying to
real
find
quick at
Africans.
this.
Bro, you trying to find Africans. You trying to link us back to
No,
Africa.
I'm not. Never did that.
Well, you're not
That's
then,
what
baby.
craniology is.
Opie Nihao and
No, he's not.
New Breed and
No,
Kui
he's
Mayo.
not. No, he's
Nigga,
not.
I just seen him do it. What are you talking? You know what, dude? I'm not about
Again,
to argue
I
with you.
know you're gonna run away as
I'm
usual.
not about to argue with you. Listen to me. I'm not about to argue with you. Nobody's
But
listening to
every
what the
time
fuck
somebody
you're talking
say
about.
something, how we like
You're
you
gonna talk about
and being
Ethiopians and shit,
Every
dude.
time I try to talk, I get cut off. So what
Nothing
we
that you're
talking
talking
about?
Kawa, you suck.
Not every
Okay?
time.
Yes, you do.
When
Yes, every
you
time,
open your mouth, what are you
Bro.
talking about? Are you talking with disruption? Or are you talking with building, Kyle? I think you should
I don't
ask
know. Every
yourself that
time I try
question.
to respond to you, I get cut off.
You don't have nothing
That's
to
what's been
respond to.
happening.
You're not
See what I
talking about
mean?
nothing.
See what
I
I
asked
mean?
you a question. Okay,
Perfect
so you
example
said
right there.
there's science,
I
right? You
was
said
talking
that
to Mr. Meticulous at this time.
you're using observation. I know
We
I'm
gotta
into
do
this
this one at
conversation.
a time.
I'm in this
One at a
conversation.
time.
So you're using science, right? You said observation, right? So what
Which is what the first
curriculum are you
law,
using?
first
Because they have
rule in
I told you
the
that we're using cross
methodology of
curriculum.
scientific
Sir,
method, right?
we're using cross curriculums, okay? We're using different curriculums to come up with and to be able to experiment and to come back to the
And what
same
I'm saying is,
same conclusions. It's the same conclusions. So you're not understanding that because you're trying to push this agenda on
no, I'm
neuroscience.
not pushing any agenda.
Listen to me. You are pushing their agenda, okay?
No,
And
you are.
How am I pushing that agenda?
Craniology. You're pushing their agenda through craniology.
We're only going off the measurements that are in the ground, dude. What are you talking about?
And those measurements that are in the ground are based on craniology, which goes back to out of
Listen
Africa.
to me, I'll try to explain what he's trying to say. And what he's trying to say is, when the people came over here, they described copper colored people. That's what you ought to go with, because then they the ones he said the other day that China or Japan or somebody came up with craniology. So when you use it and the way that they using it, they could change it to fit the narratives or whatever they want. They're gonna say it's pseudo and it don't work when it's time to work, or or it don't. There are things that don't make it 100. The hypotheses and theories associated with it. He say, shoot, just use their eyewitness accounts and say, shoot, we using that, and that's it. Observation, and that's
Right,
it. And that's all he
Thank
trying to
you.
say.
No,
Thank you.
I'm not even tripping on that. But you know what though, Mr. Meticulous, we have modern Meticulous. Listen to me. This nigga right here, that's the 15 goddamn hundreds. This nigga right here don't know what the fuck he talking about. We got modern technology now that's light years ahead of what we're talking about. They have dug in the ground and they went down deep and found human beings, brother. And they have came back and measured these people as being Negroes. What he's doing is saying you can't use that's pseudo because he's trying to write Curie Mayo pale ass into history. That's what the fuck you doing, dude.
No,
That's what you're doing.
Mr. Particular just broke it down what I just told you. You don't want to use that for some reason when that's the strongest thing that you got. That is literally the strongest thing that you got.
That's not the strongest thing we got.
Look,
their depiction of our people. No, it's not, sir.
Hey, look, Kyle. See, I understand what you were saying, but I also understand what he's saying. Like things change. You know what I'm saying? And so,
but the observations, the original observations don't change. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so I get you, but so since things change, okay, you still have that on your side, the original observation. You still have that, and so along with that, you have some other things that can't be explained when you have what happens when you have something that mess up the bones or make it hard to understand what happened to the bones, and you use certain things to figure it out. Well, it's certain tools that we're going to use, and if you look into the definition of them, they start with theories. So the argument, you're not giving his side the understanding that you get from it either, though. You know what I'm saying? I understand where you're trying to push it off.
No,
Okay.
I understand that, but the point is, all that craniology stuff is literally tying us out of Africa. It's tying us into Darwinism. It's tying
That's
us
chronology.
into.
It's not chronology. Chronology
I'm not
has never
done.
in any
I'm
written
not
piece
done.
of paper been
I'm not
tied to
done.
race ever.
See, this is what I'm talking
Race
about. Every
studies
time
is
I try to
tied to
answer you, I
chronology.
get cut off.
But you can't say
You
things
know,
that are
you
not
got
true. You can't say things that are not true. That
again.
can be
Every
proven
time I
to
try
not
to
be
answer
true.
you, Mr. Meticulous, I get cut off. You see this, right? Okay.
Okay, go ahead
So,
and
like
finish,
I
brother.
said, all this stuff ties us back into this racial Darwinism, which says that we are no smarter than a monkey. When they talk about Negro skulls, they're saying that is right there next to a monkey. So therefore, we're tying all this back into that bullshit. So
How
why
did they
would
know it was a
you?
Negro
Why would?
skull?
Oh, I'm not done.
How did they know it was a
Why would we
Negro
use?
skull? My
Why
guy,
would we use that bull?
you are slow
How
as
did
fuck.
they?
You just
Same way
debunked
they say that
yourself.
Nick.
Dude,
The
you
same way
just
they
debunked
say we're
yourself.
African with DNA.
It's done.
So you might
Hey,
as well
brother,
accept
you
DNA
just
then.
debunked yourself.
You might as well accept DNA.
How did they
It's the
know it's
same
Negro
thing.
skulls to be, sir? How did they know it was Negro skulls?
Same way they said niggas is African with DNA.
No,
Because they
no,
have niggas here and they tied it
See,
to niggas there.
once again, you tap dancing around this question, right? And you
No,
don't
I'm
want
not tap dancing
Hold
at
on,
all.
you
I'm
want to
being
go back
straight
to
and direct.
Walter Neves. Walter
Straight and
Neves,
direct.
right? Walter,
I know you're
Dr.
white Jesus.
Walter Neves, PhD, Dr. Walter Neves, who did not
You're
want
white
to
Jesus.
find niggas, sir. He did not want to find niggas in the ground. Remember, he was living.
You're white Jesus.
Sir, Walter Neves was mad. He fed the measurements of all these skulls that they find, and they're niggas, okay? All right? And during this time period, sir, all around the world, it was only niggas on the planet, okay? So according to science. Now, what you're talking about later on, when Darwinism came in, they added certain stuff in there to write the racist stuff in there. Like that has no, or women or less intelligent. Black people were less intelligent. Well, how did they know they were women or black people, sir? Because of measurements. Women's skulls are different than male skulls. Our skulls are different than their skulls, sir. That's how that works.
You
It's
know
called
what?
observation.
I'll
Hey,
make
sir,
a
sir, sir,
video.
sir, sir.
I'm
It's
gonna
called
I'm gonna break it
observation.
all down. I'll make a
Hey,
video.
sir, it's called observation. And if I can keep, if I can measure your skull, right? And I can test that skull again with other people's skulls. Oh, these are matches, sir. See how that works?
Have you
know,
ever
you
heard
know
of
what
the
that
study
is?
where
That's
they
called,
what?
hey, sir, sir.
Have you
That's
ever heard of
called
that study where they
sir,
measured 81 skulls and they didn't
sir,
get any of them
you
right?
suck. Sir, you suck.
Okay, I'll show you
So
that. I'll make a video
they
about it.
didn't
I
have
will show you.
CAT scan machines. They didn't have all these things to
God
bring
damn, look
people
who's pushing white
to
supremacy.
sir.
Damn.
Walter Neves, this is a Negro face. Richard Neves. What do you have? Who do you have? Cooey Mayo. That's who you have, sir.
No,
You got Cooey Mayo.
I got C.S. Rafinsky.
You don't have nobody.
Sure I do.
Nobody.
I got
Nobody.
C.S. Rafinsky. Oh, I also got Carlos
suck.
Cuervo.
You
Who
suck.
else is there? Oh, John Smith.
Hey, Carlos Cuervo said
Who
that
else?
this was a Negro. The America was a Negro continent.
And that was
What
based
are you
off
talking,
of the
sir? What are you talking about?
observations.
Sir.
That was
Are
based off
the
what
black
they
man,
seen
is the
the
black man
first-hand
original man,
accounts.
sir? Is the black man original man here in America? Yes or no?
Again, he based that off of what? The
Sir.
observations of what the people say.
I'm just talking to you. What your observation? What do you know? Are
My
we?
observation is that
Copper color?
craniology is
Is the
bullshit and
copper
you're
colored
pushing
man the
white
first
supremacy.
man? Is the copper colored man the first man on this soil? Yes or no?
Copper colored races.
Okay, so that's their observation, right? If we're gonna go with their observation, they said that it's the Aboriginal, the copper colored races that came and said it. So that would be dark skin. That would be us, right? Is Cooey Mayo copper colored?
Yep, he falls right into that spectrum.
All right, man. You out here, dog. I'm not fucking with you. You don't want to be disingenuous. That's what you know.
I'm being real. You just don't like
All
it
right,
because you're scared.
he's copper colored. Okay, yeah. If Cooey Mayo's copper colored, meticulous.
What's the definition of copper?
Dog, I'm gonna cut. Come on, bro. You serious?
Don't run. Don't get scared. What's the definition?
I'm
of copper?
not running. Dog.
I know
Yo,
you're ready
hey,
to,
yo,
but what's the definition of
hey,
copper?
sir, I just want to put this on record, man. This nigga is saying that Cooey Mayo is copper color, y'all.
What's
See the problem that
definition
we
of
have.
copper?
Hey, sir, you see what you're doing? Did you see? Hey, so I guess you're gonna pull out the 1828 definition of copper color, sir. That's what you're gonna do. I tell you what I'm gonna do then. I'm gonna pull up the etymology of copper for you, okay? Just for you, okay? That's what I'm gonna do for you. All right.
No, we're dealing with 1828.
Bro, I almost cuss you out again, bro. Like, come on.
I don't care. Cuss me
Kyle,
out.
I'm
Don't
trying
make no
to be I'm trying to be cool, bro, but you acting real fuck niggas right now, bro. You
that's
you acting
you.
real dumb. So, sir, you acting
Come on.
real
Set the mirror
dumb
down
or
and
you
then
acting
talk to me.
real nut
Get
huggish
out the
right now.
mirror and then talk to
Dog,
me.
you acting like a goddamn agent right now, dog. What the
Get
fuck are
out
you
the
talking
mirror and
about?
then talk.
Sir. I'm gonna pull up the etymology of copper for you, okay? And if you wanna entertain anything else?
Reddish brown tint, blah, 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 blah. The original copper goes from a light, bright brown to a dark brown. And that whole spectrum, by you denying that, you're cutting out your own family or somebody else's family. See how that works? Mic cut off again? What's going on?
No, we can hear you, bro.
Okay. So
We can hear you.
the definition of copper, it ranges from light, bright, damn near white to dark as night, just like we've always had these descriptions given to us by these people who came here and usurped our cultures. So the copper colored races, we fall in between from light to dark. So therefore, that's your copper colored spectrum. Now, if we want to go into the pseudoism of craniology, then we're tying back into out of Africa, and we might as well accept that and DNA. That's simple.
Who uses that? Who uses that light spectrum?
The copper colored races, as is explained, because we know copper goes from very light to dark.
No, but you were saying, I mean, we understand that, but who uses that terminology on themselves? Like
What?
who uses that terminology on themselves? Like
I
who
don't
says
know, a
I'm
bunch of people call themselves black, so
like who says I'm a very light-skinned Indian?
well, let me see here. You got people that we call high yellow. We got people that are lighter than a little bit lighter than high yellow.
Are those people considered Indian?
I've
Are
heard
those people-
everybody
are-
sit
are
there and
those-
I've heard everybody
but are
sit there
those-
and say
are
that in their own
people that-
families that they have these high yellow, damn near white people.
Are those our people though? Because those people are described in Black culture, which is not indigenous, Native American, or Aboriginal culture. Do you ever find Native Americans, Indigenous, or Aboriginals that say I'm a light-skinned Indian or Aboriginal?
What the hell's that got to do with anything?
Because you just stated it. I'm just asking a question about
No,
what you
I'm going off
presented. You said copper
hold
color
on,
goes from very light to
what
very
we was
dark.
talking about was definitions. I gave you the definition of copper. The copper
Yes,
range.
that's a race-based definition. So my question
No.
was,
Oh, now it's a
do you
race-based definition. So now we can't accept
yes,
copper-colored
because
races. Now, what you're saying?
colorism falls into
So we can't.
race-based
So we can't
education.
accept. So now we can't use copper-colored races. Then what you're saying?
That's why I was asking you who uses that.
Let me see here. For the last 3 to 4 years, we've been saying this and
I was just
using.
I was trying to figure out who uses that on themselves before I can even agree or disagree with you.
Well, I call myself. Let me see here. Yeah, I usually go with mahogany brown sugar, but yeah.
Is there a group? Okay, so is there? I believe you, and I believe there's other people who do as well. Is there a group of people who do that? Because individual definitions are not the same
Not
as
that I know of.
cultural and group definitions. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
we
I can
got
call
a culture
myself
of people
whatever.
who call themselves black.
There's enough people where it forms a group, whether the term black is real or not. Just like you say, you could say a very light-skinned Indian, whether that term is real or not in the law. If there's enough people who call themselves that, they could make themselves that. So I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, I'm asking in ignorance, is there a group of people who do that?
Yes, there's Aboriginal community.
Okay. But I thought Aboriginal had to do with time and not skin color. Because
Well,
Aboriginal
they
is a
go hand in
certain.
hand.
How do
Aboriginal is being
how do
used to
they go
replace
hand in
black,
hand?
so
How do they?
it's-
So, but it's not
we're
the
not
term
using
black.
Aboriginal as a time frame. We're using that now as a
Is that the
color, if you
scientific? Is
will.
that the scientific term? Because I thought race-based education was outlawed worldwide. So we don't use
That
this
has
term.
nothing to do with it.
Sure, it does, because we have to use the most
No, it's
modern.
not, because we're
You
not
have to
talking
use the
about
most
that.
modern
You're
science.
going off another
Okay.
tangent.
Okay. No, it's not a tangent. We're talking about science, right? Science is taught in schools. That's what children and adults learn, right?
Hmm.
So should we use the older science or should we use the science that we currently have now? I'm asking you, because I haven't made a choice. I'm asking you.
So should we use older science or use the newer science? I say we sift through both and throw out the bullshit.
So if you were, let's say, a surgeon and a doctor, would it help you to use older science from the 1600s if you were doing a brain operation?
Possibly, because you never know. Sometimes, like, they can't find out something. They have to go way back in time to find out, oh, shit, that's where they got that from. Then they find a cure
So
for
you
it or
think
they
the
find a way to
knowledge
operate.
of medicine in the 1600s would beat our modern technology in terms of CAT scan machines and MRIs?
I don't know, because,
You don't
we
know?
did all that without that stuff. So, I mean,
And a lot of people died too in the 1500s.
no, you're talking about European stuff. I'm talking about American
No,
stuff.
I'm talking about worldwide. A lot of people died in medicine, period, in the 1500s.
And so we're going to use modern science. So then we should all just take vaccines because modern science says we should.
Well, that's your opinion. So, but I'm talking
No,
about
that's what modern
catch-up.
science says.
Yes, it
Modern
does.
science says we should take
Yes.
vaccines because
Yes.
modern science says that is good for us.
Yes, it does. Now back to our point on science in terms of craniotomy and race. Right.
Now you got to speak up a little bit, bro.
I was saying now back to craniology and race. So should we use the older science of that or the newer science of that?
We shouldn't use it at all.
So how would somebody who's an archaeologist digging up bones, let's say, tell the difference between an animal and a human?
Easy, because an animal and a human, their anatomy doesn't match. So that's basic.
Okay. There are animals that are proven to, in their skull shape, be very similar.
Well, they classify those as what? Homo sapiens, sapiens, and all the other crap.
So how would you observe a skull and tell if it's black or white?
You can't.
So how do you know that with the specific bones, let's say in Panama with that tribe, unless they were living and you saw their skin?
Speak up a little bit.
I was saying, how would you know that, let's say about that specific tribe in Panama, unless they were living and you saw their skin?
You wouldn't know what race they were if you didn't know what they looked like.
So all the people who make those determinations now worldwide are guessing, or are they using maybe another form of science?
If they're trying to say that they could tell that this person is this color and that they were this sex,
Not a specific color, but a specific ethnic group. Because that's the new science.
They're going to base the ethnic group of the people that were there or the people that were previously there on the time that they base where they came up with the digging in the ground. Say, oh, they did the genealogy and found out this certain group of people were here.
Why do you
So they're
assume it's
gonna
based
tie
on
that to those people.
genealogy? Why do you assume it's based on genealogy? There's over 100 different sciences that we can talk about. You're just using genealogy. I was thinking of other sciences. There's a whole field called comparative anatomy.
Hold on. Because what
And it
they're
doesn't have
doing
anything
is,
to
like I
do
said,
with it. So comparative anatomy has nothing to do
Can
with
I
the
answer you?
skull. That's why I brought it up, because it's a whole
Hold on.
anatomy and
trying to
comparison of
answer you.
bones of the rest of the body. Right.
So again, let's just say we were in the middle of Wyoming and they dug down and found these bones. And now we know that the people that are in Wyoming right now aren't the people whose bones are there. So then they would go back in the historical
Not
record.
necessarily. Not necessarily.
Hold on. So they would go back into the historical record, aka a genealogical trail, and find out who was in that area during that time.
How would
So
you even
during
do a
that
genealogical trail on somebody like that? Because you would have to know who they are first to do genealogy.
Yo, can I
Your whole
answer?
premise doesn't even make
Can
sense.
you stop
How do you
cutting
do
me off?
genealogy on
Can you
bones? You would have
stop
to know
cutting me
who they
off?
are first, but it doesn't make
Can you
sense.
stop cutting me off?
Go ahead and explain it, bro.
Can you stop cutting me off?
Genealogy only works if you know who somebody is
So
from
you're
the
not
from
going
the
to stop cutting
origin
me off.
point. Go ahead and finish. Just try to make it make sense.
So you're not going to stop cutting me off. Okay, thank you. So what we're dealing with is, like I was saying, when we know a certain group of people were in this area previous to the people that are there now, they
How
will
would they
take
know
those
that?
bones. Can I fucking finish?
How would they know that, though? It's based on a science, right? So what's the name of the science?
This is why you're annoying.
Because you're giving too much conjecture.
No,
right?
because
not
you
enough
don't ever
fact.
fucking listen. You just
Go
want to
ahead.
cut me off. Shut the fuck up for a second and listen.
Because you can't build on conjecture.
Because
Hey,
you
yo,
won't shut the
hey,
fuck up and listen.
You can only build on scientific methodology and fact.
Okay. So
And
you
you're
want to
building on
answer
conjecture
you want
and
to ask me a question and answer it for me? So then ask yourself the
No,
question
that's
and
why I
answer it
started
for
on a
yourself.
foundation of do you want to start with the old science or the new science?
Yeah.
Because that's a matter of common sense. You don't start with things that you know already are
Good. You
ineffective.
answer your own questions. Thank you.
No, I didn't. I'm not answering my own question. I'm making a statement.
You are, because you asked me a question. I
I'm
tried to
making a
answer. You
statement
want to cut me off.
that it's illogical.
This is why
to
I
use
say you're
outdated
annoying.
information.
Hey, yo, Eagle Hawk.
What's good,
This is
brother?
why I
Hey,
say you're annoying.
hold on 1 second. Hey, Kiawa, how you feel?
I'm good. How you?
I'm doing good, yo. To be honest with you, man, like, you know, I kind of mentioned it to you the other day when we was in the chat. You know, I think it's more important to, you know, focus on what's real. The white Indian thing, and you know that whole topic, it's, you know, we can be honest about.
It's very sensitive.
No, it's not. It's not sensitive at all.
Oh, it is. You look at it, everybody's reacting to it. It's very sensitive.
It's not sensitive. It's not sensitive. All what needs to happen is, like I said in the chat, you need to not you, but like they need to be proud of who they are. And if they're not indigenous, if they're not the people of this land, but they mixed in with the people, talk about that contribution. What did they do once they mixed in? What did they give up in order to mix in? What did they lose in order to mix in? We're not going to sit back and act like, you know, some of them ain't in our family. I got them in my family. That's the reason why I went on Opie Mia channel. He helps with genealogy. So what I'm telling you is that all we got to do is just be honest about the whole thing. There's no need to say that they're indigenous when they're not. I would never say
That
they
was
were
the point.
indigenous.
I wanted somebody to show that they're not, and that hasn't been done yet.
Kyle, come on, bro. Stop that, bro. That's not real, man.
How isn't it? Where did anybody show that they weren't indigenous? Because as far as we know, hold on a second.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
As far as we know from what the record shows us, from the historical record, from that particular tribe and the other ones that I showed, the other three, that they are indigenous, and that these people were found here when the colonizers got here.
Okay.
So how are they
let me
not?
step in. Kyle, can I? All due respect, brother, because I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't want to go back and forth, and definitely I ain't really got the time to go through and through. Right? Where do they say they're from? That's the question that needs to
Kyle,
be
can you read that?
Who those particular people?
Do they claim to be Aboriginal? Because you stated that you're watching, right? You're looking, you're observing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So my question to you is, right, versus asking the Aboriginals that know where they come from, right? Right. Those particular genial lines that they come from, right? Ask them, where do they come from? It's not for us to say where they come from. It's for them to prove it to you, right? Based off of your premise and your thesis and your presentation, that you're coming back to a people that knows where they come from. Does that make sense? Or
And as far as I know, those people said they've always been there.
And okay, so how do they prove it?
They prove it by simply stating and showing that they've been there. How do we
Can you
prove
read this
that
right
we've
here,
been here?
Kyle? Can you read that? The atom of copper.
Mm-hmm. A peculiar red color.
Do I have to tell you what red mean too, sir?
Red is a form of brown, and brown is.
I'm
just
glad
dark.
you know that then, right? So do
I
we have to
know.
read the atom of this? This is bronze. Bronze. Do I got to tell you what this is, brother?
Mm-hmm.
We got to go over this, or I want you to read it. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. So where is the spectrum of red? What does the spectrum of red range?
Okay, you already know where red comes from, right? Rudy. So you know it comes from brown, right? I taught you that a couple years ago. So it's okay. So you already know that.
So
So you
red
know we're
is
not
just a
talking.
lightened version
You know
of
we're not
brown.
talking about cardinal red. We're talking about
Red is
brown.
just a light.
We're talking about maroon. Sir. We're talking about maroon. Maroon. We're talking about brown. Okay.
He's trying to switch it up and make it a tan color when copper is.
I know you're not gonna be able to get around this, sir. You're not gonna be able to get around
Copper
this.
is synonymous with mahogany, which is a deep brown. It's almost a brownish purple. It's nowhere near.
I mean, we're gonna go to bronze next, but I want him to see this right here, though. I want him to see this. Like, and then I'm gonna pull some nuts up.
A light version of brown.
No, light version of brown is tan. That's
Bronze.
That's a different color altogether.
Exactly.
Copper is synonymous with mahogany.
Hey, Kyle, do the light come from the dark, sir?
That's in every dictionary back to the colonial period of 1776. They define copper with mahogany.
No, they don't.
That's a goddamn lie.
Thomas Jefferson, all the way through
All
all
right,
the
pull it
founding
up.
fathers define that in the Federalist Papers.
Again, I'm
when they
here to
wrote
learn. I
on
just got
the
a bunch of
original
questions, so
nations and
pull it up.
tribes in terms of how we
What's
look.
your-
They define
what's
us
your-
as
what's your
copper-colored,
question?
a color
What's your
defined to
question?
the indigenous and aboriginals of America. A mahogany.
I want to hear his
people
question.
Who are
I
sometimes
do.
called
I do.
Negroes.
I think we need to render the floor to him so he can ask his question, so we can probably help the brother get to the answer.
Nah, he don't want to
So
know.
what's your question?
My question would be, will you pull up another definition of, let's go with red.
No,
Since we
not
know
yet. I
red
want
is
to show you
right.
something else. Nah, bro. Like you still dancing all around. We ain't even got through
I'm
bronze
not
yet.
dancing at all. I'm standing still. The only one dancing has been you.
Behind. Chill out.
You the one over here tap dancing Savion?
Then it goes to
Alloy
brass.
of
It
copper.
goes to brown.
There's a small amount of tin. So now we got to find out what is tin. Bronze is copper
I tell you
and
what,
tin.
let's pull up those pennies. Let's pull up those pennies.
Now you want to jump to pennies. Let's pull up red.
I mean, you already know what red comes from. Red comes from root.
No. We're teaching
Brown.
people.
You've already said this. Why we gotta go?
Show the definition of red.
I'm going to show you these pennies first.
I
then
know
we
you
go
want
to
to get away from it. I know. You're not gonna go back to it. I know.
See, all you're proving, Kiowa, is that this is how Europeans brought their race-based titles and education system. That's where it came from, because we didn't call ourselves by colors. That came with the Roman Catholic Church teachings of Europe.
So why are we arguing about the colors then?
You're the one who brought it into the conversation in the community.
No, I didn't.
We've risen above this for months and years now by going on nationality
I didn't bring that up
and
at all.
ethnicity.
That wasn't me.
You brought it up by whites are
No, it wasn't
indigenous,
me.
which puts it back on a white-black conversation.
It wasn't
when
me.
we've been on nationality and ethnicity.
Hey, what's up, David?
Nobody's been talking about white Indians except for you.
Hold on,
right?
one quick. I have a quick question.
We don't even talk about black Indians, really. We talk about nationality and North America versus South American nationalities and empires. You don't even hear us say black, white.
Hey, look. So Kyle, you showed in your presentation. I think you said it was 4 tribes. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said 4 tribes out of the thousands that were here. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So my question is, from your research, were those people going extinct? Because 4 tribes don't really sound like a lot. So that sounds like a phenomenon, amongst what was already here. So from your research, were they going extinct? I mean, I did read when Hawk School put it in the chat. I did read something. It looks like they were trying to vaccinate those people. Also,
it became guinea pigs. But
yeah, so
I don't know if I would say they were going extinct, but I would say that they were definitely isolated.
Right. So even and I'm glad you brought it up. Even in that, does it make more sense that while the whole entire country is going one way, you got 3 or 4 tribes of people going a whole different way? Like, does that make sense to you, or like that's not making sense to me? That's not proving to me that this is a great grand warrior tribe or nothing like that. It's showing me that
I never said they were. I just said there was.
That's what the book was saying.
People, man, can we please just move past just that one book? Like,
how can people move past your own source? Right? How can people move past your own foundational source in the conversation? Oh,
I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to David.
And by the
I'm
way,
talking to David.
This is part of the confusion about that specific area. So you use
David,
the source.
what I
You
was
use
trying
the
to get
source
to
called
is
the Book of
we got the
Darien.
Maccabee tribe, right? You seen the Maccabee tribe that I pulled up?
Those 3 tribes down there were
David,
part
you
of
seen
a
the
colony
Maccabee tribe
started
that I
by
pulled up, right?
Scottish people out of Europe. That's
David,
why
you seen the
that's why
Maccabee
it's
tribe I
in a
pulled
thing
up, right?
called the Book of Darien. The Darien people were Scottish.
Okay, he's
That's
not going
part
to
of
let
a
you
new
answer because he
colonization effort
just
by
wants
the
to
Scottish
talk.
people in Panama.
So
That colony
when
was
he's
called
done,
New
David, you can go
Caledonia.
ahead and answer.
Right. So you're reading from a book written by Scottish people describing the indigenous people, and even in your own book, which I read on page 227,
So David,
it says that these
remember what I
albinos
asked
are
you,
not
so this way, because
indigenous
he's
and
going to take forever.
and
So when he
aboriginals
gets
to the
done,
land.
just remember.
That's why
Just
that
remember.
colony involved
We're
those
gonna
3
get back
tribes.
to that when he's done
95% of the
babbling.
rest of Panama was against those Scottish people developing
Oh,
their
come on, Vulture,
aboriginal
you done yet?
lands. I'm using your resource. This is what you put out in the community. The
Again,
Book of
I'm talking
Darien.
to David, not
Have
you
you-
right
Do
now.
you even realize who wrote the Book of Darien?
I'm
It was a
talking to
bunch
David,
of
not you right
Scottish
now.
people, a bunch of Europeans
So
who were trying to
David,
colonize Panama.
so David,
That's your resource. That's your resource. And
okay.
your
So
second
did you
resource was a
did you
Mormon
see the Maccabee
pamphlet from
tribe that I pulled up?
1984.
Yeah, I did see it.
Okay, that came from the Zwettler Codex in 1759 by the Jesuits that were down there. That's what they drew. That's what they saw. And they also stated that the Guarani that were around them called them the Gayati. So they also spoke the same type of language. So that would mean they are what? Either they came down there from someplace else and got stuck down there and isolated themselves, or I don't know what else happened.
You
But
don't know. You
outside of
keep
that,
saying you
there's
don't
that.
know.
I'm not
You
talking
keep
to you.
saying you don't know. And
I'm
also,
not
we don't
talking
use
to you.
observation as a science.
I'm
It's not a
talking to
science.
David. Why
It's
are you
never
trying
been
to
a
answer
science.
for David?
Hey, now
Why
Shut
are you
the
being
fuck
stupid,
up
bro?
for a
hold,
second.
Why are you
hold.
purposely
It's
being
no
a
need for
fool,
that.
bro? Because
Hey,
observation has never been a science anywhere on the
Yo,
planet
shut the
ever in
fuck up.
recorded
Nobody's
history.
talking to you right now.
But I'm talking to you, and you don't control
I'm
anything
not
on this
talking to
panel,
you. Shut
bro.
the fuck up. I'm
So why are
talking
you
to
spreading
David.
ignorance in the community, brother?
Because your dumb ass don't know how to shut the
When
fuck
has
up.
observation ever been a science anywhere?
See,
Name the place and time.
now, David, what you're
Just name
witnessing
one
is an
place.
agent of chaos right now who
You're
doesn't know
being the
how to
agent
let
of
somebody
chaos because
have
all
a
you're spreading is
conversation with
lies. You
somebody
can't confirm
else.
one thing you've
nah,
ever said in the last
Kyle,
month to
I'm not.
anybody. To
I'm not upset
anybody,
with. I'm not
Kyle.
upset with Eagle Hall. What I'm saying is
I'm not
this.
upset with Kyle,
No,
but
you
I
don't
called out
have
a
to
lie.
be. He
I
just,
called out a
I'm
liar when
talking
they
to
spread
you.
lies.
And there's like a child should
Nobody
stay in their
uses
place. A
observation
child
as
shouldn't be
a
spoken,
science.
shouldn't speak
That's
unless
what a
spoken to.
child does when they're 7 years old and they say, "Oh, look, it's
So
this."
again, David, me and you were
This is
having a
why adults are
conversation.
more developed.
You
They
see
just
this
don't go on
chaotic
what they
fool
see.
over here trying
Also,
to interrupt our conversation.
you said observations don't change. What if we look at
Again, you
Alaska
see, David,
and the
what I
ice peaks in
mean, I'm trying
Alaska?
to talk to
They
you,
change
and this
over a
fool's
period
trying
of
to
time.
answer for you.
The ice peaks in
This is
Alaska
what
have changed in
vultures
my own
do.
lifetime. This is why we don't
See
use
how
observation
vultures
as a
act?
science.
How
This is
much
wrong,
we
bro. This
Eagle
is why
Hawk.
we don't use observation as a science, because if you looked at an ice peak, right, it's gonna be
David,
like
you see
you
what I'm
can't say
talking
it's
about,
the
right?
same.
I'm talking
You
to
can't
you.
right.
Eagle Hawk.
I'm talking to David,
Eagle
not
Hawk.
you.
If we're even
What
considering
part of
using
that don't you
observation as
understand?
a science, this community is in trouble, bro.
Eagle Hawk.
To let
Okay,
this kind
watch
of
this. Check this
foolishness
out. Check this
even
out. This is how we're
exist.
gonna do this.
This
This
is
is how
why
we're
we
gonna
get
do this.
nowhere, because we let people up here spread
Good
lies
luck,
for
because he ain't gonna
entertainment
shut up.
instead of just calling it out for what it is and being truthful
Eagle
about
Hawk,
the science.
Eagle
Because if
Hawk.
we're scholars, we need to be scholars.
You absolutely right, brother. And
And
guess
so
what?
why do
Guess
we
what?
let these people do this? Who cares if we've known them for a
Right,
long time
right.
or
I
not?
know.
If we're about truthful
Told you, good luck.
information,
He ain't
then
gonna
we
shut
have to
up.
go past
I'm
our
trying to talk
feelings
to
and
David.
be
Me and
honest
David are having
about
a
the
conversation,
information.
not him.
Anything else is clickbait and people being agents of chaos just for entertainment and about their ego.
Says the one who won't let somebody have a conversation that you're not involved in.
But at the same time, you said some disrespectful words.
Yes,
That
I
got
did,
my
because I
boy
get
Eagle
tired of
Hawk
somebody who doesn't want to sit there and let
turned
me
up.
have a conversation.
Wait. Hold up. You said some disrespectful words, right? In a
Yes, I did.
disrespectful manner, right? So in
Damn
order
right.
to gain respect, right, you got to give some, right?
I gave it earlier. He took it away by constantly interrupting me.
I understand what you
He
gave
kept sticking
earlier.
his
I'm just
nose in
talking
my
about the
conversation.
present
So
time.
the disrespect is right there by itself by
Okay,
interrupting my
so watch
conversation.
this.
So you get no respect when you disrespect.
Right. Okay. So watch this. Let's cut the tough guy stuff, and let's just go
No, it's
ahead
not
and
tough
give
guy stuff.
respect.
It's just plain and simple.
Let's go ahead and give respect, right? So we can receive respect, right?
I've
Right.
been
And
giving
then that way
respect, and I've
that
been
way
getting
everybody can
disrespected.
overstand. Look, see, there we go.
That's my point. You see, you don't like it when I do it, and this is what he does when I try to talk to you or when I try to talk to David. This is what he does.
Okay,
That's
so
why I said what I said.
you speaking directly to David. You're not speaking to the panel nor the chat, right? That's what you're saying.
And I
Okay,
was speaking
so
directly to
go ahead
David,
and
and he cut in.
finish and sum up your premise with David, right? But the people that has you on trial right now, right? Is the
I
people
ain't
that's
on
on the
trial.
panel, is the people that's on the panel, and people that's within the chat. And so I'm not disagreeing with you, right? And I'm not trying to overbound your authority, right? But if you having a conversation strictly and conducively with David, have that conversation with David.
I was trying to.
Right? Okay, so go ahead, proceed. Handling your business.
Okay, now Eagle Hawk, do not cut us off. Now back to David. You seen the McCoby tribe I pulled up, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And that came from the Zwettler Codex, which was 1759. That's what they drew. That's what they saw. That's what they wrote about. Now, those ugly motherfuckers down there, They were what we would call white folks. They were talked about by their surrounding tribes that they were semi-relative because they spoke a semi-relative language. So would they not be indigenous? If they're not, then we have to find out where they came from. Because if we don't know where they came from, then as of right now, what we know is that they are indigenous until we could prove otherwise.
All right, so look, when you saw that codex, I want clarity. That was them that was those white folks on the auction block, was it not? Was that not them? What AP was showing?
No, AP was showing something completely different. That was something completely different.
Okay, so basically they was, what position were they in on the codex? What were they doing?
They was living, warring, and everything in between. They warred with each other. They was living life.
Okay, so that's what I was kind of wondering when it came to, just like you said, okay, well, if they speak the language, then they must be indigenous, or we're gonna have to prove that they're not. Is that correct?
Pretty much what it really is like, if they speak the language, is that their inherent language or is that the learned language?
That's gonna have to, in our reality, that's gonna have to be the learned language, bro. Because if you take me over to China and you drop me off, and somebody come and take a picture of my black ass over there, they're gonna be like, if I speak the language, that don't mean I'm from there. That mean that whatever I'm having to adapt to wherever I'm at.
Okay, and while you get dropped off there, the people that are around there, they will be able to tell that you weren't from there, right? So the people around them didn't say that. So now we're back to square one.
No, wait. The people around them did not say that they were from there either, though.
All right, so they didn't say they weren't from there, and they didn't say that they were from there.
Exactly.
They did
So
say they were
now
not
we're at a
from
wash. So now we're back.
No, they did.
Shut
They
up.
said they were from
Hey,
not from
Kyle,
there.
you see the question on the
Every
screen,
nation up
brother?
and down the West Coast actually said they were not from there, including the Hawaiians and the Polynesian nations, which is why on all the temples from
I'm talking
Inca
to
and
David.
Peru
Why are
all
you
the way up to
talking?
the Yucatan, you have pictures of them
I'm
being
talking
slaves.
to David. Why are you
Albinos
talking?
were kept as
I'm
pets in
about to
cages and walked
disrespect
like
you
dogs
again
by all
if
of
you
the
don't
Mayans.
shut the fuck up and let me finish talking to David.
That's an
This is what I'm
emotional
talking about.
response out of ignorance because you have no facts.
No, because you won't shut the fuck up and let two people have their goddamn conversation with your ignorant ass. D-Red, you can pull up, bro. We had a good conversation before, I'm sure, and you a well-learned brother, D-Red, so you can pull up. But back to David. Now, we're at a wash, right? So they didn't say they're not from there. They didn't say they are from there. So then now we got to figure that part out. That was part of the reason
Who's
why I
they?
fucked
Because
this
you're
up.
talking about 100 different
Why
nations
are you
in the South
talking
Americas.
again? Your name is not David.
Be
Shut
specific,
the
because
fuck
chaos
up.
agents live in vagueness.
Says the chaos agent who won't let me talk who I'm talking
I
to.
can name the nations. We can go to the records for
Again,
yourselves. We're talking
shut
about the
the
Incans,
fuck
the
up.
Olmecs, the Mayans, the Toltecs,
Shut
the
the fuck up.
Zapotecs, the Mixtecs. Let's get to
Shut
it, brother.
the
Be
fuck up.
specific.
Shut the fuck up. I'm very specific. I'm telling you to shut the fuck up. I'm talking to David, not you. So, David.
Yes, sir.
We're back to a wash.
Go
right?
ahead. Mm-hmm.
So now we have to decipher, which is part of the reason why I brought this build out. So this way I was hoping either we could debate and I was really going to dig into it, but nobody really wanted to do that. So I let it go and just let it ride the way I had it go.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the whole point of getting back to the information. So this way we can actually go ahead and dig into it. Maybe they really are Norwegians that just got lost and found their way down there. Or maybe they're just a bunch of albinos that got sent right there. Or maybe they were actually from there. We don't know. So that's the point. I was trying to.
Source that says
Why the
they're
fuck are you
albinos.
talking again? Shut up.
The own source that you had,
I'm
the
not
Book
talking
of
to you.
Darien, says they were albinos.
Yo, why do you keep talking? I'm talking to David.
Because you can't handle me.
Shut the fuck up.
You've never been able to handle anybody who's refuted you on your own
Shut
sources.
the fuck up with your dumb ass.
Wasn't that the book that you used, the Book of Darien,
Yo, David.
written by Scottish people, Europeans, and they
Okay,
said
so we're
themselves
back
that
to
those
that,
people
right?
in the picture
You
were
see what I was trying to
albinos.
get to, right? Where
I
else talking
get
about?
look, I get what you I get what you're saying, right? I get it. What I'm gonna ask you is this: where would we be able, like logically, wouldn't we have to dig more into the Mayan society to find out why were those people there? Wouldn't we have to dig into that?
No, I'm
No,
down
not even
in
Mayans. That's
I'm down in
Panama.
there.
And that area of
David,
Panama was
I'm
a
down in. I'm
new
talking about the
Are you
colony.
Makobi tribe
speaking
down
So
in
that's
time
why
South
this
frame
part
America.
is
wise,
called
David?
New Caledonia. If you
David,
just
I'm
look up
talking about
New
the
Caledonia, it
Makobi
tells
tribe
the
down
whole
in South
history.
America right now. That's what we're dealing with. Is the Makobi tribe in South America.
Look up New Caledonia and the
So we're
Scottish New
going with
Colony.
them.
Okay.
Right, but
Why the fuck do you keep talking? Nobody's talking to you. Nobody asked you a question.
well,
Shut
we
the fuck up,
And
Vulture.
I'm talking to the
Kyle,
community, not you. I'm talking to
we
the
not gonna
greater
be able to. I'm
community,
not gonna be able to
so
hold
that
up
they
the
won't
whole
be fooled
panel.
by
You
your
feel what I'm saying?
ignorance. People in the
No, I
community,
know we
just look up
can't
the
talk
New
because this
Caledonia
Vulture won't shut up.
colony. I'll let you go on with your ignorance. Go ahead, brother.
So
So
Eagle Hawk. Now let's bring Eagle. So Eagle Hawk, what did you find concerning them? Did you find actually, like, could
That
you
part.
could you answer D Ray's question? And his question is, can someone it says what time did these white Indians get here? Could you answer that?
Mm-hmm.
So, New Caledonia was an attempt by Scotland to colonize the eastern part of Panama. So, this is when people were racing to be first to make the Panama Canal. This is global known history, right? So, I think for the U.S., it was President Roosevelt at the time. I think between 1880, 1910, and I think it was in the 1910s, 1920s. So he sent soldiers down there. Scotland, England, every country of Europe, including the major countries that you would think of in terms of the old conquistador countries: Spain, Portugal, France, England, Scotland, Ireland, even Germany. They were all racing to be the first ones to either create a railroad from the east to the west of Panama for trade, or a canal. Right. We ended up beating them, which led to the creation of the Panama Canal. Scotland tried to start a colony, right, where they would do it not by rail or by boat, but by horseback. So to do that, they would be number one in the commerce trade, beating all the other countries, right? If you look up New Caledonia. So Scotland tried to start this colony to beat everybody else from doing it either by boat or the other way, right? So they were going to do it by horseback east to west. This bankrupted Scotland in the 1800s, right? That's the history of it. So if you look up New Caledonia, it's the whole history. Those three tribes are the only ones who wanted to mess with the Scottish when they took this piece of land. Which goes to the question you asked: why is there only three tribes and not the rest of the country? Right. The rest of the country was against that, and they said you can't just come here as foreigners and start a
Hey,
new
Eagle
piece of
Hawk, can you
land.
read that right there, brother?
You was breaking up a little bit.
Oh, I was saying the other 90% of the country was not with those three tribes because they were against Scotland and foreigners actually taking land. They weren't against commerce, but they were against them actually taking land. And so what Scotland did is they actually took a large piece of the Panamanian country, as opposed to the other countries
Was
that
the
said we
whole
will
tribe albinoids? Are all four of these tribes albinoids?
No.
Everybody
So
was
the
albinos, brother?
the three tribes that he named, out of all three of them, there was only one that had the highest peak at 10 to 12% albinism. The rest were not albino; they were completely dark, right?
All right.
Now,
And then
now,
so
now,
So
Eagle
it's
Hawk,
not a
can
tribe, it's
you,
just a couple of them that was
Right.
albinos. God damn it.
And then in terms of the scientific method at the time, which is why I
Eagle
asked
Hawk,
him,
can you give a description of the actual albino
Kyle, you
characteristics
suck.
of these people?
well, at
Hey, this
the
was my last time
This is
having
all
this conversation.
conjecture, just so y'all know, because
what?
he still didn't
Bye-bye.
answer Blue Red's question.
Say again. I got.
The question on the table was, when did they get there?
I
Okay.
answered that.
And you
Yeah,
said,
it
I
did.
no, you
Excellent.
didn't. You just
No, let
said,
him
I
answer.
think so, and you never answered.
Okay,
when they
so
got there.
I answered 1880 to 1910 is when we as Americans went down there. As
That
Darians,
doesn't answer when those people got
I'm
there.
trying to answer. I'm trying to answer. As Darians, that was 1850s. That was when the start of the colony happened. If you're talking about that,
When you say
those
Kyle.
three specific tribes, I believe, go back to the 1600s. because before the Darien colony started, they were already mixed with
I
Spanish.
believe.
Eh,
I believe I can fly.
well, I don't know if they're Spanish or Portuguese or whether it's 2 or 3, but just like the
We
Native
know back
Americans.
then that it was niggas that came here.
But
Can I just finish what
but
I'm
the reason
saying?
why the reason
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
yes
So just like
yes
we know
Now
that
you
the
don't like that, do you?
it's not a matter of how I feel about it. Just like the Lumbian, we know that
No,
they're
you
made
don't
up
like
of at
being cut
least
off when you're
2
being asked a
different
question, do you?
nations. The same thing with those 3 tribes, where they were mixed with at least Mongols, right, and Spaniards, possibly Portuguese, and we know that because there were settlements there going back to the 1600s, and that was the first contact with Europeans. So when
now
the
are we
Scottish,
talking
when the
are,
Scottish
are,
got
are,
there,
are we talking about are we talking about or excuse me, are we talking about
they originally were.
albinos with the red hair?
No, so for that specific trait, they had blonde and silver hair, and some of them had blonde, blue, and silver eyes, and then some of them had the trait of the what's it called, where the eyes go inward like a little bit, but it's not fully crossed.
Okay.
Those are
Okay.
all
Okay.
global traits of albinism. So it doesn't matter where you are, what continent you're on, or what ethnic group you are in. Right? You're going to have
Right.
those traits. You can be African and be albino. You'll have those traits. You could be
Okay.
Asiatic and be albino. You'll still have those traits. Right?
Okay.
So the traits that this is why we don't use observation because it can fool us. You see what I'm saying? That's why we don't just look at the skin tone or look at the color of hair or eyes and just go on that. Right.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
why.
Hey, can somebody? Hey, Eagle Hawk, can you read that right there, brother? For the brother.
So on the screen, let me see. That says
Race.
race, noun, Latin, radix. What does that say? Latin radix and radius having the same original. This word coincides in origin with root, ray, radiant, etc. The lineage of a family or continued series of descendants from a parent who is called the stock. A race is the series of descendants indefinitely. Thus, all mankind are called the race of Adam. The Israelites are of the race of Abraham and Jacob. Thus, we speak of a race of kings, the race of Clovis or Charlemagne, a race of nobles, etc.
Right.
Now, let's see. 2, the second generation for race is a generation, a family of descendants, a race of youthful and unhanded cults. So what I get from that is they're using race in a group sense, in an ethnic sense, not having anything to do with color, right?
Right.
So you could be a race based on religion, like the race of Christians, like Charlemagne were the original Christians, right? So
on with it then.
Kiowa is using race, in the skin color type, which is race-based science, which was outlawed worldwide. So in Germany, the Nazis used race-based science. That was outlawed. And so part of Aryanism, eugenicists, right? So eugenic science were not just in the Americas, but they were worldwide. And it was the whole thing of measuring how whites or pale people, which we can trace to an ethnicity, right? So we can get lost in the white and black, but if we go beyond that and we go beyond that cloud, we trace it to an ethnicity, and we're talking about Albions, and Albions come out of Central Asia. So we're talking about a certain ethnicity trying to graft and admix into all other cultures and ethnicities. So we don't have to look at race, because when we look at race and we say these black people or these brown people, we forget the fact that the whole planet stock was so-called black, right? That's why black and white doesn't work, because white only comes from one specific area, whereas in black comes from everywhere, right? That's why we can't use observation and look at somebody and be like, oh, you're black, so I can tell where you come from.
Now I got a question for you.
Because we were over 2/3 of the whole planet, and whites were only in Central Asia up until about 800 AD. Right?
Can a melanin person produce a Caucasian or pale face, if you will, as a description, or can a pale face produce, i.e., a melanated person?
So both in our science and their science, we can only produce albinos. They can only produce their kind. A person
Okay.
of color, a melanin person, can produce every shade, including albino, but we cannot.
Ah,
But we cannot produce them. So that's the difference between albino and so-called white stock, which traces back to a certain genetic stock, which traces back to a certain ethnic stock, and it's fixed
uh-oh.
in melanin, because all so-called albions are born with the fixed genetic marker where they have no more than 15% melanin in their body, which is why their
Okay.
science is a different science than our science.
Okay.
This is why for thousands of years there's been issues between the admixing. Do you see what I mean? Because
Uh-huh.
Hey, let me ask you this real quick.
why would there have to be so
Okay.
many studies if
Yo,
we were
Igor.
if we were the same people existing back to 10,000 BC in the same land? Then we wouldn't have these genetic mutations, right?
Okay.
Yo, Igor.
Yeah, go
Let me
ahead,
ask
brother.
you this, right? Have you ever seen that couple out in what was it, London or something? They had one baby that was white, one baby that was black.
Have I ever seen? I didn't hear the rest of it. It
Yes.
cut out.
You talking about
There's a couple.
the twins?
Yeah,
Have
the
I?
Talking
twins.
about the
One baby
twins?
was black and one baby was white by a white couple.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah,
Yes, I have.
albino. Mm-hmm.
I
How do we
have.
explain that
I
one?
don't.
That's
But
albinism.
but
But
I
you said white people only
there's a
produce
further
white people.
definition behind that.
No,
There's
But he
actually a
just said that.
I said
But
we
he
as
just said white
melanated
people
people.
can only produce white people.
Yes, and we can only
but
produce up to albinism. We can't produce that white stock because it's set by the genetic marker of melanin in their body. So you could take somebody who's an albino, right? And to tell that, you can do a test of their melanin. And if they have 85 to 90% melanin in their biochemical makeup, they are a person that you would be known as Austromelanesian, right?
Right.
The Negro
Right.
stock that made up 85%
Hold
of
on
the
1 second.
planet.
So you
Right.
just said that white people can only produce white people, but now you're saying that they can produce an Austro-Melanesian?
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't. I said
Well,
the
that was a
complete. I
white
know.
couple that produced twins that were one was
I did not
white and
say
one was
that.
black.
I did not say that. Don't twist my words, brother. I did not say that
Okay.
at all.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to get you to break down how
Can I
these white
share a
people
little
who can
light
only
on that
produce white
on that
people
particular topic?
created a black and white.
Can
But
I
I don't
share a
agree
little
that I
light
don't
on that
agree that
particular
those
topic?
two children are black and white. I believe that one is a specific ethnic, right, thing, because we're getting off race, and the other child happens to be an albino, right? Because what is black and white?
So which
Those
one's
are
the
European.
albino?
Those are European. Whichever one that you're describing that is very, very light that you're calling white. These are European terms that are legal terms, right? They're not
Okay,
ethnic.
let me
They're
explain this
not.
to you again.
You can
The
explain whatever you
parents were
want, but this is
both of
not
the
how you
parents
look
are
at
what we
cultural
call
groups of
white.
people. You look at them based on ethnicity and
Listen.
nationality.
I want you to make sure you hear this correctly. Okay. Both of the parents are what we call white. Those two white parents that you said can only produce white children produced a white child and a black child. What
Are you
we
talking about
call
the
black.
China? Yeah, you're talking about the
How is that
China,
possible?
You're talking about the famous China couple.
No. They
For the
are
reason
pure
the reason
pale-faced
that is
people living in
possible.
London.
Yes, with the genetic mutations that's been studied, that has never existed again and happened again. It's called random genetic mutation in a family. For it to be melanin based, it has to be hereditary, where it can happen for at least 3 cycles. That's why I said you have to go beyond observation and look at the other 19 models, right, used in science to make this scientific method. So if it doesn't keep producing, in a hereditary cycle where you can pass it on, as a woman or a man, that ability to be whatever color, then it's a genetic mutation, right? And it's not something, right, hereditary in that sense.
Now, I want you to understand something as well, is that a mother can actually produce twins, right? Twins, but be impregnated by 2 men at the same time.
Say what now?
Now that
In
was
the
my
embryo.
theory on that.
Yeah, say what
That
now?
was my theory on that.
Wait a minute.
That was my theory on that. I ain't gonna hold you on that.
Wait. A woman, she could, okay. Say for instance,
I'm sorry. I'm
say for
smoked out.
instance,
Call me out.
wait,
Sorry.
watch this. A woman could sleep with a man at 5 o'clock in the morning, right? And she can sleep with another man at 5 o'clock in the evening, right? Right? From two different types of individuals, and she could be simultaneously pregnant, and they could produce twins at the same time. Now, if you want me to pull it up for you, I'll pull it up for you.
No, I believe.
Right, right.
Now
But
that
she
was
can
my
actually
theory on
be
that whole thing.
impregnated. She could actually be impregnated. Right, right.
Mm-hmm.
This is how you got the red heifer. Right. This is how you got the red heifer. Right, right. The red heifer. The red heifer. What is a heifer? A heifer is a goat, right? Right? A heifer is a goat, right? Right? And so a heifer, right, was
You're
impregnated by
saying that's
two
the
different.
origin of red or orange-haired goats and cows and that. That's what you're talking about.
Well, it's actually a prophecy, right? Right? When you see the red heifer, right? Because that the red heifer wasn't an original concept, right? Right? To see an actual red heifer, right? That was a mystique, if you will, right? Right? That was a prophetic saying, right? Right? That was I don't my words is not right there
No,
right now,
I
but
know what you're talking about because I see a cultural difference between the two cultures of what I can't really speak about Panama beyond the New Caledonia colony, but there is a difference that I see between Yucatan and how it was viewed in the North, if that makes sense.
right. Right. So now check this out. Check this out. Even though both of the parents seem to be of a Caucasian ethnic group, or i.e. a pale-faced ethnic group, right? Right. We don't know the stimulus of that particular mother. We don't know what type of activity she was participating in.
Right.
We don't know if she was a whore, right? We don't know if she was a prostitute, right? Right. And so
No, it's a good point though, because it happened a lot in the Midwest when they were starting the pioneer towns. There were a lot of women who were prostitutes who had a lot of I don't what you call it, dual race children from that kind of moment.
Yes, sir.
happening. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hey man, thank you guys for having me on. Eagle Hawk, I appreciate that 1600 breakdown of when those people got here.
Oh, hey! I want you to check this out, brother.
Right.
So, I mean, that's just interesting what he was saying about that, and I'm glad Kyle is here. So the Mayans treated them that way, and I know the Incans treated them that way. I don't know why this is, but in the North, I don't know if it's with people, but I know with animals, I know albino animals are held as sacred.
Right. Anytime you want to look at the dialect of mankind or a species or anything that happens within mankind, always look at nature. Right. Right. The first science is nature. Right. And nature's ability to do what nature does. Right. You have to go. Right. So I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a great point, Eagle. That's why I asked, could we look into the Mayan culture a little bit further to find out, why they treated these people this way? Why did they section them off this way? Another thing too is that I know for a fact that the Mayans also had a practice of you had a child, and the child was born around July. They would actually take that child, force that child to be a shaman or a medicine person. This is the people within the nation. So that was another thing that I noticed too, that I read about the Mayans is as far as that sacred stuff, they would take all kids that were born in July and section them off and force them to learn the herbs.
sir.
And whatnot. So hey man, I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you guys.
All right, brother. I appreciate that.
Bless up, David. Bless up, bro.
That's what's up. Y'all be easy.
Hey, Dominic, you want to fill in on that?
Hey, I mean,
no, because I'm open to that. I know that they were taken away, and I know that some of them were put on leashes now. The ones that were put in Cage. Some were put in cages. Now some were put in rooms. Now there may be two different ways that they were treated. So that could
Correct.
be a road to be explored. You know what I mean?
Correct. Because we as people, right, we always like to look at the pro of something, right? We never look at the con of something, right? Right? And in our heritage and in our overstanding of in particular event, right? We all have did things in the past that we wouldn't view as a positive thing, right? Our forefathers did they didn't always do things that we will be proud of today, right? Right? But that's with anything. But now when you're speaking about science, right, and you're speaking about a particular people from a particular landmass, from a particular structure, right? Right? You have to accept the good with the bad, right? Right? Now we can say, okay, we're Aboriginal, we can say that we're indigenous, we can say that we're native, we can say this, that, the other, and the third, right? But until we actually get into the constitutions and until we get into the actual governments that was actually in rulership, right? Right? If we say that we had slaves, right, or servants or people that was in servitude, then guess what? It was up to our will to treat them accordingly to the way that it was governed at that particular time. And that's the same construct that we fall under today as a people. Now, I'm not saying that we agree, right? 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 But you know, I'm sorry, everybody wasn't just that holy, right? 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 And I'm just weighing I'm weighing the feather against the stone, right? I'm weighing both sides of the particular argument. Now, do I believe that we came from another place? No, I don't believe that. Do I believe that we are the indigenous and the Aboriginal people of this particular land? Yes, I do. Do I believe that everybody was a saint? No, I don't. Right? I don't believe that. Right? Right? I know that we had certain tribes that did things that was probably frowned upon. Right? We had to be hated for a reason, right? Right? I mean, if we take the whole pot in, we was hated for a reason. Right? Right? We dominated for a reason, right? We kicked the crap out of the Vikings, right? We kicked the hell out of Genghis Khan, right? We kicked the hell out of foreigners that came to our particular establishment for a very long time, a very long season, right? And so do I believe that you know they didn't have no ill wills about that? You know, I can't say that I don't, because like even the war against terrorism per se, right? Right? Well, if you kill somebody's parents, right, and you martyr them or make them, you understand me, that child is going to grow up with some hatred about the people that killed their parents. You get what I'm coming from, Ego? Like,
oh yeah, no,
like,
I feel you on that, I feel you more on that with the Mongolian thing, you know, with the Mongolian influence here on the West Coast. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So and then we don't even know. I mean, honestly, I mean, we have a lot of factors and we have a lot of things that we can put into place, but until we actually go back and revisit those times, right? Those times, right? We don't know what type of influence the Americas had on everything, right? Like in today's world, we would say, we would point out that the Europeans got influence on everything, or we would say the Russians or the China or Africa or whatever, right? Whichever way you want to go, right? But in our time, right, in our time, when we were placed on top of the mountain, right, we may have had influence on everything, and which I do believe. And so I'm always a victim of taking the good with the bad. But
I feel
no,
I feel you.
no, I don't come out of Africa. You know, I don't believe that in the mix of this, that another nation is supposed to come through as immigrants, or i.e. trespassers, and then take the authority away from the original people. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I see it every day. Mike Brown, Simeon Rice, goddamn me, Trayvon Martin, list goes on and on and on and on. Right. No, I don't believe that we are supposed to be treated the way that we're treated, because they're pushing an ideology upon us and our peoples. They're pushing this education reform upon us and our people. They have robbed us from our tongue. They have robbed us from our lineages. They have robbed us of our heritage. They have robbed us from our lands. I do believe that it's just ass whooping time, right? Right? And let the Most High sort them out. Period. Period. If they supposed to belong, if they supposed to be a tribe, if they supposed to be an Aboriginal tribe, then guess what? The Most High figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? I think he might know, but as far as everything else, I can't rock with that either.
Yeah, I feel you. I am open to the albinism though, because that does make sense to think about it and be a little more open, because the way they treated them in Panama may not be the same way that they treated them within the spirituality in other cultures.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but on the Mongol though, I'm 100% sure on that. Yeah, we were kicking their ass all the way up and down the coast. So,
right.
Well, yeah,
Right.
long-standing enemies. Yeah. So,
Right.
and it's funny because even now the ones that have that, if you go by that, the quantum and the mixture, which I find an experience they don't really care about. Even the ones that down there, they acknowledge that history, and they say this is when my grandmother, whatever, mixed with a Spanish person, and right. So they talk about that, and then there's times when they don't talk about that, and
right.
So yeah, and it's important that we push that and speak that truth. Because if somebody said the Afro-Mexican experience, well, that's a very contemporary community, with
right.
issues both there and here, right, where there's parallels between what we're talking about. Yeah. So.
It's so huge. I mean, like, let's just say from the early 2000s to 2020, right? Do you know how much information has came about just from that time period? And we're trying to go back to the 13, 14, 1500s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so, of course, there's going to be different wheels that spin, right? And for different reasons. And some authentic and some not so authentic, right? What Denzel Washington said the other day, he said,
he's very good, by the way.
Huh?
I was just saying he's very good, by the way. I'm not in terms of acting. Right. He's very good in terms of not being caught up in race.
Right.
When reporters ask him about race, yeah.
Right.
Getting caught in that game as a spokesman of a color, yeah, as opposed to living as a nationality or an ethnicity, right?
Correct. Yeah. But he had made a statement, and he said that You know, in today's world, it's not about who reports the true news. It's more so about who reports the news first,
Mm-hmm.
right? Right. And he also stated that every funeral he's been to, he's never seen a U-Haul behind a hearse. Right. Right. And you know, yes, he's a renowned actor, and yes, I wish him many blessings, and him and his wife and his family, right, in his kingdom. But right, everything that he said was factual, right? When we're giving news, right, whether we're looking at it from an AI perspective, or i.e. a book perspective, or right, it's still, until we actually line up with the ancestors, right? And I'm not talking about long gone ancestors. I'm talking about the ancestors that's right here.
Did you catch
Right?
the build earlier that AP did on Chief Cornstalk? Sorry.
Today or yesterday?
Yesterday, earlier morning, Saturday morning,
Yes.
afternoon, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
I was just curious. So, I mean, to me, it plays into what you're talking about. I think that's going on all over the United States.
Right. Right. And it's so many different
and
layers to this onion. It's so many different layers to it.
And I think
You
it's
know,
multidimensional, and it does. Prophecy plays a part of it. So we travel. We have these
Hey, y'all
ghost
stay
stories.
up. I'm out.
Cool. All right. Peace, brother.
Peace.
So he was talking about different areas with these hauntings and these energies, and so I think
right.
we
Right.
don't realize the effects that we have on things in different times. It's fun, like you said, to go back into the past and the history, but I just look at what kind of effect it has in the present. So
Right.
yeah, I mean,
Right.
it's good to get the
Exactly.
history right, but for me, it was getting it right so you can look up to the present of colonization, because I think decolonizing ourselves is extremely important. So we don't
It
get
is.
so we don't get caught up in these traps that lead to these cycles that lead to that, where we end up seeing more funerals. Right.
But you know what? That's not self-inflicted.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes I think in the majority it's not, because I see it all around me, and it's coming from external sources. Every magazine, every TV channel. You know what I mean? So yeah, the majority of corporations are from a foreign perspective. See, here's the thing that
Right.
bothers me:
Right.
people can be here in America and they can call themselves an American, but this is why, for me, it goes beyond color and race. There are people from many nations that do not assimilate here. So if we stick with, so for me, I view it, if we stick with race, right? Let's say white, then we're only looking at Europe and we're looking at certain people. If we pick black, then we're only looking at Pan-Africans and the islands and this
Right.
and that, right?
Right.
But there's a lot of them on both sides that do not assimilate to the true history, regardless of whether it's our bloodline or not, of what America is.
Right.
So, and I think that plays a part on how we live, because we may not be Aboriginal or Indigenous, but we're still caught up in the same experience.
Matrix.
Right,
Exactly.
yeah, right.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. And no quarrels with that. But like when you I'm not gonna speak on and this is just like a common rule. I don't know if everybody practices it, but you don't speak upon nothing you don't know nothing about. Right. Right. And especially if you don't believe it, right? Right. If you don't believe what you're speaking,
Yeah.
right,
That can be extremely problematic.
Exactly.
And especially if you don't understand it. So
Right.
yeah.
Right. I mean, at least put it in the form of a question. Right? Hey, I got a question about this, or I have a question about
Hey, let me
that.
ask y'all a question. Do y'all think Kyle understands what's going on? Because I asked him specifically about the racists and the colorism and stuff, and he understands that it's happening. But when I'm asking about specifically about what we're talking about, he acts like it's not happening. Like, do you guys just think he's just in denial, or he's just caping for his fan? What's going on?
I believe, you know, I can't really say what I believe, but just based off of the feed, a lot of it is the denial, and a lot of it is based off of confusion. We are taught from so many different sources, right? And what we would think that would be probably the most purest source, right, which is our immediate family, you know, and I don't claim to know the brother's situation, but I know my own situation, right? And I know that even within my own family, right, like the Jews that Chief, Eagle Hawk, Copper Empress, Truth, AB, A1. Hey, look, brother's been dropping some serious overhaul information, and I'm talking about within 2020. I wasn't here until 2019. I was not, you know, I had a little premise on it, but I didn't grow to this point yet, right? So some of it is trickery, right? And some of it could be denial. And we also have to understand that our people, to claim that, right? To claim to be Aboriginal, to claim to be indigenous to this particular land, that was a death sentence. Right, that placed you on death row.
Oh, being ignorant to it, yeah.
You understand? And so,
Test.
in some cases, not all cases, but in some cases.
Test. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can y'all hear me,
brother?
One.
Cool. It's the third set of headphones. Hey, so here's the thing, right? I mean, like, once again though, are we saying that he understands that he's just obstructing? Like,
I think
what's going on?
He just conformed to it. He just conformed as a beneficiary. As a beneficiary.
I think there's all
that's what I truly believe.
Oh, I'm
but
sorry,
I yield the floor.
No, go ahead.
I just believe, and it's not just him, right? And I'm gonna just be honest with myself and what I have seen with my own two eyes. It's not just him, right? We have a lot of people within the community. We have a lot of people that's kin folk that ain't kin folk. We got a lot of people in the community that has a very minute understanding of what really is going on, and some just based off of negligence, and some just based off of convenience.
Convenience, that's a good way to
and
put
I
it.
yield the floor.
Damn.
I yield the floor.
Bro, we laying everything out.
Yeah,
we laying
he's on
everything out.
fire.
What more do you need to
The
do?
way he broke it down.
Right. Very
I
slowly.
mean, what more I need to do, man? I'm
you got
trying to
two
break it
mouthy
down.
brothers. When you silence two
Sheesh.
mouthy brothers, I mean, you've done it all, bro.
No blood on your hands. I'll put it like that. No blood on your hands.
I mean, it is monkey blood everywhere, though. That's for sure.
Right.
I don't know, man. This is the worst shit I've seen in a long time. And you know, our people though, you know, and I see a lot of our brothers and sisters that, you know, are you know, just trying to find their way. I heard the brother David Taylor say that he had, you know, mestizos in his family. I'm sure we all got mixed people in our family. What are we talking about? But they're not the original. Right. It's like these people coming into your family, right? And then you've been going to your family reunions for 30 years. And now, now that these people have amalgamated into your family, right? Feel me? They amalgamated into your family, right? Boom, they're in your family, right? They come and take over your family reunion and take over your family. And now everybody's looking up and honoring. Now they like
Big Papa or Big Mama is this
Right,
pale
right,
person in your
right,
family. This is exactly what's
right.
going on, bro. You guys are being very disingenuous, and it's very crazy. I asked the brother, was Curie Mayo copper color? And this nigga gonna say yes, and he's gonna try to go through all this little pale copper stuff. Even if you can
Right,
go to the
right.
palest of red and the palest of pale, this brother still wouldn't be copper color, bro. That's definitely disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? And that's just not right and exact. And
Right.
Curie Mayo wasn't saying that. He was saying you guys are the Negroes that they found when they came here. Y'all remember him saying all that? I can go pull up the videos, right?
I recall.
But then I turn around and show you some imagery or just try to, because imagery is everything. You see what I'm saying? Remember, you're ugly. You people.
And
I'm gonna stand on that until he come and address it. He has to address this, and the fact that he's not addressing this further lets me know that you know what you're doing and that you know you're wrong. Because a righteous person that you said you are, Curie Mayo, would stand to apologize, brother.
Chief,
Go ahead, brother.
no, all bullshit to the side, all extra to the side. My wife told me the same thing about 10 o'clock this morning when I was addressing all of those other platforms and tribes or whatever the case, right? She told me the same thing. She said it's not that they that damn dumb, right? Right. It's not for a lack of information, right? They reject the information, right? Right. The people perish because they reject the information. A lack of knowledge, right? Right. They reject the knowledge, right? They don't want to know. Everybody with eyes won't be able to see. Everybody with ears won't be able to hear. And that humbled me because I was in a very dark area. You understand? Because I was like, damn, if I can see it and I ain't the brainiac of the club, you understand what I'm saying? But if I can see it, what's wrong with you? You see what I'm saying? So no, your veil has to be lifted over your eyes. You see what I'm saying? The veil has to be lifted up off. And that's by choice. It's not by force. It's not out of love. You know what I'm saying? It's not because your brethren is trying by all his breath, all his energy, taking his time, reading the words slowly, breaking it down definition by definition, giving you landmarks, locations, guess what? If they dumb, dormant, and docile, they not gonna get it. And that's just what it is.
I'm saying, though, you think this brother's doing it on purpose? Because like he's not that dumb. Kyle was not that dumb.
No, I mean I do, but I don't think it's for the intention of like what we think it is up front in terms of being disruptive.
Agent.
Well, I think yeah. So I don't think it's that though, right? So I think it's actually like a religious belief. You know, so we've missed the original first hijack, which is that some people have religious beliefs that are in conflict with natural law and indigenous and aboriginal practices, right?
Righteous, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like in that area, like I'm like, okay. So when I looked into that, there was only one group of people that I found. Actually, I'm sorry, two who believe in that theory of white Indians. Right.
Okay.
So, and one happens to be in the Utah area.
Oh shit, the Mormons.
There you go.
Goddamn.
Church of Latter-day Saints.
I'm about done talking about them.
So
I'm not talking
Peace.
about them. Man.
Peace to the gods, man.
Oh, peace, fam.
Peace, brother.
What's good? Supreme Chief Holiday. What it do?
Libra Sun, peace to the God, bro. What's up, big bro?
Man, peace to the gods of the panel, man. Peace to all the American gods and goddesses out there. What's good with you?
All is well, brother. Man, we just doing a little house cleaning, man. You know, still applying pressure, man. I still see these fools, putting out Native American propaganda, you know what I'm saying? And we understand that all this stuff is in there, and it's just like we're going back and forth. We're trying to get through our brother Kyle, and he just seems like he don't want to just quite get it.
Can't get
You know
right.
what I'm saying? Yeah, he just ain't gonna get right. And you know, and when we ask questions like when did these people come here, he don't have an answer for none of this. See what I'm saying? I don't think that question was ever answered. So I just think this is very disingenuous, and this is a guy who's literally trying to create confusion. And I don't even see his people standing with him or standing behind him and saying, "Yo, that's right and exact." Everybody I've heard say that that information is bogus as hell. So I just want to, I just want to address that. I don't know if you've seen if you guys caught the video of Opiamium, a new breed in Cuimayo, the video that they played showing the imagery that they showed of that Saponi brand. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, when you show these images, we know that they are bleaching out. They're getting rid of the Indian. Okay, it's called Rabbit Proof Fence. Please read the book. The movie is great, but it's a lot more details what they did. But when the practice is already a couple of hundred years old by the time they start the practice in Australia. So once again, it's just it's more brainwashing because they don't show you the black fellas in Australia. What they show you is the ones who have been bleached, who have the Dutch and the different colonizers who came to that landmass mixed with them and made them a buffer class to the black fellas. Do you understand?
Right.
Yeah, this is what it is.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
So is it like a breed them out type of situation? Like not just from the aspect of rewriting history, but like actually breeding them out. Like
I mean, bro, it's called eugenics. It's called eugenics.
Okay.
You know, eugenics is the actual elimination, extermination of indigenous people around the world. That's what they're doing. I don't know if you guys seen this movie. There's a book called The Constant Gardener. Okay. It's based on a true story, based on how the World Health Organization was in Africa infecting these people with AIDS. Okay.
Right.
And and the whistleblowers, the doctors and the nurses that were telling on them was nothing there was nobody that could help these people, right? The authorities couldn't help them, Interpol couldn't help them because the world, these pharmaceutical companies and these people are so powerful that they run Interpol, they run everything, and they murder these people. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, man. I mean, just think about it, man. It's a bunch of inception going on, right? There's a bunch of things that they're planting into the psychology of people, and they're being able to take these plants and they're planting them back in time. You know what I'm saying? So let's just take the race issue, right? Now, you pulled up the definition of race. Now, back in 1828, this was their understanding of race, right? Which had nothing to do with what we know as race of today.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? So I took it a little step further, right? So what I did was I say, okay, well, let me see if racism is in the 1828 dictionary. Guess what? It is not there.
Right.
Okay. So what they did was planted this seed of racism into our psyche, making us believe that racism occurred in the past when it didn't exist.
Right. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because race was not looked at as an ethnicity. It was looked at as a family lineage. Okay, so your family was considered a race. And this is why they use races as a plural. If you ever notice, they always say copper colored races, or in today's terms, when they talk about black people and African Americans, they say belonging to racial groups in Africa.
Ethnicities, right,
You
right.
know what I'm saying? So it's always
Right.
a plural. You see what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying?
Uh-huh.
So what they did was they integrated race into ethnicity.
Okay.
Okay, so making us believe that it's based on race when it's not really based on race. So that's the ops that they're using right now. Like, oh yeah, this guy in 17 such and such was a racist. Hell no, he wasn't no racist. Because racism didn't exist.
So can I ask this question? Is it less on racism and more on classification?
Yeah, I mean, it was forms of classification, but what they want you to believe is that this racist shit. You see what I'm saying? And they always talking about races and racism, and just like Chief brought up the misogyny, like all that
Right.
shit didn't exist, bro. It
Right.
didn't exist
Right.
at these times, and they throwing
Right.
these words back and talking about the anti-miscegenation laws. How could a law be in effect in the 1600s when it didn't exist?
It didn't exist at that time, right?
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So they're planting they're putting these plants into our psyche, making us believe that it was all something that was happening a long time ago when it's all recent. All this shit is
Exactly.
recent, bro.
Exactly.
Racism
Exactly.
was created in 1932 some goddamn time. You know what I'm saying? Or in the 1900s. I'm gonna say around 1900 is where all this race-based education started.
And what
I
I find
honestly believe.
confusing is that when you look
Uh-oh.
now, right, for race, both sciences, the one that's infused in the original one will come up. So it'll be confusing. So you'll look up race like Australia, and it'll be the ethnicity, and then it'll be all this other stuff that he's breaking down, this racial skin tone stuff that they're trying to mix in.
Right, which is pseudo.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? This is
Right.
socialization.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? To bake racism into our psyche.
Right.
When that
And
wasn't
I
really the
honestly,
case.
You said bake
I
it.
honestly, right. Bake,
Bake.
burn that shit in.
Hell yeah, baked in. God damn.
Shit is
Yo.
baked in. You know what I'm saying? So
Yo.
when people are doing research and they looking back in history, they throwing these terms in that did not exist.
Well, let
These
me
terms.
let me present something to the panel that I recently I looked at. I probably overlooked it as much as I need to, but I'm gonna revisit it as of tomorrow. But where I see it all coming into play is in World War II, or i.e., the Great Depression era. That's where I see all of this shit actually with live birth to it, if that makes sense to y'all. Like, I don't know if y'all can concur or disapprove.
Well, the thing
I
is
don't
that we
know. I
have to.
think.
Here's the
Go ahead.
thing, right? All right, I'm gonna let you go, Chief, in a minute. But I don't want to get those things confused because there's a what they did and there's a how they did it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay.
So you know there are many ways in how. You know what I'm saying? But one thing we can be sure of is what.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
So we know they got simultaneous because this system is layered, right?
Right.
So
Like
there's a lot of
onion.
different
Exactly.
layers on it.
Right.
And a lot of times, you know, we end up generalizing it, putting all these layers together. But if you take each one of these layers layer by layer, you will see that all these things was done to collaborate, right?
Right. Right.
And to strengthen the agenda. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Just like you said before, when they started out with this hypothesis, and they've been using uh, their position to strengthen the hypotheses. You see what I'm saying? It's
Okay.
like they had no proof of what they were claiming, but what they've been doing ever since was saying, "See, here's more proof. That's one layer.
Right.
See,
Right.
here's another. There's some more proof. There's another layer." They keep adding on these pseudo layers. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay.
But when it comes down to the real science, they said they rejected it. They said, no, this shit ain't,
Right.
you know what I'm
Right.
saying? They did that
Right.
shit a long time ago. Say, nah, that shit, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So basically what I'm saying is this race-based ideology is new. It's new shit. It's just new. It's
Right.
19th century shit. I mean 20th century shit. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
It's 20th century shit. It is fake news.
Mm.
And they even said that with the miscegenation and stuff and mestizo, like they're writing terms back in history. So we even got to be careful when we looking up etymology words, because once again they're still putting their spin on stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So when we talk about copper is dark. We showed the pennies. There's no light-skinned pennies running around here, right?
Right.
We showed the etym of these words, and it gets to that, but the hijack comes in at 1828. So when the Warborns and these guys go to the 1828, they know that's not the etymology of that word, and they know it has been hijacked. But because they want to push the Zionist, color, racist, eugenic agenda on our people, I'm not getting away from it. I don't have to argue with you about Epsilon Jones. I'm gonna prove, we're gonna prove that you guys are working for these people. And at this point, you know it at this point right now. Like, we're just gonna prove that, because you can't be conscious and push what you're pushing. Can't be.
Chief, let me just say this, bro. Let me just say this, right? Because I don't see, like, the reason that I use the 1828 dictionary is to see it's kind of like a looking glass, right? So you're looking at what was understood at a particular time, right? So we know that race did not exist in the way that we see race. So there's going to be other terms being used in definitions that does not mean the same as they mean to us now. And that was the point. That was the whole point of bringing that definition out about race, is because race is not the same thing as we see it. They had a different perception of what race was. So we can't use our perception of what race is and say that they meant the same thing, because clearly it is different.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So really, it's not about that the 1828 was a hijack. Was what you can clearly see is that since 1828, shit has been hijacked. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because their meanings and what they understood was different. And we're like I say, these plants that they put into our psyche, have us thinking that they was saying one thing when they really wasn't. You know what I'm saying? So now this should help clear some of the confusion up of how they throw terms back in time. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're looking back in time and say that they had race this and race that, they weren't talking about the same shit. They was talking about families. A family was a race. You know what I'm saying? So it's becoming clear now that we have to be careful of how we interpret this older information. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're looking at the 1828 dictionary, that was the very first dictionary of the so-called United States. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And everything that they understood at that point, you can see it right there. You can see it right there. What did they understand at that point? You can see it. It's very clear that their understanding is different from modern understanding.
Okay.
So the best thing to do is to look at these old texts, these old dictionaries, and look up words, and you will find that a lot of words didn't exist. So they placing them back in time. You'll say, damn, they didn't even know what that was. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna give you an example. So when you hear about the Titans, What do you know about the Titans? What have you heard about the Titans?
Like the Clash of the Titans, or
Right,
you
Clash
talking
of the
about the
Titans. That's the
Giant
first thing you.
Wars, or
That's what you. But
the
the first thing you think of is that, right?
right,
Okay.
They
Now,
supposed to be gods.
right.
right,
So now, if you look back and look up Titan, they
hmm
don't mention nothing about none of that shit
right,
in the definition. If you look at the 1828 definition of Titan,
right,
that lets you know that it's some current new shit.
hmm,
Because back in 1828, they had no clue of those Titans called gods.
right,
It didn't exist at that
hmm,
particular time. So
hmm,
that lets you know that they put that whole story back in time. You understand what I'm saying?
right,
Because Titan in the 1828 dictionary comes from titanium.
right.
You see what I'm saying? Which is a dark metal. Was their definition of Titan. They didn't say anything about no
The
goddamn Greek.
strongest metal, the strongest metal in the world, titanium.
Right. Right. And they
Titanium,
didn't say
correct.
anything about no goddamn Greeks. You see what I'm
Right,
saying? So
right.
so this gives us an insight into what they knew at the time. You see
So
what I'm
all this,
saying?
this Dungeon and Dragon shit, this shit.
All fake, bro. All
I know. I'm
fake,
just
bro.
curious. Did it mention the people? Because I can't remember
No,
offhand.
they didn't mention people at all in
Okay,
Titan.
did it mention an area or anything?
No, it only mentioned the metal from
Okay.
titanium.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? So you
Mhm.
mean to
Right.
tell me they didn't know anything about the Titans back then? You know what I'm saying? If it was something that was passed on through thousands and thousands of years and shit, but nobody knew nothing
Hey, my
about it.
queen want to add something. She just pulled up something. You was talking about the 1828, right? The
Yep.
dictionary, right? So
Yep.
my queen, she want to just share something with the family real quick that she just looked up.
That's what's up. Peace to the goddess.
How are you?
Good goddess, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. As you were speaking and I'm listening, and you mentioned the 1828 dictionary, and I looked it up, and the first thing that came up basically was American, pertaining to America. American, a Native American originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans. Does that sound correct? I mean, I don't believe I'm reading this. I never heard of that before.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
that's
I was
what we
crazy.
were, I guess what we were saying is what did they consider races to be?
right.
You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
go ahead, goddess. You can go ahead with that.
Oh no, that's all I wanted to know because like
Oh, okay.
I have a tendency of just looking up everything. Not saying that I don't believe everything that I hear, but I just study to show myself approved. And so when you were speaking of the 1828 dictionary, I just looked at
Right.
the
So
definition.
so that's what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? So that's a good thing. I mean, that's what everybody's supposed to do. They're not supposed to take anybody's word for anything. You can look it up yourself and but you know the thing is we try to stress is the way you interpret things when you're actually looking things up. And yes, it is say the copper colored races, but our definition of races is different from the definition of races that they were talking about, right? So you go even further and you look up races and you look up race in the 1828 dictionary just to make sure that are we talking about the same thing? Okay, let's look up race and see what they say about that in the 1828 dictionary, and that's where you would get clarification.
Okay.
Yeah, and also I just wanted to say, you know, they started changing definitions of words in the 1828. You know what I'm saying?
They
So
started changing. You say
they started changing the definition of words. And I'll give you a perfect example, right? We talk about the etymology of the word maroon, right? When the Spanish went into the Caribbean islands, right? Their descriptive term of the people would have just been brown. Maroon means brown, okay? So
Right.
say 100 years later, after the British come and take over their territories, right? the British take the word maroon, right? Okay, it's not brown to them, right? Now, the people that they're fighting are running away. They're up in the hills. So, we're going to call those guys maroons. They're running away. They're runaway slaves, okay? You just described the whole people, right? You took a whole color, brown, in Spanish, and you made a whole new definition of runaway slaves who are brown, okay? They're maroons. Now, and then you can make up another term. You're marooned. Okay, a person who's shipwrecked. Y'all follow me how this is going? How they're trying to tie everything together, right? Okay? Fast forwarded to America. Remember the Spanish were here. They had so-called Spanish colonies. They call them maroon colonies. Maroon is brown. Okay, keep that in mind. Once the Dutch, aka British, took over, right? They took over. They changed the definition. Maroon turned into cimarron.
Cimarron.
Cimarron, right? Synonym, cimarron, right? Brown.
Okay.
Cimarron turned into Seminole, runaway slave tribe. You have a whole tribe called Cimarron Seminole, which is flipped from maroon, just maroon people, just maroon, just brown people, okay? Brown people that have been classified as something as a runaway slave. Seminole is runaway slave.
That sound like Seminole, the Florida Seminoles, by the way.
No, that's what I'm telling you. Cimarron Seminole. Seminole is a translation, a newer translation of Cimarron, which is a translation of maroon. Okay, maroon is brown. They took brown and now they made you a runaway slave tribe called Seminole. Okay, don't fuck with me. This is basic knowledge. This is basic. Look it up. Etymology. Okay. Now, if you look up maroon in the 1828 dictionary, it has been corrupted and changed to runaway slaves. Do y'all understand? And maroon goes to Cimarron. Cimarron goes to Seminole. Okay, I'm not gonna fuck around with y'all. So these crackers will come in and say, I'm not Blackfoot. My people would not call themselves fucking Blackfoot. This is their descriptive term of our people. Okay, once again, you're allowing people to name you, you're allowing people to own you. Do you understand? I'm not gonna
like a pet.
I'm not gonna keep playing with you niggas. And the problem that you having is you keep allowing these people to own you, name you, to create your story for you. And so now we got people with these Johnny come lately as wigwams and tents and shit. And now what you're gonna tell us is that that's the origin of our fucking people, dude. When you see all these fucking pyramids over here, what the fuck are you talking about? So that's the problem I'm having with you guys. And you're never gonna get away from this, ever. You're never gonna get away from the racist, eugenic shit that you guys are pushing. Hey, bro, we got a new brother to the panel. Dark Chameleon. What's up with you, brother? How you feeling? Welcome to the panel. Welcome home too, by the way.
How you doing?
All is well, brother.
Are you okay?
Life is great.
Much love to the panel. Much love to everybody in the chat. I'm just here to listen and learn, but I do have knowledge to give, and I fall back.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Where you tuning in from, and where your people from, brother?
Well, first of all, I'm from Michigan. I grew up in Saginaw, Michigan.
That's what's up.
And I have a lot of knowledge to give, and I learned a lot over the last 2 or 3, 4 years. And I believe my knowledge level is superior to most people.
I like that. That's what's up.
I can't talk to people.
Well, brother, you're in the right place over here, man. You got people that you can talk to over here. So we free thinking motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? We think outside the box. We don't allow nobody to tell us shit, and we reject the general education. We reject the Ma'afa. We reject everything. Everything that they taught us is wrong. It's not right and exact. The recessive man, the only way he is winning is because he lied to you.
Okay.
Yeah, and and taxes is the key. that is bullshit. Listen. Taxes is supreme.
Facts. I'm gonna have to write that down. Taxes is supreme. Taxes are supreme. That's facts.
Yeah. Watch movies. I am a boss, and I understand how taxes is. Listen, slavery is bullshit, and at the end of the day, slavery fucks you up, but taxes is the long term fuck you upper.
I like that. So, brother, are you saying that taxes is slavery as well, brother?
Yes.
So if somebody's taxing you, that means that you're a serf, and that means that you are in a taxation thing, and that's slavery. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Taxes is bullshit. Listen, if I can take your money before you can touch it, nigga, shut the fuck up. I got your money.
I'm gonna take your money before I give it to you. God damn, that's facts.
You can't even touch your money before I get my cut. And listen, I understand how it's going. I am not a deceiver. I know who the deceivers are. The deceivers are not people in your color. They're not your color. They are your color. They're everything. You know what I'm saying? Because there's black people that know that we're deceiving you, and they're going with it. And that's where the problems lie. Certain black people, we know the white man's a deceiver. We know he's a liar. But when your own people do it, it fucks you up, and it puts people in different perspectives. And it's just part of the plan, dude. You gotta know who is doing what. Real talk.
That's facts.
That's a fact, bro.
Yeah, man. Somebody taxing you for your land. Like I said, you pay on your house 30 years. You pay the house off, right? It's your house, so you think. And then somebody come and say, "Well, look, you ain't paying taxes on this. You lost your job, pandemic, right? And they're not giving you nothing." And then they come and take your goddamn house. You know how many people lost their houses in the 09 housing crisis, especially out here? This was the hardest hit market for foreclosures, right? So you mean to tell me that you paid off your house, and because you didn't pay the taxes, somebody can come make you leave your house, right? And take your shit from you. Okay? That's slavery. Okay? That's not freedom.
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact.
So somebody asked about land patents. Hey, shout out to the sister Janice John. She's gonna be coming in Tuesday, so we're gonna be talking about land patents and stuff, whatever. She touched on that a little bit, and who stole the cookie, and then our interview we did the other day. So if you haven't checked that out, go check that out, brother. A great build, and like I said, we're gonna get into the land patents. We're gonna get into mineral rights. We're gonna get into all that stuff. But it's about winning. It's about moving the ball forward. That's what it's about, y'all. Go ahead, bro.
Listen. Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
Listen. If taxes did not exist, every man would win. There you go. Taxes are the government, and dominating with taxes. They use a lot of distractions, guys, to point you in every which way direction. Whether those directions be true or false, that really doesn't matter, as long as they protect the fact that they're getting taxes every week after week after week after week.
As long as they protect the government.
Taxes dominate, bro. Dude, think about it.
I'm with you, bro, because the government is the false illusion which is created on paper. The government itself is the matrix, right? So it's a belief structure. When people stop believing in the belief structure, they stop paying into the system. And when they stop paying into the system, it has no money to function. Because taxation is actually a form of theft, right?
They're stealing. Because I don't want to pay taxes, but yet they still take it out.
So let me throw this at y'all, bro, because y'all definitely on the right track, right? But you have to understand also that it's not about money, right? You have to realize that things are money is used to produce from the resources. You know what I'm saying? In order to use resources and obtain resources, they use money. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And not only that, they created this situation where you can't survive without it in a normal sense. You know what I'm saying?
So you
So
might as well use it.
right. So the thing is, you're absolutely right with taxes, and this was the primary reason for their expansion, their franchise. Okay, this is the problem they had with the Confederate States because they were not able to tax them. Okay, they weren't able to tax them, and this is where I believe that this is how the Civil War even started. And not only was we dealing with them not being able to tax the Confederate States, but then you had people that wanted to take over the Confederate States because they weren't being taxed. You see what I'm saying? They wanted that gold mine too. They was like, shit, if we take this shit over and we not being taxed, that's a win-win for us. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of shit to it, but definitely taxes are tribute. You know what I'm saying?
You know,
And
Florida don't get taxed, right? Florida don't pay taxes.
No state tax.
Nope.
Florida and Delaware, they
Texas.
yeah,
Taxes.
there's a couple of tax-free havens. Joe Biden was the one who set up the one
For
for
property
Delaware.
taxes. Yeah.
So there's no corporate
Ugh.
tax, right, for Delaware, which is why they have the most corporations in Delaware than any state, right? And it's not just corporations here that are nationally based. They also have the record for international. So people think that it's going to be New York or DC, but it's actually Delaware based on that tax-free haven. So people start a business international, they come here and start a subsidiary, right, based on our national laws, but it's just on paper. But they can operate internationally anywhere. They don't have to put the brick and mortar storefront up. They can operate digitally just because they have that license in Delaware, right?
well, the thing is, you have to look at is that it can't be totally tax free because if that's the case, there will be no purpose for doing it. You know what I'm saying? So
Have you ever been to Florida?
the state of Delaware have to make money, right?
Have you ever been to Florida?
No, I haven't been to Florida.
Well, you would know they don't have any bottle deposits. You don't pay taxes. When you get your check, you're gonna get your whole check. It ain't gonna pay no taxes, bro.
Well, they pay sales tax, right?
Yeah, well, if you buy a pack of M&Ms, yeah, you're gonna pay
Right.
yeah,
So,
that one.
right, you pay taxes on gasoline, right?
Hmm.
You pay
But
taxes on
you,
cigarettes, right?
yeah, but well,
So,
I don't live in Florida. I'm just letting you
right.
know
No,
I've
no,
been
no.
to
I
Florida.
got you, bro. What I'm saying is,
I'm just letting you know
what I'm saying is,
there is a taxation within Florida that should not probably be there because I understand that the government is actually they're like double dipping, triple dipping. Because why are they taxing us on food and different articles when they're taking actually things out of our checks? You know that's double dipping, bro. Because they know you're gonna buy milk, they know you're gonna buy milk, they know you're gonna buy fucking shrimp, and they still tax you on government items, even though they're taxing you out of your check. They're double, triple, triple, dipple dipping. And
that's a
I
fact, bro.
I look at it more close to a dozen, 14 times. So I mean, like maybe even as high as that. So you get the payroll tax, you get the land tax, right? You get the food tax, gasoline tax. So sometimes that $1 that I mean almost every dollar that you spend is taxed two, three, four times over.
So here's the thing, right? Is that a lot of times the word tax is being used in a broad sense, but there's a lot of layers to it. You know what I'm saying? So even if you don't, they don't get you in the rinse, they get you in the wash. You know what I'm saying? Um, so that's so when you talk about taxes, you gotta look at all the layers. You know what I'm saying? Because you got a lot of different layers of it, And this is why, this is how they double and triple and quadruple dipping. You know what I'm talking about? So at the end of the day, it is the slave master.
And that's what I'm trying to tell people.
It is the
And
slave master.
it is a slave master. It ain't the president. It's the ones in power. It's the people that cash the checks. It's the people that make sure you eat. It's the people that making sure that you stay defeated. Make sure you stay on your knees. I'm making you bend your shit, nigga. Because I am the boss. And I'm not saying I'm the boss. I'm just telling you how they think.
Yeah,
I can
this
be, I
That's a
can
fact.
be an asshole, dude. And I can just tell
right.
you guys some fucked up ass shit. But I understand how they move and how they gonna act, how they want you to react to what they're doing. And that has a lot to do with the COVID. They understand, hey, listen, I don't like being emotional, but sometimes I cannot help but be emotional. I am not an emotional creature. I pretty much, a lot of times, I have my shit in check, but I have episodes where I be emotional and I have to correct it immediately, and I don't like it. Do you understand what I'm saying, guys? Like,
Yeah, no
you,
doubt, bro.
seriously, bro, don't you want to keep emotion under control? I don't even care if you online, offline, talk to your girl, whatever. Sometimes you be in situations where you want to put your shit in check and you can't because you're too emotional at that point.
No, I don't believe in that.
Well,
Listen,
here's the
listen.
thing, right? Hold,
The
hold up.
only reason why I'm saying that is because
Because
there's
you
a
don't want to be
certain
in that state,
energy
brother.
in the air. There's a
Yeah,
certain
yeah, there
energy
is
in
an
the
energy,
air.
but why are you promoting that? See, because once you're in that state, then you're out of control. And once you're out of control, then you're a ward of the state. So if you have that problem, I suggest you find discipline. Because once you don't, then you're running the streets and you're a ward of the state, and it puts you in the trap for them to put you in the system because you're out of control. So you're about to go into how now that's in the air, right? And we're all feeling out of control, bro. I see where you're going. Big flag going up for me.
Well, here's the thing, right? Is that having people in their emotions keep them away from reality, bro. You got to understand that emotions are take you outside of handling your business. You know what I'm saying? So you're not paying attention to the law. You're not paying attention to reality. You know what I mean? It has you in a state of this, and this is where socialization comes into play. To keep everybody not able to think. They don't want you thinking. They want you to be acting as emotional. This is part of the play.
That's
This
a
is why they
buck.
always
That's a
this
buck. I
and
keep
and
it
it,
100.
yeah, and this is how they keep control. You know what I'm saying? Because as long as you're not paying attention to the reality of the situation, then you always stuck in your emotions somewhere. Then you're not going to get anywhere. You're just going to be stuck as a slave, and this is their goal. You know what I'm saying? They don't want you to think. So yeah, that's absolutely correct. That is the goal. Keep you from thinking. Stay in your emotions. You know what I'm saying? Keep this fake news going, this fake racial system going, because it's new fake shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's all emotional. It's 100%. You know what I'm saying? Socialization does not allow for you to think.
So, for example, earlier today, so elections were Tuesday for the last 5 days. Everybody's been in this emotion, right? This extreme emotion, one way or another. I wasn't caught up in any of that, right? So if you look at the socialization, how they built people up to that, just like they built people up to be in the streets for BLM. So you can even connect that to what we were talking about before. That's a race-based identity, right? Just as
Right.
people, just as people are moving into identity that's based on ethnicity, like what you were talking about, the original definition, or nationality. So I mean, it's not to say that it's not true. There is that energy in the air, but we have to look at who's putting that in the air, and do we want to feed into that? Right.
Well, this is something that's a part of everything. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole matrix is a system. You know what I mean? And it's to, control your thinking, to control your thoughts. And this is why they implant, just like I was saying, they make these implants into our psychological, into our psyche. You know what I mean? And this will have people operating off emotion.
That's a fact.
You're right, bro. And I do operate off of a lot of my emotions, and then I do check my shit at the end of the day.
Right. Once you come to the realization, and that's what this is all about, is getting people to come to the realization of reality. You know what I'm saying? So people can start thinking above the matrix. You know what I'm saying? Not just being caught up within, but to be able to think outside the box, quote unquote. So we can deal with reality, because the only way that our reality is going to change is if we learn to deal with the reality and leave this emotional shit alone.
Yep, that's a fact. But most of it is psychological warfare anyway. And that's what we talk about. We talk about the slave op. We talk about them literally pushing this whole slave narrative as if we're the only slaves on the planet. You know what I'm saying? I think that's very crazy, because every time we hear slavery, we get so emotional, like we're the only slaves ever. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that's crazy as hell, the concept, because other people were also in bondage. And I've heard shit like, well, black people in chattel slavery and white people were servants. And I just think that's crazy that you see yourself in that black-white paradigm like that. You understand what I'm saying? That is not true, okay? It's not true, but they're pushing the narrative. And once again, going back to the reason why we're doing this video today, the reason why we're getting that Curie Mayo, why I even played Opie Mia's fucking video, is because they're pushing this agenda. It's this dangerous to our people. What they're doing is treason. You understand? Curie Mayo, you're listening. Do you understand what you're doing?
Well, the way I look at it, Chief, is that they're just, like I say, operating outside of reality. You know what I'm saying? So anything that has to do with doing that, I put in that box. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is this, though, man, and just to enlighten you a little bit more, it's like, when you are to look up Maroons in the 1828 dictionary, it says the free blacks that lived in the mountains of the West Indies. The free blacks that lived in the mountains of the West Indies. Now, how do you go from free blacks to being slaves, bro?
Listen. I want to tell you guys something from the bottom of my heart, and I don't mean no hate behind it. I'm the Dark Chameleon. I want to tell you guys something flat the fuck out. I don't believe in people coming over here on a slave ship, because I think about it mathematically and scientifically. Nobody would actually live. Your stock would die. So, that being said, I think we were here first, and 100% of the white people here are visitors. Okay? Real talk. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother.
Yeah, we hear you, brother.
Loud and clear.
They're visitors. Okay?
That's what's up.
Well, real quick,
And
we're gonna get this musical break in real fast. Go ahead, brother, and then we're gonna get it in right after you finish. Go ahead.
okay. They're visitors, people, and I understand the whole more Aborigines, Christian, Catholic, Hebrew, Israelite. I understand the whole battle. I get it. But at the end of the day, guys, that's all just battle shit. It creates separation and division, and it's all divisive. And you gotta just forget about all of that. All of that shit. That shit's bullshit. All of it. I don't care about the stories. I don't care about the books. I don't care about what. I ain't saying I got more knowledge than you. I ain't saying you got more knowledge than me. I went to school. I went to college. I got it. I get it. I don't care about any of that bullshit. I don't. It does not help us. It creates more division all the time. I can talk anyway. I can talk Jamaican. I can talk Russian. My skill set is unlimited. I'm the Dark Chameleon. That's what I do. And I don't really hate people, dude. I understand some people are Masons and things. I don't hate these people. I don't pray either. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I expect everybody to be who you're going to be and be the best who you can be. Notice I said the best who. That means the best me. I ain't no owl. I'm a writer. I'm strong with my shit. And I expect everybody to be accordingly. Peace. You know what I'm saying? The Dark Chameleon, bro. And I'm getting real hot about dumb shit. People being hooked on the dummies.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Well, let's get it in, man. This is the infamous Trey Ali. It's called Turtle Island. Let's go.
No peace. No peace.
Justice, no peace.
No peace.
So we gon' die every day. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. We been here, lived here, open borders, got deported, fought for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Drugged up, slugged up, beat bread, left for dead, fuck your life. It's all a plan, kill your man, take your land, slave your kids, rape your wife. Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit happened to you? White man quick to tell you, you was a slave, nothing before. But he himself only been free since 1840. Young recording, I'm an ancient Egyptian from Atlantis, head straight for Canada, that's Israel. Nothing fake about me, no capping rapping, y'all just fed the ink and I'm digital. No caveman, I'm original. Kentucky fried, extra crispy, wear a lot of gold, cause my family history. I'm the guy to know, I bring death to history. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Power, only respect power. Respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Stand for something, or you die a coward. They bombed our churches, set our kids on fire. Police keep erasing cause they backed up by the nation. Nation ain't complaining cause the Indians still hanging. Comanche, Sioux, Apache, ain't no history in blackness. No reason for that chatting if you bitch up when it's action. AR on my body, tell the bro to grab the shot and loading up that new edition. Finna hit him with this bobby. I can't shoot the shit. but 30 shouldn't miss. 54 races, 100 for his click. Anytime in prison, they don't want the shit. They don't want the problems. Snitches get the stick. Talking all that hatred, end up running like a bitch. Quick to call the laws, quick to play the beat. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came.
Yo, that's that shit, Chief. Peace to the God, Trey Ali, man. That's what I'm talking about, young God. Yo, yo.
I hear you, brother.
That's what's up. I'm going and try to put the the link to that video in the chat.
So, yeah, that was Trey Ali. Yeah, I'm with you, brother. Now we're talking about energies. So, on the energy thing, I feel both sides. So the reason I said the thing about the energies and the emotions is right. So with the emotions, we have to be careful, like you said, brother, and balance that with thinking. So, feelings change. So, you feel one way, this week, next month is something else, right? So it's always, some people live by that way, but it's hard to gauge people, based off of emotions. It's hard to build on that. So, yeah. And then it depends on what kind of emotion you're feeling too. I mean, because for me, it's been the opposite feeling. Instead of like a panic and anxiety, it's been a feeling of empowerment, to watch my people in my diaspora sort of come together like this. I think we're closer than we were, 100 years ago, 120 years ago.
Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper.
Don't let this cut play, bro.
They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the brightest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said gotta never die, never left us. Even though they took you home, he's still behind you like a catcher. Life is like a doctor, everybody want their checkup. Money, heap of preacher charge for a confession. See, ain't nobody focused on the bullshit that they told us. Always trying to pin you sick when ain't nobody came before us. We the best part of waking up before the Folgers. That's why they want your backs against the wall like a poster. Indoctrination being sold as education. Most of history they taught you came from some imagination. Roots was never true, fuck the whole compilation. Fuck Walter Plecker, fuck Alex Haley. America is Egypt, Israel, Queen Khalifa. Babylon used to dabble by NY, check my fever. Niggas think I'm lying cause they sleeping. But bitch, I ain't no fool shopping my toes every season. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. Yes, I got a star bad rapper, tell these niggas how it happened. Control is the goal, now you spice like William Shatner. Technology's economy has overthrown your balance. Now your headaches come from ways Microsoft's up in your atmosphere. Is how they take you, they spike you for being active and questioning all the requisites made to prevent disasters. Clearing out the church's FEMA, talking to the pastor. Got the online tithe and it's surviving for the masses. They never loved our classics, but bite off our originals. Reclassify your favorite rhymes the way they did the Seminoles. I'm so black pride that my inside's purple. If the world had never died, they probably never alert you. You need to venture out and stop sticking to circles. Strength and numbers react different to curfews. The moving not perfume, the streets ain't gold. Our summer so cold, we left the fall on froze. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the proudest of the paper. They know who we are, swear they hate us cause they ain't us.
Yeah. Trey Ali. D-Time. What up, dude? Peace to the guys, man. Man, y'all tuning in to the place of all
That was hot, bro. Straight up.
like that. Dark, that's your first time hearing Trey?
That was my first time hearing that track right there. That was pretty hot. I like that.
That's what's up, word. Definitely appreciate that, brother. Yeah, man, be on the lookout for that, man. Coming soon, man.
Hey, I can bounce to that. That shit live. I don't care what nobody say. That shit hot. Black the fuck out.
That's a fact. That is a fact. Yeah, man.
I like the bounce, and I like to talk my shit too, and that shit bounce.
Mm-hmm.
On paper, nigga. What your paper look like?
Ain't no genocide. We was killed on paper. Sheesh. It was like, what happened to the ancient people? We here. We're the ancient ones. And what you have to do, right? You have to make everybody, right, that's not the ancient ones, who are our children, right? Who are our children's children, you have to make them show you respect. You understand? I don't hold my head down to recessive people or to nobody in general, but you know, we are the GOATs. We are the greatest on this planet. Motherfuckers will be blowing candles out tonight. Okay? Motherfuckers be riding donkeys or whatever the fuck they ride, whatever they got in their little cities or whatever, you know what I'm saying, their countries. They were not the technology, the energy, the things that we gave to the world. Everybody owes us a debt of motherfucking gratitude. And like I said, I love me some Dr. John Clark. I remember one of the quotes he said, only thing we owe the world is an ass whooping. But y'all owe us everything. You know what I'm saying? So don't play with us. Stop playing with the American Aborigines. We are the GOATs.
I like that. Yes.
We the GOATs. Y'all wouldn't have came here if you didn't. We got Trey Ali in the building, y'all. Peace to the God. What's up with you, brother?
Hey man, what's going on? Y'all doing all right?
Yeah, peace, young God. What it do?
Man, peace, Z, peace, man. I'm on my food truck right now. I just wanted to pop in real quick, so I really appreciate y'all, bro.
We appreciate you too, man. Definitely.
I do have a question though. Like, when will we like be able to, I don't know, start working on like progress, like step by step, like with the people that we already have, you know, within the community?
Well,
you hear me?
Yo, that
I heard him, man. But you know, my answer to that question would be, um, just understand that you gotta fall back, and that's what it is, flat out.
Like what you mean?
I mean, what I mean by say fall back is just watch the chips fall, stay in control, stay in command, and just fall back. You know what I'm saying? That's my recommendation to the masses of the woke.
yo,
Just stay on point. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause you know everything's a joke. You know what I'm saying? And don't be dumb and let your pistol smoke. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't New York nigga, but I can rap. You know what I'm saying? I can show a nigga dap. I can let you know I can put a bitch in my lap like that. You know what I'm saying? Like real talk, man. Hey,
yeah,
just be cool, cuz you know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
yo. Let me say this to you, young God. Um, you can start tomorrow, bro. You can start today. You know what I'm saying? It's about putting a plan together and executing a plan. So that's how the shit works.
Yeah, but what I mean is, I mean, like, because I mean, it's probably like hundreds of people watching this right now, right? Like, as a collective, though, like, how can we just, just all of us, put a plan together, you know what I mean, agree on a system and like push it, you know what I mean, so we can just start moving. Because I mean, y'all were, I think y'all were talking about taxes tonight, right?
Yeah.
I brought up
So
taxes.
my,
Taxes
my
are the demons.
big
Taxes
facts.
without taxes, bro. Check this out. We started talking about taxes. This motherfucker gonna have some issues in this fucking page, because that is the truth. That's what government is all about. That is what Congress is about. They're about taxes. Everything else that goes around it is just a fucking distraction away from the fact that taxes is what actually kills us.
Well, let me ask it like this.
You could be small, you could be big, you could be whatever, but taxes kills you. I don't give a fuck how big you are. I'm taxing your bitch
So
ass.
on the taxes, we could start actually doing real life bills where we work through exercises of people who move themselves into the proper status. Whether it's
Yes,
indigenous
yes,
and aboriginal in terms of the
yes.
sovereign no tax, or people who still fall under the black identity, they can still have 50% of that in terms of the private financial status. When we can go through things like that in terms of the corporate private status, right? So you would be a foreign corporate entity, right? So, and there's lots of people who work business that way. In terms of the other things, it would just be a slight just push to it wouldn't even be anything like kind of sideways, because we already do builds, right? So we would just push the builds from historical builds and legal builds to workshop or tradecraft builds. People, and we don't have to have masters and people who are skilled at something to do that.
Indeed.
Right. So some people may have skills, and other people can say, "Well, I'm just going to start and be the one who does it in front of the camera," and can be like a do-it-yourself type thing. Right.
So
I
so
like that
ba-
idea. Yes.
yeah. So basically though, man, it's like you 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 have to be able to get together. You know what I'm saying? Whether, two people get together, three people, four people, five people, like you have to do this. Like, this is not something that you can do online. This is something that you have to actually get together with people and formulate strategies that's gonna, that you can move on. You know what I'm saying? That you can build on. So, we what we try to do is throw out the signal, letting you know, look. people get together and start working together. You know what I'm saying? And then you can build.
Dude,
You
they're
know,
too sleep, dude. Taxes, that's too far over their head. If I was to tell a person, a regular person that's not woke, what I don't care what color they are. If I was to tell them taxes is the fucking spell. Taxes is the fucking boss. Taxes is bosses. And whether they believe me or not, at the end of the day, they're gonna still pay their motherfucking taxes.
well, the thing is, bro, is that you are true in a sense. But the thing is, man, is that people follow examples. You know what I'm saying? And you just have to create enough examples for people to follow, and they will follow. You know what I'm saying? But if those examples are out there in the ether, then people can't connect to it. You have to be able to connect to this shit in real time. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say that people have to click up, get together, and hash these things out. Because the people that are really interested in it, they gonna they gonna come around. You know what I'm saying? But they have to see it as something viable, as opposed to what their belief system is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I want to add to that too, Trey. Is it's about forming together like Voltron, right?
Yep.
You bringing your talents to the table, Libra, Ty, myself, Gretchen, we Southwind. We just all start coming together, right? You bring your talents to the table, right? And we help each other, bro. So, for instance, your talent is music. That's a viable entity because music is not only resource-wise, you know what I'm saying? We know that our culture is the number one export of this country. So music is a major export of this country. But also, it is how we disseminate our culture, how we this genre of music was created to tell stories, to create. But that's our thing. We didn't write shit down. It was told in songs. It was given in a story.
Facts.
You understand what I'm saying? So we didn't write it down. This is ancient, and that's why we're the best at it because we're the first at it. Okay, we're the best at it because we're the first at it. Okay. Don't let them tell you, oh, drums come from Africa. Can you name me an African drummer?
I don't know any African drummers, bro.
I know some.
I'm sorry to tell you.
Oh no, we started it off.
I ain't saying they ain't had none, but I don't know any.
I said they don't have none. They do have them, but they always attributing our culture to them, our food to them when they emulate us. And they ain't just start emulating us right now. So let's just get back to that. So we are the GOATs. We're the greatest of all time. And that's not shitting on nobody. We're just saying that we're the best. That's all. That's all we're saying. And we have the historical records to prove it, right? And we proved it today, and we're going to prove it tomorrow that we are the GOATs. The problem is that we are allowing some people to take our place.
And that's what I'm saying.
Going back to it.
I like that.
Going back to facts. Trading places. That's exactly what happened. And remember, Eddie Murphy was broke and poor, and they was balling and rich. But then as soon as he got their place, they was all broke and poor. But at the end, it was like, oh, we're back. These motherfuckers, bro.
So with this information, though, like, why can't, like, I guess the question I'm trying to ask is when would be a good time to, get together and, like, all agree on one system and, gather our information, gather, everything we know that'll prove who we are and push it to the limit. And I'm gonna
tell you a problem with that because when you pull your papers out, they're not gonna hesitate to blow your motherfucking head off. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Ain't no bulletproof paper.
Spread that kind of energy in the community.
I think whatever we set our mind to, we can do. I think we
Ain't no
should do it.
bulletproof paper, cuz.
Nah, I feel you.
Yeah, I
I'm from
believe you.
Texas. We blow back though.
I mean, we all have our perspective. If you
All
have
right.
a defeatist attitude, that's fine. So I see empowerment in my future. So I think we should push forward, and we could stage things by time. So we can do it by the week, by the month. Think of it like school. We can set a date and say the first week of October we build on trade, whatever the trade is. We could let the community set the topic. You know, we could have law bills every second week of the month. It depends on how you feel. So the people who feel it are the people who show up. The people who don't, I'm going to be honest, I don't really care. Do you know what I mean? That's like somebody asking me, who went to Wendy's tonight? You know, on in your hood, 3 blocks out. I don't really give a shit because I'm not eating Wendy's. So why am I tracking them? Why do I have all this emotion about them? You know what I mean? So people are bringing in all this. We need to focus on ourselves and keep that pushing. Do you know what I mean? And if people don't want to be on our page, you can come up here on the panel and say you don't want to be on our page, but that's as far as it goes, right? When you start getting into deterring us as a people, then it's gone too far, and you're disrespecting the community, right?
And that's understandable. And G, that was dude that was talking earlier. Like, I wasn't trying to be funny. I'm just being honest. Like, it seems like they gonna kill us anyway. You hear what I'm saying? It's like I understand that, with this information it could be dangerous. They could blow us back. But being scared ain't. I'm not scared, but like, I guess I don't know how to explain it. I ain't trying to be offensive.
I'm just saying that for me, I'm not on that frequency. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
No, I'm talking about as far as like,
No, I feel you. I'm with you. Yeah.
Like we can no longer just be like, well, they're gonna do this to us, they're gonna do that to us. We can't act like that. We gotta act as if, if they do this to us, we're gonna have to retaliate. Not to sound crazy, but they're killing us anyway. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like we're
gonna
dead
do it anyway.
Exactly. So if we gonna die, I'm not about to die on my knees. Fuck that. Excuse my French. But
no, that's what Frederick Douglass said. He said, "I'd rather die standing on my knees as a free man than on standing as a free man than on my knees as a slave."
That's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times I know people have their opinions, on what can be done and what can't be done. And that's all well and fine, but we have to understand that we can't be roadblocking information. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't just because we understand something a certain way, we can't block everybody's everybody's vision, right? Because just think about this, right? When a person invented the damn engine and shit, right? I'm sure somebody said, "Man, what the fuck you doing, bro? You ain't gonna be able to do that shit." You know what I'm saying? You think that people didn't have opposition to it? But just imagine if he'd have gave in to that opposition. You know what I'm saying? Then we wouldn't have the shit. So we got to be careful because we never know who that next individual is that's going to create something to change the whole game. So we got to make sure that we ain't trying to snuff out the fire and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like we got to keep that fire burning. And that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know how somebody is being inspired and what they're going to do with it. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be careful not to be blocking that energy. You know what I'm saying? Keep that fire going. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling motherfuckers to build skyscrapers. Fuck all that. You know what I mean?
Hey, and I keep my energy hot, bro. I don't care how cold it is outside. I keep my energy hot and I stay hungry. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up, bro.
And I keep my shit real. Hey, listen. Hey, you don't know me, I don't know you, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to tell you something else. I believe in everything what you just fucking said. Straight the fuck out. Because I stay disciplined with my shit. Female, whatever. I've been married. I am married. And I stay disciplined. And I keep my shit on point, on tap. 24/7. You know what I'm saying? And I feel everything you just said. And I just had to say that. Much love.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate that, man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, that's what we here for. We're here for to give some inspiration, man. So people can download it and help themselves, man. to get out of this situation that we find ourselves in, and this slave, this global slave mentality, and this global slave plantation, or however you want to put it. You know what I'm saying? So we can rise, because we got to be able to rise above it.
That's a fact. But yeah, Trey, bro, we like Libra said, we're gonna start tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm down. I'm definitely down. Cause I just like man, it's straight to be honest, bro. I love all of y'all, bro. I love my people. Like my people are strong. Y'all are beautiful people, bro. And I just hate to see the shit that's occurring continue to occur. Because, you know, like I always say, you know, while we're having this build, you know, tomorrow, well, not tomorrow, but Monday, your children go back to school. When your children go back to school, they still fall under that indoctrination.
Mm-hmm.
And then the bad thing about indoctrination is, you know, when you try to teach your child the correct way to go, what they're going to end up doing is resenting and fighting back because, you know, they believe in what their teacher told them, which is total bullshit. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me, bro.
And I re-indoctrinate my children with the motherfucking truth, and I want them to learn a lie. I want them to learn that motherfucking lie, so I can reinforce it with the truth. And yeah, that's the world we're living in, but and that's what I got to do as a man.
I think we need to change. I think it's not enough for us.
We need to do what the fuck I just said. It ain't enough.
Yeah, we need to get it. School boards ass.
Do that shit
locally, nationally. You know what I'm saying? We need to get in their ass. That's what it is. The demand shit, because technically it's a breaking international law. They need to be thrown. They need to be tried at The Hague for teaching this bullshit. Every time they say African American, every time they teach us away from us, it's called genocide. Okay, They don't have to shoot a gun to be participating in genocide. Okay, and we got to start acting up. Oh no, I don't want to. You know, the teachers, okay, they could teach them this, and I reteach them, reprogram. No, it's like a motherfucker teaching your child a lie to harm them. Okay,
shit, it is. That's exactly what it is.
It is, but I gotta let them learn a lot, though. I gotta let them do it because if they don't understand the lie, it's gonna be kind of minute to teach the truth.
The truth is never minute, brother. The truth is never minute. The truth is never minute. The truth is absolute over all things, brother, because what you're talking about is the opposite, is darkness and confusion and lies and an artificial reality. No, the truth is absolute. You just said it didn't matter, but it does matter, though. The truth does matter.
And when they learn a lot, you can come and you can tell the truth.
Yeah, that's all relative. We're trying to find a system for the whole people and not for an individual. You know, I get what you're saying, but that's all relative because you're going off emotion. We need a logical, factual plan that goes for all of our people, is what we're discussing now. How to move forward.
Right.
So how do we move forward as a people?
Well, for one, you have to understand that the government is a fucking liar. They are the fucking enemy, and it's about the haves versus the have-nots. Because
we got all that, brother. So do you have a solution as how?
No, you don't understand, because
no, you don't understand.
You don't have to.
We've been covering this all year, every day for 8 hours a day. That's what you're missing, bro. We got you all day. We already had you before you showed up. So we're trying to move forward. So, you know, what we can do is, if, you know, as people want to move forward and do things, and they want to manifest that and make it more real, they just have to take it to the next stage and just name what that is. If they want more law bills, then put that out there. If there's people who are musicians, like Chief was talking about, put that out there and say, I'm a musician. I want to see who else in the community is doing things. Somebody in the chat just talked about coding. There's people who do IT, who do coding. You know, they can get up with Thai data and they can build on that. There's lots of stuff we can do.
Are you saying I cannot rap?
I mean.
What did he say? What are you saying?
I mean, no offense to you, brother. I was talking beyond you because it's about the community. It
No,
doesn't
it
matter. It
it, it
doesn't really.
ain't beyond
It
me.
doesn't really matter what you do as
What
an individual
what
or me or anybody up here. It's
dude?
about the community. So you're talking on an individual basis, which works for
I'm
you, but it
talking
doesn't
on
work for all
on a
people.
multiverse level. That's what I'm speaking on. Okay, bro.
Now we're just
Well,
looking for we're just looking for solutions to the community. If you have one of those, that's all.
yeah. I mean, these conversations are only solution-based conversations anyway. We don't sit over here and cry and be all emotional like things that we can't do. No, there's things that we can do. But once again, we're not doing anything. So if we was to start a toilet paper company, that would be more than what anybody's doing. I understand what I'm saying? We have to start producing. Okay, that's right. We produce our own music. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna distribute our own music. We're cutting everybody out the middle, bro. Get out the way. We don't want nobody. We don't want no hands in our shit. And we can distribute our culture, our intellectual properties to the world.
I mean,
If the world love us so much, why aren't we selling to the world? If you Africans or you Pan-Africans, you have 55 countries to be getting busy with. Get busy. Okay? Stop those Arabs from over there from enslaving
those Libyans.
Right. The Nubians over there.
Uh-huh.
When y'all go over there, you guys contribute to their enslavement. That's what you're doing. You're funding their hotels. You're funding their this is what you're doing. So when you go over there and you stay in their 5-star hotels and stuff like that or whatever, you guys are literally they're shitting on your own people. That's what you're doing. With a culture that the Nubians don't have nothing to do with there. So I just think you guys are just so disingenuous. And you guys, well, shout out to Amani Bay. He said he used to go over there with him. He said it's just a hustle. That's all it is. You guys are hustling. You hustling our pain. Hustling our ignorance. Because we all believe that at one point that we all came from Africa. That was just the story that we all got. Africa, 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 right? Well, then, you start asking questions to yourself, like, well, wait a minute, where they get this Alkebulan from? Ty Mary, what is this stuff? Who said this? And where did they get Africa from? You got to start asking questions. And I think, a lot of people I think you just accept it. I think that's a part of the educational system through the church. You see what I'm saying? You could read it and it don't have to make sense, but you're going to take the doctrine. And that's what you guys are doing. And to see Kyle, for instance, pushing a eugenic, like you were thinking like, wait a minute, is he doing this on purpose? Like, Rob Bourne, are you doing this shit on purpose? Because once we pull you guys coattails, you guys are going on trial tomorrow, by the way. I want to let y'all know, y'all still going on trial tomorrow. And that's for all you Pan-Africans, all you fake ass Indians, fake ass Africans, fake ass niggas. Y'all all going on trial. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to put your ass on trial. We're going to show you guys what you're doing. We're going to show you that you're pushing a Zionist, eugenic.
And that's why I stayed away from them. Flat out, bro. I listen to those channels too. And I stayed away from them. And I
let's leave racism alone.
Because I don't like to fight. I don't like to argue, bro.
Racism is for weak people. You need that as a crutch. That's fear. You see what I'm saying? You're in fear.
I'm not in fear. I just don't like arguing with motherfuckers that should actually figure the shit out on their own. You know what I'm saying? We grown. You know what I'm saying? If you want to own, you got to be grown to own. You know what I'm saying? Just like you make your bitch moan. You know what I'm saying? This real shit. I'm a real motherfucker and I talk my shit. And I'm going to let you know at the end of the day, I know it's spells. I know it's witchery. I know what the fuck is going on out here. Yeah. I don't care about Biden winning. I don't care about Trump winning. I don't care about none of that shit. Because the agenda is going to be followed regardless who the victor was. Because they're just puppets. And I don't get why people don't understand these things. Don't understand that the government, the world, it runs itself. It has a self course. Like America is an entity that is not being touched by the British. Like Europe ain't running America on a slide tip. 007, 211. You niggas, hey, yeah, check this out, bro.
Who's running it? Who's running it?
The British is New Europe, man. Hey, listen,
Got the young guy in the building. Shout out to
man.
Lil Yos, Rios, the chosen one. We got the infamous Trey Ali back in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Peace to the young guys.
Yeah, what's up?
D-Town is in the building.
We had to get up in here tonight, man. Somebody said
Yeah,
something
man.
in the chat. Somebody said something in the chat. I had to get up here and say something, man. Cause I went and got a car wash today, and it was in the hood. And you know where niggas be like on Martin Luther King or something, the car wash. You know what I'm saying? The Mexicans bought that hoe. They put a fence around that bitch, and they charge you $10 to get your interior done, $20 to get the to do the external, and $20 to do the inside. Now, they finna do that lift every voice. They finna open these borders. They finna, man, I'm talking about, they got minority all in that lift every voice thing. It's about minority. They when they talk about how much we losing, like they say the African Americans, they need this. But then they'll say, well, we're gonna give funding to the minorities. It's like, man, these niggas is slick as hell with the wording. Like, we really got to get together. Like we got to start a mini government. That's just what it is, my nigga. Like, we need to have walking grand juries. Everybody need to get each other phone number. Y'all need to put me in the back check now, because like this shit, I'm pissed. I am pissed, my nigga. I am pissed.
You say you pissed?
I'm pissed, bro. I'm pissed. I ain't mad at the Mexicans doing what they got to do, but we got to do better.
Yeah, man. I mean, we are definitely gullible and manipulated as a people, man. I just think it's really serious, really silly, that we could sit back, right, and allow the media, right, to manipulate us to the point that it affects us physically, it affects us mentally, it affects us, you know what I'm saying? Just it affects our generations, and just the media, just what the media puts out, yo. You see what I'm saying? And once again, there's remedies to this. We need to put paper on their ass. We gotta hit them in their pockets. Every time they make a slave movie, every time they say some dumb shit on the television, radio, they make a movie, we need to get on their bumper, y'all. We need to make shit uncomfortable. Niggas is too comfortable. You understand what I'm saying? There's some holes in this house. We allow motherfuckers to disrespect our mamas, our sisters, our babies, our everything. And then we turn around as men and wonder why nobody respects us.
So basically, when are we gonna see a movie about free blacks? I mean, come on, man. This shit is crazy. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's the thing, man. You're absolutely right, Chief. And the thing is, as long as, and like what the chosen one was talking about, right? This is Groundhog Day, Operation Groundhog Day. This shit is gonna happen every single day if people keep sitting on their goddamn hands, bro. If they keep on sitting on their emotions, keep sitting on their hands and shit. I mean, the shit is gonna be Groundhog Day every day.
I'm talking about. Do y'all watch Roland Martin?
Man, I try not to, bro, but every once in a while he'll pop up on my shit.
Oh my God, the people that he got represented, and they love the Democrats. The Democrats are Dixiecrats. The Dixiecrats are white Southerners that run states. They also run businesses. So if you mass migrate immigrants, you can pay. I ain't gotta pay you $30 an hour. I can pay 3 Mexicans $10 an hour. I don't need you no more. And you got black folks over here being a Democrat. Like, what the fuck is going on? Oh man.
That's great.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. That's what it is, man. You know what I mean? That, like I say, it's gonna be Groundhog Day every day. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I
People
don't do
just
that. I don't
just
do that. I
won't.
don't do that. Groundhog, man. I love Groundhog Day. That's one of my favorite movies. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? We gotta do what we gotta do. You can be the boss hog, or you can be the pig. You know what I'm saying? Or you can renege on your word. But at the end of the day, you be you. You know, be you. Who you?
Yeah, that's
And
facts.
we can bust a you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that identity crisis is what's keeping people from being who they are. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know what? I can't save everybody, bro. I tries. I do my best, and then at the end of the day, I go to sleep. I do. I try. I try to
I'm
wake
on
them
that
up.
genocide. I'm on that genocide shit. We need to go to the world government, sue these motherfuckers. They done
That's a
lied.
fact.
That's a damn fact right there. Oh God, they be like, yo, why y'all suing us? For education, nigga. What you mean? Like, but I don't even think we got to get outside this world. We have the ADRIP. We don't have to go outside our constitution, our the law of this land. We don't have to go past that. They're taxing us unlawfully. We want all that money back. We want everything that y'all took from us back. We want restitution.
I
Check that.
told y'all
We
the
need
taxes
restitution.
is the boss, bro.
That's the
They
first part of restitution.
create
That's the
distractions
first thing.
within the government. They
Out my
create
pocket.
distractions to make you forget about the taxes. The taxes, bro,
The
Get your hands out my
that
pocket,
keeps
dog.
everything running.
Hashtag
The
get your hands out my pocket.
taxes, the taxes, bro, the taxes. I'm gonna keep hitting you. I'm gonna hit you over the head. I'm gonna tax you. You know what I'm saying? And
No,
at the end, I'm gonna double dip you
call
with
it
the
taxes. Just
taxes.
call it
The
representation. We're
taxes.
paying them
Hey,
to
listen.
represent us and manage our
I double dip you with my taxes. Check this out. When I tax you and you buy some beer, I'm gonna tax you again. I'm double dipping with my taxes. I buy beer, I
paying
buy
them
milk,
representation.
I buy fruit. I'm taxing everything, bro. So I'm double dipping because automatically, if they're taxing you out of your checks, why are they taxing the grocery store as well? So whether you like the fruit or not, they're taxing you, double taxing you because that shit should be for free for you when you go shop. Because why should you pay taxes? Well, you just pay for your food, not the taxes. Well, they're still taxing you. What? Where does this make sense, guys? I'm double dipping.
What you just said, you hit it right on the coffin. Like I'm talking about a nail, an iron nail on a wooden coffin. The taxes is a form of, like double dipping on your energy. What I mean by that is this: they are getting paid twice. They are paying you for your energy, and the corporation is getting paid for your said same energy. So say you make $90,000 a year, just throwing out that number. The company you work for has to make money and they have to pay you. So the company is getting paid from your energy, and then they're also paying you for your energy, and said government is getting shavings from said pay of your salary through the taxation. And that's the representation, because you are voluntarily or acquiescing to being in one of said categories: black, white, Native American, like whichever one you choose. Even if you choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it don't even matter. You can check all of them. They're still gonna tax the hell out your ass because people haven't realized how these taxes work until you've been up under that spell of what you call the I think it deals with like the inspector general, because the government is going to get their money regardless. That's how greedy the government is. They want their money down to the penny, but they're going to take their time paying your ass back for your hard labor. The government is going to, if you owe them, put a percentage on what you owe them, but let them owe you back taxes or anything that you can prove that need to be owed. You don't get to add a percentage to it, but yet they do. That's how faulty this whole system is. And that's what, to me, keeps our energy the way it is. Because you get paid, the company you work for gets paid. You're thinking you got like a lavish job. Man, I make almost 6 figures a year, but half of that money is going to the company you work for, because it's called a overhead budget. Because depending on the next person that's coming in, if that person doesn't know how to sell himself, guess what? He's going to get undercut what he should be getting as far as like more money. Like, people don't know these endings. It's a lot of trickery behind the scenes when it comes to your skill set and what you can bring to the table. If you don't know how to sell yourself properly, you're going to always be up under the spell. You're going to be binded into this spell to the day you die. You're going to feel like you're in a position to help solidify and protect your family. But when you're gone and this is the only way you're making money, nah, man, nah. We need our assets back, because we used to have land. We knew how to farm the land. We knew how to till the land. We were planters. We were carpenters. We did a lot of things that a lot of people don't really know about before our family started to migrate, out of the southeast woodland regions. Because I remember growing up in the 90s, my cousin used to come down from New York. They were laughing like, man, I can't wait to go home. Like, man, I used to be able to leave out the house, son, and I go down the street and get a hamburger. Now, I'm scared to walk outside, son, because there might be a snake out there, or it might be. I'm like, yo, you get used to nature, man. Don't worry about that. That city life, just being able to walk down the street and go get come on, yo, because he wasn't used to it. But after about 2 months of being down there, he didn't even realize he was back on it. It's like the whole data done snapped back in his system. He did this, he did that. Now I'm talking about my cousin Alon. He from Brooklyn. This is my cousin Alon. And every time he would come home, he get on the tractor, like it was crazy. And this like South Georgia living. But yeah, man, we need to get all our shit back, man. Not just a little bit, but all of it. Because they're casting a spell on us, something vicious, man, and most people are not paying attention.
Something
to
vicious, like royalties. People be talking about reparations and shit. This our land, so y'all supposed to be paying us royalties, tribute for leasing a contract on our land. The United States of America has a contract through the UN, to manage the resources of the indigenous people, now state Negro or whatever the fuck. So we're paying them taxes, or we're paying them for representation because we don't want to speak on our own behalf. That's our fault. So, shit, yeah, we need to get that shit together. Because I know we read it a long time ago. It was about African American or something. I forgot which we read it on, but it was saying that these are not based off anthropological data. They just kind of put African and black everything all together. So that's like misrepresentation. It's like it's genocide. It's genocide, and we can prove it.
That's what I said. I said it was taxes. That is the foundation of our government. That is the foundation of you ain't shit. As long as I can take it out your check, I'm taking your money before you can even see it, nigga. I'm
and
the boss, motherfucker. What you want? You know what I'm saying?
that's also stealing your inheritance, right?
I don't give a fuck what you niggas talking about. I'm taking your money right off the top, nigga. And if you don't want to pay taxes at the end of the day, I'm gonna fuck you at the end of the day. I lie Wesley Snipes. Nigga, I'm gonna come through.
Basically
Get you.
stealing your inheritance, bro. That's what it does. Steal your inheritance, steal your royalties, and this is the
Taxes,
reason
bro.
that they assume our identity, bro.
Yeah, them taxes, bro. I know that. That's the boss. Them the bosses. I already knew that. That's why I don't care about the president. It's all about taxes, bro.
Draining our energy. That's what they're good at doing.
Yeah, we pay the queen.
Our mother.
I guess that Britain.
No, you go ahead.
Like I say, man, by letting people assume our identities, bro, this is how they playing the game. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Identity fraud, bro.
They did it. My mom, they grew up as sharecroppers in the South.
That's another claim.
Another
identity fraud
is they became in the industry type workers when they started bringing these industrial areas to the South. Because if you remember, it wasn't a whole lot of industrial areas in the South. Every claim to an industry had to be put in the form of a factory. So someone had to pass a like through the Senate or whatever organization, they had to pass something to be like, okay, we need to create manufacturing type jobs in the South, because these people, their energy, like they're sun up to sun down working, like in these fields. So I want to say it was either in the 70s or maybe going into the early 80s, you started to see this boom of what was in I want to say like the Midwest with the blue collar workers, these manufacturing companies. They started to get people land down south that was willing to sell their land, because back then families didn't know about what you call it, like family trust and stuff like that. So anybody that married into the lands, what was happening when a loved one died, depending on who married into the family, who was the eldest, they would get the land. And then they started selling the land. And you had like all these people selling their family heirlooms of land. And they started creating this big ass industrial boulevard. And then this industrial boulevard, you started seeing like a lot of the people who were sharecroppers that knew how to till the land. They're now working on these manufacturing companies. You had companies all the way from Canada coming down to the US. Like my pops used to work for this company called Max. And Max, I think it's like MAXX, or it's either MAAXX. But Max made these Whirlpool tubs, the type of tubs that you would see in like entertainers, ball players, their housing and stuff, like when they do like the whole MTV Cribs, check out I'm living type shit. Like
Talking
my
about,
pop
talking about jacuzzis and stuff like that.
Yeah, like the Whirlpool systems and stuff like that. Yeah, it was a Canadian company all the way in South Georgia in Valdosta. And Valdosta is like right there on the border, damn near Tallahassee, Leon County. So you got Lowndes County, Leon County. Before these companies basically outsourced themselves to Mexico, they were using our energy, like our family's energies and labor to do that. Like my mom, she was hypoglycemic. And also, on top of being hypoglycemic, growing up doing sharecropping, she started working a factory job just to, like feed the family, because that's what you had to do. But grandma always had the supper ready for us. She always had the dinner table ready, and I was always there. I used to go out there in the field in the backyard. We had this big ass motherfucking damn field. We used to have like sugar cane, like everything in that backfield, and like field peas. I would go out there and help her pick the field peas. I would help her shell them, shuck them, and she wash them, clean them, put them in the deep freezer. Like corn, the same thing. Like I used to do all of that with my grandmother, and it's funny because she was so in tune with nature. The cats and like stray dogs and stuff like that, they would always follow her around because she was always feeding them, because she just had so much food. She always had food. Like my aunt, RP to him, you know, he would always bring like quail over because that's the type of bird he loved to eat, was quail. And she would like clean the quail, wash it off, and boil it in a big ass motherfucking damn pot with like these ice potatoes, and man, it'd be some of the best stew and bird you ever had. And one of her meals I wish I could go back in time and learn how to make was the chicken and dumplings. Like, it don't get no better than that. But just going back to the whole manufacturing process and stuff like that, my mom and pops, they was working them jobs because that's all they knew. Because imagine going from knowing that you're tilling land, and then you got all these people coming in taking your skill set, new people coming in taking and stealing your skill set, and now you got to try to learn another trade, and you're forced to do this for the rest of your life. That's what was happening to the South. I ain't even gonna lie to you. The South went from being agricultural land tillers to an industrial boulevard because they're looking at, damn, these motherfuckers down here can work from sun up to sundown. Why don't we just make these manufacturing companies and facilities and pay them this? That's what they were doing before they started outsourcing it, all up under the Democratic rule, and people didn't realize it. But I'm hoping people realize it now. And I digress.
So, brother, can I ask you something about that? Do you remember growing beans?
Yeah.
You remember growing squash?
Yep, squash. My uncle used to always bring buckets of squash. Yep.
You ever grow corn?
Yeah, it was like backyard. Corn was in the backyard.
So here's something that I see familiar without putting a name to it, where people recognize their own culture, right? So to me, I see that as I mean, first off, I appreciate what you shared there, and yes, I see that as the crossover from agricultural to industrial. I mean, to me, I don't know how you see it. I see that as our culture. They call it now three sisters farming, right? Three sisters farming, which is the beans, the squash, and the corn, right? Yep. I mean, there's a certain knowledge in living off the land. And we were sort of talking about this earlier, where just a random fact, we were talking about the history of 1800s crossing over to 1900s, how it's interesting that in that time period with the Tesla energy, there were more electric cars than there were gas engine cars, right? 1880 to 1910. Gas engines didn't start taking off until about 1915, 1920. What they don't tell you and take out of history is that before that, there were 10 to 1 in terms of numbers. So for every one gasoline engine in 1895, there were 10 electric cars on the streets. This includes cars, trolleys, the whole 9 yards. So you don't just see that in Chicago with the Tesla energy. So here's another thing. If the US of A starts in 1776, right? Why is it that there's so many people who are melanated who have land patents between 1776 and 1876? Not only that, they have innovation patents, they have technology patents, right? Yep. So I mean, who can explain that to me, right? Why is it that behind every successful so-called Albion inventor, there's someone who's melanated right behind them? And they're not a slave. They're either indentured, in that technology, which just means on contract, right? Or they're free. So
Yeah,
we have,
they
so
were.
so if we're an enslaved people, how is it that we have all of these inventors? I mean, we can go down the list because it's a long ass list in terms of the hundreds. So if we were slaves, how did in the 1860 something did a melanated man invent the metallic coupling for, for the train? Because if you remember now, even in their own history, in the 1840s and 1850s, before the railroad, they had what? They had horse and buggy carriages. So how did they go from horse and buggy carriage to steel trains within 30 years, right? And if you notice who was building that, we were doing the forging, we were doing the metallurgy. They even had us out there. They show us these pictures, right, where we're all aligned and we're putting the railroad down. But until I see shackles and a ball, and you can prove to me that I'm a slave, to me that's just an indentured servant, right? So I see that all over up until the 1930s and 1940s. Carter G. Woodson, Benjamin Banneker,
Yeah,
uh,
it all
yeah,
to the
Carver.
yep,
hmm
right.
I mean, George Washington Carver, just on the peanut alone, over 300 different inventions. You know what I mean? 30 or 40 of them just in facial hair care products. Another twice, three times that just in terms of gasolines and fuels. So he developed a way that you could turn a peanut into a stereophonic needle to play the plastic records back then. He took a peanut and he turned it into a gel that you could add to toothpaste, to strengthen the enamel on your teeth. So he took peanuts, right, and he found a form of what do you call it, peanut oil, not only for the skin, that you could also put into car engines. Brother, he was running his engine off of peanut oil, right? Peanut oil. I mean things like that, where we were messing with oil-based. I mean, not just oil-based, but water-based engines in the 1800s and 1900s, and they want to give us this story like that's mythology when our people were actually working on things like that. So the brother before was talking about how it may be difficult, but I don't think it's as difficult as we think it is. Right? It's just a matter of willpower and the mind to apply these things and do these things. These are things that we can do in our own backyard. Like for instance, with the diesel engine. I mean, we can use vegetable oils now, and make biofuels. I used to do it myself when I lived off grid. I would make my own biofuels, from vegetable oils in the garden, and you can modify your diesel engine and do stuff like that. The hippies used to do that back in the day in the 60s and 70s with their VW buses. They'd run it off of, I mean, they do it now. These white hippies talk about, I'm running my car off of, what do you call it? French fry oil, vegetable oil, these different things, right?
Yeah, yeah. Diesel engines can run off of that. Um, so here's the thing, right? We got to realize, man, that a lot of these companies, what they were doing was they were financing the research and development of a lot of things. So when someone had an idea, they would go and get the idea financed. You know what I'm saying? So they did it just like the record companies was doing the same shit. You know what I'm saying? They was
No,
doing the same shit.
I feel you. I
So
think it was like the federal government of land patents and surveys or something like that.
Yeah,
yeah, but there was always a private contractor on deck. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, you
hmm
bro.
So
And,
and they
and
use the government to secure funds. You see what I'm saying?
that office. I feel you. That office. Where you had to file your idea with draft papers of the designs and how you're going to build it or whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
they knew that different businesses had money or certain banks, depending on the patent or the type of contract that you sign, it would always go through said corporation, and they knew that, and that's how they were making a killing off of our skill set because we were powerful engineers, and nobody don't realize that. Um, the last point I'll make is before my uncle passed away, he showed my father the when Billy was doing the bill with the he showed my father uh survey the land, imaginary borderline of our land, like our actual land. Like he knew the engineering process. His family was the ones that was doing it, Georgia. And we're talking about like around Lowndes County, Gloucester. Like he showed us around Naylor, where our family land stopped at because that was the patent. And it's funny that now people are starting to learn about these. People start to learn that their family create these different tools, devices, engineering. Like even with like McCormick Smith or what's another name? When it came to someone trying to say this person was the the Lord of God of farming, come to find out it was a slave who was up all night making the device that could rake in all of the wheat that would take someone with a stick, like a grim people working in the plantation. It takes them all day to do it. Now you got a mechanical device that can do it in almost like a couple hours. So if you're doing that, what are you doing next? What are all these people gonna do? It's the same with IT. If I work in IT and I'm creating an intranet where everybody has to log in, do this, do that, and I'm the only one that can do said maintenance. It's going to push you out of a job. No, now you no longer have a job because I'm running the job through mechanical devices and stuff. But someone has to come in and physically fix these said devices. Yet all you know how to do is work, and that's what they have been doing for the longest. They have just been working people through their energy, and everybody has these innovative ideas. You push the innovative ideas, and notice a lot of people steal your ideas. That's why people keep them locked in heat and secret, and they go to the grave with it, because that's where that phrase came from. If you want to see the most talented people, just go to the cemetery, because people took their energy and their secrets to the grave with them, because people steal your ideas. I mean, it was happening, and people knew it. I mean, it's sad, man. But when we come together as a collective, we got to be able to share and like put our information into a focus where you're only showing stuff that's private and showing stuff that's public, because all someone has to do is just get a niche of words, and they could do like the Chinese. Chinese can make anything. I mean, they make fake Jordan. Like anybody can do that, but when you have that skill set, you just have to pay attention to it and just know you're competing to the day you die, and you're trying to leave something for your family, teach them this process is gonna forever evolve. You got to evolve with it.
Well, just think about this, right? Unless you are submerged into doing a job, you don't have a reason to innovate, right? So just think about it. We are inherently problem solvers, right? Whenever a problem arises that they can't figure out, what's the first thing that they do? Look for one of us to solve the problem for them. You know what I'm saying? Um, and that's why I can't understand why they try to take credit for innovation when if you ain't have to do shit, then you wouldn't even think about how to be more productive, because you don't have to do the shit. You know what I'm saying? It's only the ones that have to do a job are going to be the most is going to be the person that really thinks about how to be more productive, because they want to be more efficient. I mean, to us it's like a natural occurrence. How do we make this job more efficient? You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to just keep working myself to death. I want to find a better way to do this shit.
Yep, work smart, not harder. You right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's just inherent in what we do. And that's why we're the ones that normally came up with these innovations, because we were the ones doing shit. Otherwise, if you just sitting around watching and shit, you ain't gonna innovate shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's true, because like if you're sitting on the porch watching somebody, doing work in a field, you're not coming up with no innovative ideas. And then if you don't bring something to the table, they hit you with this line right here: you're not being a team player. As soon as you start looking out for your own, they get upset. If you don't bring something to the table, you're not being a team player. So why is that always an impact on, like our people? Because you can see the innovation, and you can also see the passion, because every time I go to work, like I'm working around military people, I can tell. I see the passion. I see people who like art. People stop by my workstation because like I have different collectibles of like Marvel, like statues, sculptures, and stuff like that. Because people started asking me about 3D printing and stuff like that, because it's something that I always wanted to get into, but they were into it as well. And they were like, man, I went out and bought a 3D printer, and I'm trying to 3D print this Pokemon, but for some odd reason, I had to put my printer on my bed. And I'm like, what? Because of the whole balancing act. I mean, it's so much, man. It's like trying to help and show people certain things. You'd be surprised. And we have so much knowledge. I feel like our integrity has to shift its focus. Like this new paradigm shift that's getting ready to happen, we gotta shift our focus and hold said people accountable if they don't deliver on the things that they're saying they're gonna do. Because if we're looking at history, the treaties, and all these different things that went null and void, and we didn't do nothing about it. Our ancestors didn't do nothing about it. But our generation, we like, fuck the goddamn shit. Like Mr. Turner, that YouTube video, like he got tired. He was like, shit, just take me to goddamn jail. Like, fuck the goddamn shit. I ain't doing all these goddamn tests no more. We got to be ready and prepared. And we also have to be ready and prepared to know how to manage our home. Because I guarantee, like a lot of our children, they don't understand or know how to plant a seed, because there are seeds that you can plant in the house, and the children can watch them grow, and that learning itself will teach them like the knowledge, because not all plants need to be outside to grow. Some plants can grow inside. A fern, if you plant that, it can last through the winter. Hell, even a frog could damn near last through the winter in Maryland, living in a fern pot. I've seen it happen. Long as you give it water, it's eating. I go home in December, the tangerine trees still got tangerines on them, and it's 30 degrees outside. My mom's date tree don't got dates, but that tangerine tree, all the family that come down here, they're out there just picking the tangerines off. And mom will tell them, like, shake it, climb up, get as many as you want. Talking about food from the land, son. Pear trees, muscadine grapes, like all these different things that grow in season. We know how to do this, and we know we have the energy and the prowess to make it happen, because you also have a form of aquaponics. You can grow stuff out of like season indoors if you build it right, if you create it right. We're some powerful people, man. We just have to learn how to put all of our differences aside, get together, and start formulating certain plans to mechanize and make ourselves better and not bitter with one another. We have
That's
the
what's
power.
that's what's up. That's what's up, Lil Yos. We got some new people on the panel. Who we got? Yo. I can't.
Yo, it's the Dark Chameleon. My first time on your panel, bro. Much love.
Peace, bro. Definitely, definitely appreciated you, bro. I thought I saw some new people pop up because I can't really see no names or anything now on this on the way the screen is. Did some more people come on the panel?
I'm not sure if anybody new came on.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't know if Huey fell asleep. I'm pretty sure. That brother for
Yeah, it's hard to tell with this system here. I can't because the screen keeps changing.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out what was going on with it. But yeah, go ahead, Yos.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but yeah, man. Like I was saying, like we have, like so many different ways of, like putting things together, because when it comes to the Southeast woodland regions, you're dealing with planters and you're dealing with plantations. So any form of food, meats, vegetables, you have a system of people that know how to do that. When it comes to industry or industrious, like the industrious side, there are people out there that know the ins and outs to these said corporations. Like, we have so many different skill sets, we have yet to utilize them together because we're always going through their corporation. We haven't had a chance to go through our corporations. Like one of the biggest things you probably will see is in Georgia, and you saw it with the elections. That whole pot of gold, or that pot of honey for the Democrats, that blue, the surrounding counties of Fulton County, like Atlanta, that region, that's chocolate city. So if you wanted people to come out and vote, look what happened. Because the rest of those imaginary borderlines that you see, that's just woods with small cities. People don't realize that, because you're looking at land and you don't even realize these are land patents that were taken away from your family because your family didn't know. But now we know. These are the things that was taken away. But through this election and through everything Trump was doing when he was draining the swamp, you're starting to see, like, wait a minute, you mean to tell me, like, all it took was this little region here in Georgia to turn it blue? And then when you look at that said region, the majority of people in said region are people of color.
I didn't vote. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
I didn't even vote.
But what
you know what that's a lot of too, though, bro. You know what that's a lot of too, Yos.
What's up?
I said, you know what that comes from too, right?
Yeah.
Because that our people, they found a way to make these things into religions. You know what I'm saying? So no matter what the outcome, they gonna say I'm a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? My mother was a Democrat, my grandmother was a Democrat, and so on and so on.
That's what I was getting. That's what I was getting.
Yeah, because that's pretty much what we were raised to be. But
it goes
it is what it is.
Cognitive,
And why are you bringing this up?
I'm bringing it up because it goes in dissonance of mama did it this way, daddy did this way. Dad was around, but mom was around. Mom did it this way because she voted because she could get this type of funding because daddy didn't have to be in the house. Like, when you go back and you start looking at like all these different bills and things of that nature that passed state to state. Now, why would someone trying to look out for the best interest of people tell someone that, okay, I'll give a mother X, Y, and Z, but the father can't be there? I'm going to pass this law to lock up people, knowing that you're dealing with a border that's bringing drugs in, things of that nature.
You know what? You know what, dude? I don't like that.
Yeah, but at the same time, they turn around and Trump campaign, they close the border, and now all of a sudden they're like, oh, we're going to legalize weed. We're going to legalize this drug. We're going to legalize this. But it has to be in a corporate form. Something that's natural has to be in a corporate form. So it's always a form like paper on paper on paper. And then you have a form and a form. The spell and the spell.
I understand spells, dude.
Yeah,
you know what?
That's what I'm getting at.
Dude. Hey, listen, I'm the Dark Chameleon, bro. I know spells. I put spells. I cast spells. I understand how you spell. And at the end of the day, dude, you know what? I don't like it. I don't, dude. I don't like it because it causes so much. It causes so much disparity. It causes so much drama. People are fighting. I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? Do you like it? I don't like it, dude. I'm not a bitch, dude. I'll whoop your motherfucking ass. Dude, real talk. I ain't no alpha, whatever, omega, whatever, nigga. But niggas are fighting. I don't like it.
That's in our nature to be, fighters. But
I don't like it. I don't like it. What's wrong with that?
Ain't nothing wrong with not liking something. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with loving. But it's in our nature to be fighters, but to have to hold back that energy and suppress it, it almost kills us because you want to release it, but if you release it the wrong way, just another dead body, just another black man, as they call it, dead in the streets. Because we have so much held in. We deal with PTSD. We deal with post-traumatic stress on a level nobody else has ever had to deal with. But to have to harness and hold that energy in, knowing that you want to release and to have to consume a place that's killing you to keep it at bay. I mean, of course, because everybody sees what's happening.
Let me say this though. Let me say this, Lou, yo.
I was just speaking. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we got something more than paper genocide that we're dealing with. We're dealing with psychological genocide. You know what I'm saying? And this psychological genocide is what's causing this battle. You know what I'm saying? Because now we're battling within our own psychological domain. You know what I'm saying? And acting out on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what indoctrination does. It's psychological genocide.
And those operations are going to continue to flourish for one reason. Now we have the World Wide Web and we have social media, and it's easy for people to go to certain websites. Like, say for instance, you might be Googling something and a website pop up and you're like, dang, I've never seen this website before. And you click on it and it's giving you all the information you think is natural, and you don't realize it's inauthentic. But you're reading, but you're not fact checking. You're not doing your research. These are the things that was happening that a lot of people wasn't paying attention to, because during the last administration, they put everything in Russia, because Russia knew that the U.S. was trying to create a divisiveness and divide into said, guess what, socio-political constructs. So what ended up happening? On Facebook, you had Facebook groups created, and a lot of people were flocking to these Facebook groups. But what you started realizing is that the people who were flocking to these said groups were not people in the U.S. So you have other regions and countries that are able to use these psychological operations against our own said people. And at the same time, we were not the ones doing it, but the U.S. were attacking us as if we were extremists. But nobody paid attention to that. Nobody paid attention to it until the media told people that. Like, even with, like this right here, what I had to do on the back end to keep all of this shit that, like, you knew it was going to happen. Like, soon as they said Biden 40 blah 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 president, it's already people in DC holding up banner signs, and we probably got family down there right now, still down there. And then you got the other side. It like I said, it's a whole divide and divisiveness. But at this time, we don't have to be a part of that. We can use this time right now to strategize and create something 30, 60, 90, however many days out, just to have something with us that we can work on, so that if shit hit the fan, we'll be good. Because it's all about planning ahead. If you plan now, you'll be prepared later. That's the only thing that, like, I would bring to the table. But I wouldn't want to talk about different types of plans and stuff like that in the public. I'd rather do that in the private. But what I'm getting at is this, and I'll leave it at this and relinquish it after it. If we plan now with the energy the way that it is, meditate, get yourself right, and plan. Start thinking about the different things that are going to, like, happen. It's almost like that. Like I said, the mother's premonition, the mother's intuition, that gut feeling, and then our logic coming into fruition, because it's going to create a fruit, and we all are going to eat from that fruit. But at the same time, you can't all eat from the same fruit if everybody is being divisiveness on one common ground. Once we come together on the private side, we can talk about anything and build 20, 30, 60, 90 days, 120 days out. It's all about strategic thinking. Operational thinking deals with 24 hours to, like what type of operations are getting ready to transpire, or what do we have to look at from a week going into a month, or if we do this, what are the ramifications? What are the reflections? Or what are we going to see? Like, what is the drawback if we do this and do that? But when you go into like strategic thinking, we can think 120 days ahead. That doesn't mean that you're being a prophet, because, on the biblical sense, they're going to call you a prophet. You're not being a prophet. You've been researching long enough. You can see the things that are getting ready to happen just based off of your consciousness. All that was back then was just a conscious brother seeing what's happening, telling you that this is going to happen, because all he's doing is forecasting. He's making an assessment of what he is seeing, predicated upon what's happening now. And a lot of times people are right about what they see. That ain't hard to do. that don't make you, oh man, we need to praise God on this person. Like, no, you don't gotta do that. Everybody has the ability to see, what's going to be forecasted. If you read and you research enough, guess what's gonna happen? A forecast. And when that hits your subconscious and that drip like a drop of water hitting your subconscious makes a ripple effect, guess what's going to happen? It's going to create different reality in your mind, different reality, different paradigms, and you'll be able to pick and choose which paradigms are going to come into fruition, because it's doing the same thing to everybody around you. It's a frequency. Connect to it. And then when you start talking about it, somebody like, man, I was thinking the same thing. You're like, God damn, yo. It's no different than a song coming into your head. Then you turn the radio on and the song is playing on the radio. But yet you didn't have the goddamn radio on. We are in tune, regardless, however you look at it. We just have to prepare ourselves for what's getting ready to happen next. Because for some people, they don't know. They're out there with signs and doing all of this, and they're pushing COVID. You don't know if you're going to be out of work for another goddamn 90 days or not. Like, that's the stuff that I'm looking at. But at the same time, things that can help us, we can definitely shave that down the same way they shave our energy using taxes to give our people back everything that they're taking from us. Because one of the songs that I love listening to from back in the day is Let Your Dollars Circulate, because our grandfathers knew how to circulate money. And it's sad that, like that order and that guard had to die the way that it did. And we didn't know how to circulate money, because that's the one thing we're missing right now, is circulating money amongst ourselves to make that money grow and grow and grow. That's the one skill set I'll say that was taken away from us. And we need to harness that skill set back. And I feel like once we do, it's going to create an impeccable war. But we just have to do it and be prepared, because we have the knowledge to do it. And I'll relinquish on that if anybody is still up or not asleep.
No, that's facts, Yos. That's facts, man. Because the
Yo,
one
so I was
thing.
coming to eat.
You say again?
No, I said, yo, it's always coming with the heat.
No doubt.
I'm
No
up,
doubt.
man. Yeah, I've been
No
on
doubt.
election campaign watch. I had to do that bullshit. So yeah, man. Shout out to Billy, keeping me up, because that shit is, if I'm up right goddamn, I should be getting all the sleep that I need, but my mind is just racing, because it's like I'm forever looking at what's going on, and I can be that person after
That's
thing.
yeah. That's what's up, bro.
Yeah, man.
That's what's up. And the thing is, man, that our people, for some reason, they don't understand that there are measures and there are countermeasures, right? And a lot of times, we have no counter. We have no counter. So whenever shit be going down, they be going down unanswered. You know what I'm saying? No countermeasures put in place. You know what I'm saying? And after a while, that shit will bog you down and hold you down. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, like you say, man, lack of planning, lack of strategy, lack of countermeasures. Those are the things that keep us nailed in the coffin and shit. You know what I'm saying?
It makes us walking, talking coffins. You know, like if you want to look at it on that perspective, because many people think they're woke. You're not, because you're still under the spell of the word. You got to understand what it means to be a coffin. Coffin doesn't mean that it's RIP or P. It means that you're a living corpse. Your corpse is helping the energy of another corporation or this or that or this or that, when it could be helping, like put energy into our people or said people, or the things that was helping our families be prosperous. That's why, I always try to put in the ether, bliss, honor, prosperity, to be prosperous. Like it's power in pride, spur of the moment. You might change something, rush. You're in because you got to get here and get there. So we are always doing things, and we're always working. But at some point, a lot of our families felt like fast money was the way to get to the top, and it's not. All you got to do is just build the foundation. Because even right now, my ear just started ringing. I don't know what I did to make it ring, but it started ringing. Maybe he just said something that resonated with me. But we got to get out of that mind state of the poison of thinking that we have to make money fast. You don't have to make money fast. We are the money. You just have to understand how to utilize your skill set, your inner being. We all have a skill set, a passion, something that we do that nobody else can do. What ends up happening is we use our skill set, and with our skill set, we give it to somebody free of charge. That's it's almost like on a religious scale. No charge. It's like you're giving your skill, your energy to somebody with no charge. And 9 times, what happens? Our skill set goes to a company. When you could use that energy, manifest, and have your own company. The fear of failing is one of the most vital things that happen to our people, because we think you got to have all these different mechanisms. You don't have to have that. You talk with enough people to know in your circle who can do what. If they have that skill set, they're going to do it. Because my father always told me, man, it wouldn't work for you for $2. What makes you think he's going to work for you for $10, $20, $30, $40? He's going to be trying to figure out how to create his own, which isn't wrong. But when it comes to being faithful and having that loyalty, you have to know that when you're getting a check, it's going to be taxed. Like we talking about tax. But at the same time, imagine having all of your ducks in order, in a row, because everybody knows ducks. If you're in a car, you have to stop. If it's 1,000 ducks, you're gonna have to wait till them 1,000 ducks. No matter how slow they're going, you're gonna have to wait, unless you just want to run them over. But a true man gonna wait and let them ducks across that road.
Hey, yo, is your mic hitting against something, man? Because it's a lot of clicking noises on your mic.
That sound like you're being recorded.
I'm actually on a speakerphone.
Oh, okay, that's probably what it is then.
Yeah,
I noticed those things. Those things don't work that well to me.
Yeah. I'm about to put my earset in, man. My bad, y'all.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know the type of job I'm on. Of course, motherfuckers gonna be clicking.
Yeah, yeah, man. I know what it
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
That's what's
Is
that's
it doing?
better.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what it was.
Okay.
But yeah,
And
man.
that's what's up, man. That's what's up, bro. You know what I'm saying? But like I say, man, the thing is that, you have to plan things, and a lot of times people give up because they don't create a plan for it. They just have an idea and try to execute an idea without a plan, and a lot of times they end up, not going through with it because they didn't plan. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm getting an
And
echo now.
yeah, is that me?
No, did somebody just come on the panel?
Yeah, it's Mr. Brooklyn.
Mr. Brooklyn.
Oh, what's up, Mr. Brooklyn?
Well, peace to the God.
Yeah, peace
You
to
got
the
a lot
God.
of echo, Mr. Brooklyn.
Yeah, let me see what's going on.
Yeah, because I was about to say if I need to, I'll get on my laptop because like with phones, it's easy to have that clicking or whatever that sound is. I don't hear it on my end, but if you hear it on your end, I'm glad you let me know, Libra, bro.
Yeah.
Next time I'll just go through my laptop whenever I'm home. Cause like I said, when I woke up, I'm like, dang, it's still going. Like what I missed, cause I still got to go back and listen to like a lot of the information that I missed. But at the same time, I'm glad we're on like this level right here, or resonating on this level to speak about some form of rezo. I don't want to
Right.
put dilution in it because
You don't want to dilute it.
yeah, because it's gonna
Yeah.
because what happens, when it's diluted, it just goes on and on and on, and then our children are gonna be doing the same thing that we're doing right now, and we could set them up to be or have so much, they could be the ones on MTV check out how I'm living and stuff like that. Like we could have our children in a place where they're set because we know what we did, we know what our families did, and we're getting back what they were stealing and taking from us.
Right. So, I mean, man, look, it's like this, right? I know that a lot of times we may not see the results or fallout from the information that's coming out, that's being put out on these Aboriginal uh, waves. You know what I'm saying? But it is definitely making an impact. You know what I'm saying? Um, and the thing is that time is infinite. You know what I mean? And a lot of times we get kind of caught up in it. We running out of time. People thought they was running out of time 10,000 years ago. I would imagine. You know what I'm saying? 2,000 years ago, they thought they were running out of time. You know what I mean? So we really need to understand that time is infinite, and it just comes from you just got to start you know making some adjustments and start making some plans, man. You know what I'm saying? Because plans, they give us future. You know what I'm saying? That's what gives us the future. You know what I mean? Because if you can't see yourself in the future or see your descendants in the future, then you don't exist in the future.
Exactly.
So why don't we start the plan like right now though? I mean like right now, like literally this second. Let's plan for something like maybe tomorrow or maybe, the next day. Just to, keep
Bro, all you
on the
gotta do, all
background.
you got
Who
that's
is that
Trey.
talking? Is that
Yeah,
brother
that's
out
Oh,
there?
Trey.
Okay.
that's the God Trey.
Trey, you can just hit Chief and me up tomorrow.
Yes,
You
sir.
know what I'm
Yes,
talking
sir.
about?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it
Now you
ain't,
right. You right.
you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
You you can start it like Trey, like with your impact, your influence, and like everything that you're doing right now. You know, you understand your generation, and you're gonna have an impact on your generation the same way I have an impact on my generation, because most people will see me like as a OG, but I'm not a OG. The OGs are Libra and Mr. Brooklyn. Them the OG. That's the homage right there, son. Like we know how to pay homage to, like our said people. Now what my generation has to do to give back to your generation is make sure that we're giving you what you need. What I mean by that, I got a plethora of different books. I got everything that you could skim through. That's not going to help do anything when it comes to, like what's going on with our people. And the stuff that you're, like rapping about and putting out into the ether waves is telling a story, and it's telling a good story, a type of story that it resonates with us being OGs, because most people might not know, I'm 38. I'm 38 years old. But if you look at me, you might think I'm like 30, 28, 25, give or take. But my frequency always resonates with people. And the way my frequency resonated, I was always happy about the outcome, because with everything that's happened in this community, it's still here. People been trying to tear it down, but it's still here. And on top of that, like you said, let's do it now. We can do it right now. We can
That's a
do it right
fact.
now. Real talk.
That's a fact.
We can do it
That's a
right
fact.
now.
That's a fact. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? And that's the object of the game. You know what I'm saying? Is to get moving. Get organized, get moving. You know what I'm saying? And everybody don't, have the same ideology. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's about moving. Whatever space you in, you know what I'm saying? It can add to the collective.
Facts.
So that's what it's all about, man.
Because I mean, I have a lot of ideas, and I'm sure, like you said, a lot of y'all are older than me. Have like I've always known about this information, but y'all probably, started researching before me. But I just feel like I said, I feel like if we all come together and just lay it on the table without any beefing, without any, nah, that's this and that. You know what I mean? I think we can really make some waves, like some heavy waves at that, because we literally have not only the evidence, but I mean, a lot of us have the know-how as well. We just need to put it together. Like that. That's all it is, literally. We probably got people in the chat or even on the panel that has, a lawyer background. They have a background in law. They can help out. They know, about what grounds we can do what we can do where. You got people that like you were talking about earlier about circulating cash. You got people that are experts at that. You know what I mean? You have people that are, I mean, trained in different things that can really get us where we need to be. And I have an idea, and I don't know if I should talk about this idea now or maybe wait until we all meet offline. But well, I
Yeah,
guess let me
definitely
ask this.
share. Yeah, definitely share it offline. But
Shut up,
you
yeah,
you
I said it offline.
you can give remnants of your idea. But yeah, definitely, like share it. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
there we
anything you
we
have, yeah, share it
we
offline.
we got a bad case of people stealing around these motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, man.
So
No, we don't want your idea in the wrong hands, because you might have a golden nugget, and then what I'm getting at is, I don't want you to become the golden child, because right now you're the golden child, and we're like trying to keep people. We're trying to keep the forces at bay, but at the same time, yeah, man, just hold off and share. I'll say this: share it with people you're comfortable sharing it with,
Got
because
you.
anytime you share innovative ideas with the wrong people, they're going to take it and make it as if it's their own. It's happened in history before.
And
And
I understand that. I understand that
mhm.
completely. Like I appreciate that 'cause that's great advice. So let me so I'll say it like this then. The way we got taken out is through a phrase I like to call the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now, a lot of people talk, about the Mongols, about the natives that are currently on a reservation and all that other stuff, and how nobody wants to deal with them, yada yada yada, right? I get that. But my question is, how do we use them to our advantage? Because if they know, or if anybody knows one of those people on the reservations who knows who we are, how do we link with them so they can launch us back to where we need to be? Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
You know
And
what I'm saying? I'm not saying like we need them. I'm not saying we need anybody. But what I'm saying is like we have to use whatever angles are available to create that perfect square. If that makes sense.
so,
Right. I
do
got you.
you feel that would be a strength? You feel that would be a strong strength for our cause?
Um, I feel like it'd be a strong strength? Yes, but not the only one. And this is why I feel like for the cause that we're fighting for, we're gonna need to fire off on every single cylinder we have. Period. And that's just
Right.
one of the angles. You know what I mean? There's a million angles that we all need to put together and fire on at the same time, so we can build that pressure and apply that pressure. But that's just one of them. And like I've been on, like I haven't really been on too many bills, but like I watch a lot of bills. I'm always in the crowd or whatnot. But I noticed that a lot of people have resentment towards Mongols and those that are currently faking like they're us, and for good damn reason. I mean, we know that shit is wrong, but the thing is, like shit, we need to start using 48 laws of powers on the. I mean,
Well,
we need to,
I
well.
feel you on that, brother.
Let me say this though, bro. And part of the illusion is that we have tribes that are not affiliated with those Native American tribes, right? We got hundreds and hundreds of tribes, bro. You know what I'm saying? Of our people, right? And I would rather reach out to those tribes first. I mean, and that's just my opinion. Because we don't need the Native Americans to validate us. You see what I'm saying? Um, we have plenty of our own tribes that shows validation. You
and
know
that's
what I mean?
understandable. But what I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying by firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
It's like when I was a business acquisition executive, right? A lot of times, a lot of buildings I couldn't get into, a lot of businesses I couldn't get into because I didn't know who they know and they didn't know me whatsoever. So what I would do is, I would, find another business in which I can like piggyback off and they can launch me to the other business and then I close them on a deal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
So, and that's what I'm not
Yeah.
saying go straight to the Mongols. No, I would definitely use our own people first. But the thing is, we know how the government sees our color, period. And that's no ifs, ands, or buts around it. And right now, everybody looks at the fake people as though they are those people. But if those same fake people tell you who we really are, then they start to get confused and they start to really research on what happened. And they start, it starts to build another story.
Well, just think
So,
about
and
this, right?
can I just add this real quick? So, when it comes to that specific thing, there are people that are doing that work. If you're interested in getting involved with that,
But
So,
indeed,
so let me say this though, Trey. Um, the leaders of these tribes are the cracker. Make no mistake about it, bro. They are the ones that are leading these tribes. They are the chiefs. The chiefs are what you consider to be 132nd, what they call 132nd blood. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah,
But
can I interject real quick
yeah,
to
yeah.
give Trey something that will help him on his process. What Libra son, Big Bro, the OG just said, he said they were crackers, right? Hey,
Indeed.
Trey, this is something your, generation understands. A cracker is, don't look at it nowadays as the etymon. You know what the etymon is of the word cracker, but a cracker is a person that cracks codes, right?
Facts.
Yeah. So now you gotta look at it in that form of cracker, because not only did they crack the code, when it comes to intermingling or what is the word that Jada Pinkett used? Damn, it foils my mind. But basically, what I'm getting at is, entanglement. Entanglement. They're having entanglements with us, which is no different than amalgamation. But that's what I will leave to you, is we got to look at the whole cracking of the code. Like, people are cracking. What I mean by that is crack amalgamation. Think about cracking amalgamation, not cracking the whip, but amalgamation. And I'll leave it at that, bro.
And as another point of reference, right? If you look at these pictures that are being posted up of these so-called Native Americans, and they was like 10 times darker than they are now. At that particular time, they was mixed with us. At this particular junction, they are no longer entangled or mixed with us. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
So we have to look at that. You know what I'm saying? It's just like playing dodgeball. So you got these group of people that's on both sides and you in the middle. So when you think you're going over to one side, you still going to the same side, no matter which side you go on. You see what I'm saying?
Indeed.
So that's that's one way of looking at it. You know what I mean? They just be playing musical chairs with this shit and stopping the music when they want to and leaving us without the damn chair. You know what I'm talking about?
Nah, big facts. Big facts. But just like they infiltrate us, they can definitely be infiltrated. I mean, I guess that's the side that I'm looking at it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, that was a system being put into place. No different than any other system, like the caste system.
Right.
It's a system. You know what I'm saying? And that system has rules.
And that's what we're trying to break down for you, Trey, because we want to do everything we can as what you would consider OGs to protect you, because we don't want you to be in a line of sight, because once you are there, that line of sight is clear for anybody. We want to be able to protect all our youth, all our babies. Like, I don't care how somebody looks at what we do or plan accordingly on the back end or in the private, but when it comes to like somebody like you or anybody else that comes in and they're doing something, and as an OG that loves listening to your music, we're trying to do everything we can to make sure we back you and you're protected. No different than the honorees of being called a president. We want to make sure you're good, everybody good, because nobody is looking at that, because these parallels, the frequency, like everything that's going on, we want to make sure we're doing what we got to do as elders or OGs, as they call them, to make sure that the next up in charge is going to do what they got to do to carry on tradition. And you're next in line, and I feel like you're gonna do the right thing. We ain't got to do nothing. You understand it. Your consciousness is there, bro.
Man, I
That's 100.
appreciate that, bro. Especially with the protection part, because I don't want Billy Clubs and jumper cables.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We ain't trying to slow roll on you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but not only that though. Not only that though, young God. It's like this too, man. It's like, with the OGs, man. We're just trying to lay down the foundation. You know what I'm saying? And where you decide to go from there, we want that to be up to you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And we want
Exactly.
you to not be under any illusions. You know what I'm saying? Because the
You
illusionists,
Batman.
you know what I
We
mean?
Mr. Albert.
They like Mr. Magic up in this motherfucker. You know what I mean? So, and like I say, man, we don't want you to like go have to start over from scratch. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, we want you to build on top of these blocks so you don't have to start from scratch. You know what I mean?
Appreciate it. No, I understand that completely.
Yeah, so once that foundation is put down, bro, then you can build on top of it. You can build a damn skyscraper on top of it. You know what I'm saying? But you have to have a sound foundational structure. You know what I mean?
Facts.
And that starts with the mind. That starts with the mind. This psychological genocide is real, bro.
No, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So this is what not only our people are suffering from it, but you got the whole world population suffering from it. Psychological genocide.
No, that's true though. No, I definitely agree with the psychological genocide. Shit, they use that word Africa like a spell. It's like ever since what was it, 1984? As soon as people became African Americans, it's like they literally took the word African American and applied it to every part of our history, like every part.
Right.
So anything before 1984 is now African American.
Right. Inception, bro. They plant these thoughts into your psyche so you can take them back in time as well. You know what I'm saying? And you will make these assumptions that they want you to make because the system runs off of assumptions. They love people to make assumptions.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's just what it is, bro.
Already. Yeah, man. You already see I'm about to take my daily dose.
Yeah,
Got that sea moss.
That's what's up.
Yeah, man. Gotta get it in. Gotta get it in. That daily dose.
Man, and I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, man. I've become allergic to listening to a bunch of bullshit, bro. Like the shit, I can't listen to it that long. I might go on somebody's channel for a couple of minutes until the stench of it just drives me crazy and shit. And just to see, what progress they've made in their thinking and things of that nature. And I'm seeing it though. I'm seeing progress. Believe it or not, I am seeing progress. I'm seeing that people are deciphering information differently than they used to. They're not taking as much things for granted as they used to. So there's a change, man. It's definite change in the wind right now. You know what I'm saying? All you had to do is just listen to what people are saying, and you can see the change happening. It ain't gonna be all at one time. You know what I mean? Time is infinite. We just have to keep that signal out there for the right people to respond. You know what I'm saying? That the right ones to respond to it. and it ain't gonna be for everyone at the same time because you're dealing with people in different mind states. So, and a lot of them are incompatible with the information, so they're not going to grasp the information because their mind state is not compatible. So we're gonna have those issues as well, but some people we can break through. That signal will break through. You know what I mean? They will slowly make their journey home. It may not be all in one swoop, but they will slowly, you know, gravitate uh, on their way home, bro. There people are slowly doing that now. They slowly gravitating, but gravitating nevertheless.
Gravitating, resonating. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is, though. So I don't know how long you guys are gonna be on here, but I'm about to chill it back for a minute and just listening to y'all continue to build. And I appreciate all of y'all coming on and sharing your information and sharing your thoughts. And hopefully, someone was inspired by that. And so yeah, I'm gonna say peace to the American gods and goddesses. And I'll catch y'all on the next one.
Yeah, it's always an honor. Always an honor, Libra son. Yeah, I'm in the same boat too. I woke up, went to sleep, woke up, went to sleep. And everything that I had to do today, like in a work day, yeah, man, I gotta get my energy back with sleep. But I'm not saying that I'm out, but I'll be in the back chat, and like if we gotta build more and more and more and more and more, because Chief and these channels have always, like literally always. I mean, you talking about a marathon? They do it. You ain't gonna find another channel that does this right here, where you can be up at this time of night, roll you something up, or do whatever, like pour you a drink and be on it. So that's why I have to give props, give credit where credit is due. But I'm like Libra son, I gotta go back to sleep, man. Whew, Lord have mercy. Jesus Christ, as they call it. I wish y'all well, bid y'all honor, and like I said, man, we got a strong foundation. We know where we're going, and we're gonna get there. We just gotta do it in the private. Greet you with 3 words: bliss, honor, and prosperity.
Yo, hey man, peace to everybody. I think the panel has shut down, yeah. So we're gonna get up out of here. Hey man, it's been an epic build as usual. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Hey, everybody. Trey, you there? You going?
Oh yeah, I'm in. I'm still in. Shit.
Okay, okay.
I was on mute like a dumbass. I'm in though.
Yeah, Eagle Hawk, I'm passed out.
Oh man, yeah, y'all sound like y'all about to be out of there, man. Like you said, y'all OGs, y'all old cats, man. Y'all can't hang, man.
I'm here,
There
bro.
you go.
I was just
Oh,
munching.
look, everybody start talking there.
I'm just
Talking
munching down,
about,
bro.
talking about you old cats can't hang. That's funny. Hey, what's up? What's up, Mr. Brooklyn? How y'all doing, man? Everybody doing?
What's going on, bro?
Chilling, bro. So you just getting up. Oh, you just knocked up again. I'm a Libra.
But nah, that was a great build though, bro. But that's I guess whenever we can, man, let's just find time. Mr. Brooklyn, you as well, sir. Let's
Yeah,
find
I'm
time
with you now.
to get together, bro. Let's, you know what I mean? Let's get together. You know, maybe on, I don't know, Zoom, the phone, or whatever, and let's start to, you know, structurally, you know, build a structure. You know what I mean? Let's just start moving. I don't
Brother
care
Trey,
what.
it was something you was talking about earlier, right? I mean, you was speaking about the natives getting together with them or something. There was
Not
this brother, right?
rather,
There
but
was,
using them to launch us. You know what I mean? Because they
yeah.
in the spot.
Well, there was this brother, right? He went to go to one of the to one of those communities, and he was on the phone with him, and he's trying to get information from him. And man, they so much as just told the brother that they was white and they knew who he was, and they basically just didn't even care. You know what I'm saying? Him talking to them on the phone, they basically the outcome of the call was I was devastated by it. Let me say it like that, because they made I mean, he did the call on purpose. He called them on purpose to get a response from them. And but you know, by me just being a listener, I didn't know this. So when I heard the outcome of it, it blew my mind that the people was even talking to him the way they were. And you know, it was like he was telling them that, you know, he was black, and it was so-called black, and you know, he was trying to get in. They was basically like, oh, you know, telling them they didn't want to have nothing to do with him. Straight like that. They didn't want to have nothing to do with him. I mean, I wish I could remember where I saw it at. It was on YouTube, but man, it was crazy. But anyway, we had a big disconnect from the 70s, back in the 70s, right? The fathers left the homes, and mothers was getting on welfare, and women was getting on welfare, cause you know, and the fathers was going to jail. I mean, it was a big disconnect between the so-called black family, and to a degree, I feel like we dropped the ball a long time ago, and now it's a time for us to come together and try to make things work. So I feel you when you say that. I really do, and I'm with you 100% on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably a little older than you, but I'm with you 100% on that, bro. I'm half asleep. That's why I'm talking crazy.
I feel you. I appreciate it. I feel you.
I can't even get my thoughts together. I'm so tired. I was hour ago. I was trying to get on it, man. I had everything in my mind I wanted to say. Now I'm like, oh, I can't even get it out. I can't even get it out now. I'm so damn tired. But yeah, and you know, I'm not one to try to sound like I'm smarter than what I am. You know what I'm saying? I'd just rather just say the shit straight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And let it be known for what it is. But that's the only way we are going to be able to affect the change, though, is that we come together and really come up with an idea, get that meat on it, hash it out, come to an agreement, and work it out.
Exactly.
It's just that simple. So when you say that, I feel that, and like you're right. You can have Zoom conversations because we all in different. Like I'm in New York. You know what I'm saying? I know Chief out in Nevada. You in Texas, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we all over. You know what I'm saying? But still, we can have, like you said, have Zoom conversations, get some shit popping. You know. I feel like this. I trust my brother all the way up until he showed me I can't. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I operate. The moment I see that I can't trust you, then I don't fuck with you. But you know what I'm saying? I rocks with my people. I fucks with my people. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do for my brother or my sister. You know what I'm saying? I've been with young ladies, right? And see somebody out in the street that's not doing as well. And you know what I'm saying? I give them a few dollars. Chick turn around, huh? You could have gave that to me. What? What? Man, get out my car. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. What? Here it is. You doing all right? You got. You getting offended because I'm trying to help somebody that's less fortunate. You ain't the one I want to be around anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not the woman I want to deal with, because that's you know what I'm saying. That's not a good look at all. You know what I'm saying? For real. But so I said all that to say that, you know what I'm saying, I don't have no problem trying to help my people. But that's the real issue to it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no problem. But the minute a brother show, or even a sister for that matter, show me that they not who they say they are, cut them loose. And whatever loss I take it just as that, as a loss, and keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it was times where I didn't think that way. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker did me wrong. I did everything I could in my power to get back at him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But as you grow, you grow in wisdom as well, and part of having wisdom is in making right decisions, better decisions than you made when you was in your youth. You know what I'm saying? So these are all things we have to take into consideration. And but what Lieber's son was saying was, excuse me.
I was about to say on the connection part, I was reading Miss Cosby. She said it's a way for all us to connect on like an indigenous Facebook group so we can talk, make plans, and meet. I feel it. I don't trust Facebook for shit though, for many reasons.
Yeah,
Like the more I've like, let's say if I put in the search bar Aboriginal this, Aboriginal that, I kid you not, the next day I have Africa all over my timeline.
That's crazy.
Like I wouldn't trust Facebook for anything. I feel like Facebook is a platform that's made to get you to like, I guess voice your plans. Like it's infiltrated.
Yeah, well, it's geared to try to pick and choose what you trying. It's trying to think for you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's how I guess that's what they call algorithms or whatever. But it's the computer trying to think for you. You know what I'm saying? But how could you know what I want? You know what I'm saying? Unless I tell you what I want.
Man, Cube had the right idea. Cube had created another platform, but the thing is, it's just that so many people are just already used to Facebook. You know what I mean? It's like they can't disconnect. But like I feel like, for our vibration's sake, for sake of our sanity, we need to disconnect and build our own platform. You know what I mean? Like, of course, we can't be totally free of trolls, but if we have trusted, people monitoring them, we'll have less worries in a sense. We'll have less of the bullshit.
That's a fact too. Yeah, you're right about that. But Zoom is not a bad idea to if for us to meet and to try to come up with some ideas, in a space where we don't have to worry so much about the trolls. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. Indeed.
Young brother, I'm blessed by your music, man. I'm honored to even be able to speak with you. You know what I'm saying? Keep pushing, keep doing what you're doing. I'm out of here, man. I'm so tired I can't even keep my eyes open. I'm sitting here feel like I'm about to drop.
Nah, man, I appreciate y'all, bro. For real, man. It was good talking to you.
But it's 5 o'clock where I'm at. I don't know what time y'all are.
Oh man, it's 4 o'clock around there, but only reason I'm up, I had my food truck was at a club tonight. So the club didn't end till like 2, and that grease don't, cool down till like 3 or something.
Yeah.
And blah blah blah.
My son was doing something like that, but he was doing it with Jello shots and ices, like a nutcracker kind of thing. You know what nutcracker is?
No, not.
It's
not,
like it's like a flavored liquor drink, and he was pulling up to the club selling them outside in his car. Man, he do all right. You know what I'm saying? It's a good look.
Hey man, it's his own business, man. He a king in his own right. That's how it works.
Yeah, he doing all right. But you know what I'm saying? He don't really he never really been a club goer, but you know what I'm saying? But for that money, you know what I'm saying? I guess he said fuck it.
Nah, I feel him. I'd rather be asleep right now, but I can't miss the
I know that's right. Well, young brother, I'm going to be gone, man. Peace and love, all right?
Hey, bro, peace to you. I appreciate you.
Peace, Chief.
Boy,
he
Chief.
Probably, yeah, I know he probably sleeping.
Nah, I ain't sleep.
She probably sleep too. Old timer.
You woke up out of nowhere.
I ain't sleep. like the old uncle sitting in the chair, right? I ain't sleep, motherfuckers. I hear y'all. Well, I'm gone. Peace, y'all. Hey, shit.
Well, y'all done. Y'all finished. Y'all done and y'all finished. What's up?
Oh man. But nah, Chief, keep with the Bills, bro. Keep with the Bills, dog. Keep them shits up, man. I feel like, when we talk about this, especially when we start doing this offline stuff, we'll be able to structure different types of bills. You know what I mean? Like everything with just steps and steps and steps. Don't get me wrong, the history is great. The history is definitely needed. But there are some people that have the history and we ready to step.
That's what's up, brother.
Word.
Oh, so there was a thing that happened, and I shared this with Chief. He knows about it because it was one of the first stories I shared with him when I came on this panel about a year ago. I actually went out there to the Dakotas, to the so-called Plains Indians area, and I went on one of the Sioux reservations. So there's a lot of people out there that know that history that you're talking about, that are ready to do that work. So, and in terms of Facebook, I feel you on that. There's other things people could do in ways that they can communicate, so they could do more heavy level things in terms of collaborating. So, and Chief, I don't know. I think Chief mentioned how he has passed a little bit of experience with the music industry. So there's things people can collaborate on for sure. I think you're talking about law. I think we were talking about law and taking it to the Native American Mongolian nations, if I heard you correctly. So,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I mean, hitting them on all angles. That's definitely. I mean, some people are built for that, some people aren't. But that's one definite angle that's important in terms of reclaiming that Western identity for sure.
Indeed. That so question, like, do we have anybody in the community that that's a lawyer by any chance, or that y'all know of by any chance?
I know of 2 or 3 in the community, on this community. Yeah, we have probably. I mean, if you're going through occupation, so we got Thai data, maybe myself and maybe 1 or 2 others that know IT. So we have at least half a dozen musicians, 3 or 4 scientists, 2 paralegals for sure, and 1 person. And I don't know if they finished law school or not, but yeah. So
See what I mean? Like we could pull all them together and brainstorm and then have them pretty much structure it together.
and we got some doctors too. We have at least 2 doctors. I forget the guy's name. He's got a long Islamic name. He's one of the regulars. He wears glasses. You'll see his icon in the chat almost every day. He's one doctor. There's another doctor, and so they're both Bays too. So there's another Dr. Bay that comes around, and I forget his name. I don't want to say the name because I confuse him, but they're regulars. They've been around for like 3-4 months. Yeah, there's people out there.
And like, do we have you think we have anybody that does coding that could create I guess not a Facebook, but a Facebook?
I mean, there's people who could do that, set up a web page, and if you want to do deeper level stuff, I think that would be at the Thai data level. You know what I mean? Servers and networking and all that stuff. So like, I'm certified in networking. In terms of IT, there's Thai data. There's probably 1 or 2 other people that could do that. If we wanted something like that at that level. In terms of communication, there's cheap stuff that's already free. I use a thing that's a 365 degree, 364-bit encryption, and it's free. You don't pay for it on the monthly. You know what I mean? So. There's options like that. It's just like Zoom, but it's encrypted, right? End-to-end encryption.
And that's what I'm saying, man. We would have a badass circle, bro. Like just off of this little conversation, we have a lot that we could work with.
Oh, for sure, definitely. I mean, we have the professionalism, we have the trade that we can already offer, either as a service to the community or for our profit. You know what I mean? So on the flip, we already have something to work with there, for sure. I mean, Lil Yos was talking about Georgia, right? So Georgia, he's got all this farmland. There's other people in the country that have farmland that are already growing stuff. So there's people already out there who are building stuff, that do electrical, that do piping, all types of stuff. So.
And that sound like our own community right there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it just takes people who are built for the next stage, which is that administrative stage, where somebody's going to have to be like a liaison, where they can do partial administrative work, partial field work, right? There's some people who are just good on teaching and putting the history out there, and that just may be their lane. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Spreading the word. Some people they're black nerders. It may be their thing just to get into the law and dig into that, and they don't really want to deal with people, but they can crunch numbers all day long. Let people find their lane and just let them roll. And some people want to be mixing it up with everybody, and so that may be their thing. Where we can finance them and put them out there. They want to be on the road and they want to be shaking hands and talking to people. Okay, yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. I mean, I can see Chief doing that. Chief likes to facilitate. He's a good facilitator. I mean, there's all types of different things. And if his thing is like facilitating plus indigenous history, let's say plus music, where you can combine all of his interests together, yeah, it just inspires people to naturally do it, right? So,
yeah, man, we just gotta get to it. So that's it. Day by day, baby steps.
I I mean, that's how I feel. You could start small because the smaller you start, right, the more control you have. Because you were talking business, so I'm sure you have a little bit of business experience, and you know how that works. The smaller the idea, the more controllable.
Yep.
It can be, right. So if we start off big, like we're going to do this, and we're going to go to the international court, that could be a goal. But there's going to be like probably 20 or 30 smaller steps in the meantime leading up to that. You can still have that long-term big goal, right? By the time
Exactly.
by the time you get there, you've worked 30 or 40 tangible steps on the way, right? Like you could start small and say, well, I'm gonna start with my local county, wherever it is. And we don't have to do it in every state, but we could have one person who feels strong enough to take it to the courthouse or do an affidavit or a motion, and we could start there and say, okay, we're going to do a class action, but just in the county. And so we may initiate it in the community, but we have 10 or 15 or 20 other different nations who are backing us. And then we get comfortable doing it once on a county level, then we do it on the state level. And then once we do one state, then it's easy. Then we do it in 2 or 3 states. Right.
Indeed. Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. Yes, sir.
Right.
I do agree.
And so there's places where we can start where it's already easy, like up in Long Island, where my mom's side has relatives. There's lots of dark-skinned nations that have people who are lawyers, off the grid, who are sovereign in their proper status, who they don't specialize in this, but you know what I mean? But it's of their interest. So if it came across their desk, right? Yeah.
And we could, and those would be the people that we would definitely need to reach out to, like definitely, because I'm sure they would probably even know, more than we do legally on how to get us, back to where we need to be.
Right. And so when I was in the plains, going back to the reservation thing, like Mr. Brooklyn was sharing, where he had that experience with his friend who had that phone call. I've had both experiences. I've had the experience where they tell me to my face that they know who we are and they don't care. And at the same time, I've had people who tell me to my face they know who we are and they do care. But see, they're waiting on us to step up and do something, right?
And that's what I'm saying. Those are the ones that I wanted to go after. The
Right.
ones that actually do care, because we can use them. It's kind of like the what do you call it? When they was doing the Black Lives Matter, Brown Lives Matter. I'm not going to state my opinion on it, but when they were doing that, what I mean, they were like getting other people to strengthen their voice.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And like I like I said, I get it. I understand. I promise you, I got a shitload of animosity towards that in that situation. But I cannot let that cloud my mind, from reaching my overall goal.
Right.
And that is getting us back. Any means necessary.
No, I feel you on that. And also on the emotional, we were talking about emotions before. I don't think people should get caught up in that either. Either
Yep.
in feeling like they need to mentally defeat them or challenge them or step to them or be afraid of them. Because see, when I saw them at first, I'm not, no cap. I felt like I needed to be impressed or something. Like they were the holders more than anybody else. And then I quickly realized they don't. You know what I mean? And then so when I would ask these questions, because it took me a long time to build up the confidence to ask them to their face, because that's a whole different play, right? So, but then when I got to that level, they would gladly admit these things. So it little by you chip away at it, and so they start to admit, okay, well, the customs don't come from here; they come from here. These are Siberian customs. Okay, so how come y'all dress like animals and nobody, 2/3 of the rest of all nations, whatever their color, don't do that, right? So and then they start to reveal the truth out of their own words, right? And then, like the brother said, Mr. Brooklyn, you have that experience where they know, but they don't care because nobody's doing anything. Because nobody's stepping to them. You know how Chief talks about lawsuits? That's a good plan. So nobody's ever hit them on a state level. Nobody's ever hit them on a national level. Nobody's hit them. Right. You know what I mean? Nobody's ever hit them internally on a Hague level, but within the United States, because everybody's talking about Hague level for indigenous Aboriginal rights. Well, what if we did that, but against them in the Hague to prove them on fraud? Right.
Yeah.
At the same time that we're standing up saying that we're the originals, that it doesn't have to be out of hate, but we can do two things at the same time, right? So, I mean, that's how I feel. So, plus the trade, plus the building up of the community, plus the language classes, plus the law classes, and then what's left, and then once you get to the natural law, and once you start getting back to the natural science, to me, see, this is the thing. So, if you notice people come into the community and they're hungry and they're like, I'm looking, and then they start eating stuff up, and then you get to a point where you're not so hungry anymore.
Yeah, and you're not completely full, but you know your belly's not really growling like it used to be, and you got something in there that you can work with to give you a little bit of energy to go on to the next state. So that's what I see. So I have no perfect answer for anybody because it depends on where you are. But some people are ready for that next stage where they're, you know, it doesn't have to be hate. They're just ready for more than just the talk on things. And whether they're applying that in their life or their family or to their community, that's a beautiful thing, right? That's why I was hard on some of the people on the panel earlier when they came up with the negativity, right? Because we already have enough of that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing about like, and I appreciate that for backing me up because like, I'm working on myself because like I'm normally very very offensive.
Yeah.
Like I got a horrible mouth, so I'm trying to watch my words and shit. But with that, man, I, I guess what I was trying to say earlier is that like, bro, back in the day, we didn't even fear death like that. You
Nope.
know, like death was a natural cause. Death in some tribes it's honorable. You know what I mean? But look how we act now that we fear death. You know, back in the day, we knew that we come back. You know, this is not my first time on Earth, and I'm not trying to sound crazy. I don't give a damn how people
No,
feel.
no. I feel you on that too.
But this is not my first time on Earth,
Mhm.
and because I know that, what the fuck am I gonna be afraid of? Like God granted me the opportunity to come back and continue whatever it was I was doing. You know, before I could remember or whatnot. So why would I be afraid to continue and liberate my people? Like, I don't understand the fear concept. I mean, I get it if I'm alone, how they can come at me and do whatever, but together, why the fuck would I be scared if I got my brothers with me? Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me, and it's completely beautiful because it's a flip of the psyop, right? And the colonized mind. Because think about this: you have young brothers and you have old brothers who will tell you all the tales in the world about how they're ready to die for a street corner and a piece of concrete.
Man, for
Right?
some shoes.
Exactly. But they don't have one story about how they risked something for their people, whether they call them black, African, whatever. They don't have one. And these cats are in their 60s and their 70s, and they can tell you all day, oh man, I could die. I got a dozen stories of how I almost escaped death. You know what I mean? It was so close. But not one story, right, about how they faced the Klan, a white man who was racist, any of that. It's like,
Man.
you know what I'm saying? At any point in time, did you truly stand up to the real enemy? Because we can all chase demons, you know what I mean, and talk about the shit that we did for the material. But is that not the same shit that we're trying to escape from? Right.
Exactly.
Right. So I mean, and then we have to go beyond just being a survivor, right? We survived, we survived the paper, right? We survived whatever, right? We survived this, and so we all have stories of survival. But I'm going to be honest, I'm tired of hearing stories about survival. I want to hear stories of triumph, right?
Yep.
And I'm not, if I hear one more story about it, well, I almost got flushed on that account, either by a white man or because of finances. Well, it's like, okay, don't you get tired of almost getting flushed daily in your life, metaphorically? You know what I mean? Don't you get tired of having those experiences? Fuck the white man or whatever the excuse is. You know what I mean? Like, we have to have all the excuses all day long, but at what point do you power up for yourself? Because if you don't power up for yourself, what can you offer other people except for a sad story? Right.
Nah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. And truth be told, like I said, not trying to sound crazy, just being honest. But you can't really just, place all the blame on the white man either, because hell, there was a lot of black Europeans that infiltrated us quickly.
Exactly, and there's a lot of boule, and
they still here.
Yeah, we have to talk about our own families and the boule people we got in our own families and the swirled mixed relatives that we have that identify, on the down low to something else, whether it be white, Latino, or whatever. We have to cover all of that and be real about it, right?
Exactly. Like even these actors, like people don't know, like all these actors that we have in America, right? And damn near the majority of melanated people that are actors are from a different country.
Yeah.
You literally have a fucking show called All American, and this motherfucker's like British or something.
Yes, I see that.
You know what I mean? Like you got.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, bro. I see it in white culture too. Like 2/3 of the so-called country singers are from European countries. I thought country music singers were supposed to be those Appalachian Irish Scottish people who've been here for 500 years. How the fuck can you be singing country music and you're from France and you're from Canada and New Zealand? You know what I'm saying? So it's all about the image of pushing colorism and racial shit, which takes us back to this two-dimensional lower state, right? So I mean, that's how I see it. We have to keep pushing because the more we step into our truth, the more we're gonna have people like crabs trying to pull us back. You know what I mean? So, like, we didn't even do shit before 2 hours ago. We just talked about doing shit, and all types of people popped up on the panel, and be like, "Nah, bro, y'all can't do it because y'all don't know what's going on. There's a heavy vibe out there, and there's people are afraid." Well, it's like, okay, people are always gonna be afraid. You know
Shit, people
what I
die
mean?
while they're afraid. You hear me?
Exactly. People are afraid every day for all types of reasons. But I mean, but what does that have to do with what? I mean, we all live in the hood. We see bitches on the corner every day. So, are you talking about being one or escaping from being one? I mean, because you know what I mean. We can all talk about fear, but and we know what that does to us on the streets, right? So,
Man, that's so true.
I
And
mean,
that's also why like history is so important. History and psychology. Like that is extremely important. Cause like I always tell people like, if back in the day, I beat up your dad, took him out the house, ran him across the garage, ran him under the car, just did him dirty, right? And you seen it. Well, when you get older and you see me, what you gonna do to me?
mm-hmm,
You gonna try to get at me, right?
mm-hmm.
But if I did all of that shit, same shit I just told you, and covered it up, and like you never seen it, you gonna work for me.
Yep.
And that's kind of like the situation that we're in right now because people don't know their true history. They're working for the same motherfucker that hate them. Like the war that was waged against us never ended, bro. But I don't know, bro.
No,
Everybody say I'm young, man.
no, I'm with you 100% on that. I mean, because I feel the same way. Because how could see? I was sort of going off on that this morning. Brother did a build about cursed land, I guess, in the Halloween vibrant spirits and Chief Cornstalk, who came out of the Midwest, and this whole 9 yards, right? So I feel that karmic energy is still with us. So when I was explaining how those people are very confused, right? They talk about stay to yourself, stay with your own people, and then when we did, they still hated us, they still attacked us, they still killed us. And then they got jealous to the point where at the same time they were saying, well, you're not sharing your men, you're not sharing your women, you're not sharing your finances. And then when we integrated at the same simultaneous time, they hated us for that. So no matter what we do, right, they're going to be afraid, and then we can choose or not choose to react to that and be afraid and have this anxiety, right? And we can choose to be stuck in trying to understand them. But I went beyond that where I'm like, I don't want to give a fuck about understanding them or not understanding them. I need to move forward on my own thing, right? And like you said, you can't always blame white people. Because sometimes the people ourselves who look like us are the greatest ones who hold us back. Out of jealousy, out of
It wasn't the white person that killed Nipsey. You know what I mean? Like it might have been them that ordered it, but all in all, it was still one of us.
I mean, and that's part of it too. I mean, that energy is still there for years. Where I'm like, okay, I say the same thing. Was it someone Italian connected on the underground, Tupac and Biggie? Because to me, it was one of us, right? So at what point do we stop being lost? Because people want to talk about how they're not slaves, but I turn around, and I see slaves all over, right? So,
Oh man,
you know what I'm saying?
indentured servitude ain't shit but employment.
Exactly. I'm so militant, I'm free, but at the same time, the white man can just off the cuff drop you $1 million and you signing your life away and giving up all your morals because you've never seen that kind of money before. Do you know what I mean? And they know that the whole psychological program, right?
Yeah, you just described hip hop.
Exactly. And who runs that? Who runs that? These people know what the psychological effect of scaling up in terms of mathematics, right? So it's like if the minimum wage in America, and I've never seen more than $10, how do you think I'm going to act if I go to a country and the minimum wage is, let's say, $50 or $80, right?
Yep.
I'm going to lose my mind and think this is fucking heaven, right? So that's how they know that a person's going to act that way and lose all sensibility of themselves. And you're going to flush them, and it's going to give the appearance in reality, because it's real, that they can literally have every dream they've ever had. And there's a psychology to that too, because if you've always been low income, what are your dreams mainly of? The material, right? Which goes back to the whole psychology of it. You give somebody who's been extremely poor their whole life a whole bunch of money. What's the first thing they're going to do? Lose all sensibility and turn around and spend it, going back to their economies, right?
On everything that they wanted, everything they ever saw in life that they wanted. That Lamborghini, that mansion. They get a mansion with no fucking furniture.
Yeah,
like I go on and on.
And then so we turn around and give half of our wealth to companies and corporations that we know are European and don't have our best interests at heart. Like, what do? We turn around and buy a Mercedes, knowing full well that Mercedes only became known and popular because they were the #1 car company for the Nazis, right? So it's like, why are we thinking that's a clout symbol in 2020 to have a Mercedes or buy a Mercedes, or I mean, that's just one example. I'm not picking on that, but I mean, you see what I mean? The psychology of things, right? Yeah, peace, Abo, peace to Abo, peace to the chat. Brother Trey fell off. Hopefully he'll come back. Yeah, I know Chief is there. We got Brother Dominic somewhere in the back, working. That was good stuff, yeah, brother. Definitely some good ideas there. Yeah, it's time to hear stories of triumph. Don't get me wrong, we have our sad stories too. When we have to get that pain out and heal and all that good stuff. But sometimes our people get so beat down they expect to have sad stories all the time, right? So, and that's a whole mindset trip within itself, that we're always supposed to have bad days and bad moments and be broke and be messed over, and not get the job or not, ever have the business because of the color of our skin or whatever. So, yeah, what's good? Welcome back, brother. Yeah, so that's what I was on, like, to a psychological, to get our people to a point where we stop thinking in a defeatist mindset that our worth is failure, right? That the only thing that we're worth is to be poor, to be locked up, to be denied a job, and to have bad credit, right? Do I know what a PMA is? No, I don't know what a PMA is, So, but if you type it out or something, yeah, it may ring a bell or something, but I don't know. Is that land or is that financial? Somebody in the chat was asking what a PMA is. I don't know. Sounds financial or something.
Hey, well, gentlemen, we're gonna shut this thing down, y'all.
All right, Chief.
Catch you guys a couple hours, man. Sure, AP will be up in a couple hours.
All right, peace, Chief. Peace to the panel. Peace to everybody in the listening audience. I really appreciate it. Thanks for letting me sit up here, Chief.
Hey, man, thank you for, man.
Cool, brother.
All the information, man, you be bringing forward, man. You're a machine, brother. Definitely appreciate you. Appreciate you, Trey. Trey Ali. We just getting started, my brother. So, yeah, man. Holla at me first thing, man. Let's get to it. Yeah, man, everybody came on board, man. Definitely appreciate y'all. Hold on. Yeah, man. We just appreciate everybody, man. Mr. Brooklyn, Lieberson. Peace to the guys, man.
Who's that right there? Is that Brother Ali?
Yeah, man. Peace to y'all, man. Chief fell asleep on me, bro. Had me in the back chat for like an hour. I was back there talking to myself and shit.
I appreciate you, young brother, for coming through, and sharing what you did. I know a lot of people, Chief, AP, A1, a lot of people in the listening audience, find inspiration from what you're putting out and what you're doing. So we definitely appreciate you, man.
Man, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all don't understand. Like y'all, dude, I was like I said, that day I met the day I ended up talking to Aboriginal TV and learning that there's an actual community, bro, that saved a lot. That saved my soul. I ain't lying. Cause I was getting more and more pissed off because I was like, bro, am I the only one that knows this shit? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh no, we're out here. And here's the thing that I learned, brother. The more I ask for, mind, body, and spirit, the more I receive. Because you believe in frequency and energy. We were talking about that yesterday in a build. So if you put that out there with a positive intention, I believe it'll come to you.
No, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened, literally.
Yeah, there you go. With the power of manifestation, as deep as you want it. So for some people, this may be the bottom of the ocean in deep waters, and for some other people, this may be like a little shallow baby pool. Right? So, but we're still in it though. So yeah, I mean, once you're in it, then it's up to you to decide how deep you want to go with it. Because I'm still going deep every day. As you see, I grind away. Like I'm trying to find that top, that bottom.
Nah, indeed, man. Shit, peace to Chief. Peace to y'all, man. I hope y'all have a good night, morning, whatever the hell it says. I'm not sure. But yeah, man, we got work to do, man. Let's get to it, man. Like before the next presidential election, like we should be in good standing. Like that's how I feel, and I'm stating that claim now, and we can manifest this shit tomorrow.
No, yeah, I feel you on that. That's what's up. I mean, we got 4 years. If we can't do it in 4 years, then there's something seriously wrong. Definitely.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Thanks for coming through, brother. I hope to see you again, man. I see you in the chat every now and then. And I like what you add. So, yeah, keep going.
Yes, sir. You as well, dude. I appreciate you.
All right, brother. Okay, Chi.
All right, man. You guys have a great night, man. Peace and love to everybody. We out of here. Good morning.
All right, y'all. Peace.
All right, peace, brother.